than a bloop.
Sure.
Okay. You don't.
Well, I just think that everything finds its level. It's baseball. You got 162 games, so sometimes you hit the ball hard and you get nothing out of it. Sometimes you hit the ball soft and you get everything out of it. It all works itself out. So.
But would you say, as a general rule, you hit the ball hard?
You'd rather have guys who can barrel it up.
Yep.
Yes.
So the Tigers' expected weighted on base percentage, which is your walks plus what your batting average should be based upon how hard you hit the ball. Okay, if they've taken all the hard hit balls and barreled and exit velos, and they can calculate what your batting average should be, meaning how many atom balls are you hitting? How many times do you smoke the ball right at? Didn't they last night? I think they smoked one right at second base, for instance.
Yeah.
The Tigers' offense is actually should be producing more than they are based on how hard they hit the baseball, which is an interesting. So their expected weighted on base percentage is higher than their actual on base percentage, meaning they are they're not getting as rewarded for as many hard hit baseballs as they have, which says, like you said, in the end, it all averages out. Mm-hmm. Keep hitting the ball hard, they'll actually be better. And they've been hitting the ball very hard this year. They've been barreling it up, which is really cool. But you start getting into their defensive metrics above average. All their pitching metrics are above average. The analytics world loves what this Tiger team is doing. But that one, and I know there's batting average on balls in play, which is one I've struggled to comprehend, but there's metrics that say some of the guys are probably getting rewarded more than they should. But when these things even out, if the Tigers are authentically this good offensively, it is far exceed. Like, we knew the starting pitching was going to be good. And we knew that A.J. Hinch had trust in this bullpen. I'm not sure we knew how good they could be offensively, but it sounds like they can authentically be damn good. And defensively, they've been pretty good. They've been a plus defensive team too.
Yeah, they have been, and they've got defensive runs saved is an interesting stat to look at with that, and Javi Baez has been spectacular in center field. Now he's played 21 games there. He's looked fantastic out there. The eye roll I'll give to the analytics approach with the expected on base percentage or whatever. It's all teams in baseball look at the data. So part of that data is, how do you counter that? Well, this guy barrels it up and he hits the ball typically to left center field. Okay, we'll shade the left center field to give ourselves a better opportunity of making a play on this line drive that's hit, that in some weird analytics world says, oh, that's a base hit 80% of the time. But, well, not when you start looking at everything. You look at his spray charts and everything else. So that's why I just kind of take it all with a grain of salt.
It's a lot of math. It's a lot of math to get somebody like you to accept. It's not why I hate.
That's not. It's. I mean, look, I hate math, but that's not why I hate it. Hate's even the wrong word. It's just I take it. There's validity to it, and then there's another side to it. There's more information, more data you have to look at, other than just throwing this number at you. Because give credit to a defense that's well prepared and how to position themselves in the infield and the outfield. But I understand.
Here's a net from the story, again, by an analytics guy on CBS Sports. He writes, this broad-based excellence tracks. It wouldn't be surprising to see the Tigers top almost all comers when it comes to all-star selections. Names like Skubal, Torkelson, Mize, Green, Baez, Torres, Canely, and maybe even Dylan Dingler figure to wind up having compelling all-star cases to varying degrees. This is a deep roster with star power and one of baseball's best managers pulling the levers. Indeed, the Tigers in 2025 are doing everything well, and that's why they've emerged as one of the true power teams in baseball. I'm not going to shy away from the praise, whether it's from Jim Bowden, who's kind of an old school GM guy yesterday, who said the Tigers, without a doubt, are for real, or new school analytics Dane Perry from CBS Sports. They're getting love from all directions.
Well, I'm not going to hold my breath and thinking the Tigers going to get a bunch of all-stars starting the game, because that's a fan vote.
No,
they're part of it and all that, and so I wouldn't see that. Do I expect to see multiple Tigers on the all-star roster? I would hope so, and they're going to be different names. Riley Green might make it. He's good grief, he's doing really well lately. And I think if you just look at numbers straight up, Gleyber Torres should be there as a middle infielder because of what he's doing at second base has been great. And Javi Baez is the story of baseball right now. That his numbers are now creeping up because he's playing every day now. And they're really, really good when he's, I think, 7th in the American League in hitting. And he doesn't, you can't just pigeonhole him in one position, which is a bonus and maybe not so much. Like I probably better for him that he's got the versatility where he's played at short, third, and center field. That if you're the manager for the All-Star team and you start filling in your reserves, you're like, well, I want Javi. Why? Well, because I can put him anywhere in the outfield and almost anywhere in the infield.
Feedback coming in. After the last 220 games, how do you not call Hinch a mad scientist? Dan Campbell's good and all, but Hinch is by far the best manager in Detroit right now. I wouldn't say by far. And this is also not an argument I particularly, okay, whatever. If you think Hinch is better than Dan Campbell, fine. I don't think it really matters. They're both great.
You can make your case for either one of them, for sure. And
you could throw in Bickerstaff.
I was just going to say, you could throw Bickerstaff in there too and try to decide who's done more with less or whatever. And the Lions have built that team up in the draft primarily, and given guys opportunities at early stages of their career, and they've coached them up, and that's impressive. AJ Hinch is kind of doing the same thing. Scott Harris is getting either whether they're cast-offs or players that have matriculated through their own system. This is not a team that has been chock full of all-stars that Hinch was handed. They're molding him into a really nice team, and they're playing better baseball than anybody else in the league right now and have for the last 70 games. You can make a really compelling case there. And, of course, what Bickerstaff has done in 1 year to the next, going from 14 wins to 44 wins in the next season, primarily with, maturation, growth, and then a few acquisitions he made prior to the season and one during the season. It's very impressive. All three coaches have done a remarkable job. And even to a point, not at the same level, but McClellan, when he first came on, he had 2 7-game win streaks, and then the team flamed out at the end, but he's got a ways to go, but all coaches and managers seem to be moving up.
Gary at work says, re-sign Torres and trade Young, Keith, and Montero for quality starting pitching. Gary, here's the thing. These are questions for tomorrow, and by tomorrow, I mean down the road. The thing is, when we get to the trade deadline, there'll probably be some need that emerges, really a screaming need. So there's no point, this whole theory that propose a trade that Gary has done here is way premature to even start thinking about as far as I'm concerned. But from an unnamed texter, Badou's first game of the year, which kind of came out of nowhere, he makes a very nice diving catch. Mm-hmm. It's the small things from players you don't expect that make this team so much fun to watch. I'll give Scott Harris credit when he builds a team. He's made a few decent moves, but this is Avila's team. They look great. It looks like Avila was building a dynasty. I give Avila to 85% of the Carson Anderson credit pie. Yeah, Avila, that's a whole nother topic that we were going to bring up today. I give Harris a bunch of credit. I give Avila a bunch of credit. But Harris has done, I don't know if I go 80 to 85, but Avila, I wonder how Al Avila feels today. Al Avila probably feels a sense of vindication because it must suck to get fired. You get to run an organization, you get fired, but then you see all your guys eventually matriculate to the major league level. Not all your guys, many of your guys. And it's got to be gratifying for him that he got fired because he couldn't make the proper major league acquisitions.
Right. The trades were horrific with what they got in return. They got nothing in return, and that hurts. And that's the problem with drafting in baseball is that you don't see these guys until 3 to 5 years down the line after you've drafted them.
Yep.
And then when you do see them, it takes them a year or two before you really start to see what they can do. But Al Avila was properly fired, and Al Avila has been properly praised, I think, for what he did with the draft. There's no question that he's gotten his flowers when it comes to guys like Skubal and Carpenter and others. He's done a nice job. He did a nice job with drafting with this team.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We'll get back to something that's hard to believe 1 year later. It's amazing what's going on with this Tiger team, and we'll get to that today at 10:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, I can't believe it's only a year later. But 1 year ago, Scott, I spent a ton of time focused on one other team. Focused on one other team because I was envious of that other team, and I wanted to pillage that other team. 1 year ago, I spent a ton of time locked in on the Baltimore Orioles. They were a young core, fast rising team of the future. And a bunch of guys that I wanted to pluck from their organization.
Yeah, sure.
It's not even really a full calendar year. It's probably like 10 months, 10 months ago. 10 months later, the Detroit Tigers have almost double the number of wins as Baltimore right now. And the Tigers minor league system is ranked higher than Baltimore's right now. Look, in Baltimore, there's probably pure panic because they thought they were going to be the team of the future, and maybe they'll bounce back. They've got 15 wins. The Tigers have 29.
Yeah, that team's not off to a good start despite having basically the same players they've had. They lost a couple, I guess. But having Henderson and Rushman and all these guys, they're in their system. They keep waiting to come up and break through that haven't yet.
Yep. And I still think I look at Baltimore's young core and go, boy, they got a bright future. They're just having a bad year. And I just think about where Detroit is. I can't believe that right now at the major league level and the minor league level, Detroit is distinguishing themselves as better than Baltimore. I mean, we fixated on Baltimore last year, right? That's a team that was going to buy, and who could we get from that organization?
And it's one of those things that I'm sure Baltimore regrets not making a trade for Skubal, and the Tigers are like, whew,
even if that was a real thing, right? I mean, who knows?
but
seemed
of
like
course,
it
and we
was.
kept bringing up the names Jackson Holiday and Kobe Mayo and all these guys they had, these prospects that they had, and Kierstad and others. And it's thank you for not making any trade there. Yeah,
if you told me don't trade with Baltimore and you'll be fine in 10 months, I never would have believed you.
Now I suspect Baltimore is going to catch some fire soon.
And I suspect Detroit's going to cool off.
But they may have to fire a manager to shake things up to get it going. They do have. There's no question they have talent there, but the talent is not showing up right now. Adley Rushman's hitting below 200. Between he and Mountcastle, they have 6 home runs on this season. So it's and they also miss some other guys that they had last year. Santander is not there, and they traded away some other players. So yeah, not doing Baltimore radio, but going back to last year, I understand your point. It's like that was the team. Right? That was the young and up and coming team. Woo! Orioles gonna be hot for years. They got a core, and
they have 15 wins, and the Tigers have
they're
29.
brutal right now. Yep. And the Tigers core is it feels like there's new players added to the core. After last season, we're kind of ready to move on. Are we ready to move on from Torque? We just might have to. Ready to move on from Mize? We just might have to. And, have we kind of maxed out what to expect from some of these players too? McKinstry, I mean, how good is McKinstry going to be? Well, McKinstry's been really good. And then they go ahead and add Gleyber Torres. And Javi Baez was written off not last year, not the year before. The year before that, he was written off.
Yep.
And written off every season since until this year. So, I mean, it's really incredible how this team has grown together.
All right, let's get back to your open line call. Scotty and Wyandotte, you're next. What's up, Scotty?
Gentlemen, how you doing today?
Great. All right.
Who wrote that review about the Tigers that you guys read a couple ago?
Well, there was 2. One was Dane Perry of CBS Sports, and the other was Cody Stavenhagen of The Athletic.
Talking about star power?
Yeah, that was Dane Perry.
Any other radio station in this country and ask them to name 3 Tigers on the current roster not named Tarik Skubal, I'm convinced they're going to have a hard time doing it.
You're right.
You might be right. Yeah,
because they've been on the scene it feels like this team's only been on the scene for half a season.
I'm just saying A.J. Hinch deserves a lot of credit for what's going on here. That's all I'm saying.
There's no doubt. There is absolutely no doubt. He is a really good manager.
He's a brilliant baseball mind.
He is. I think that pie goes to 4 pieces. It goes to Hinch, Harris, Avila, and the players. I mean, it's easy to heap praise on the manager. Why are you smiling?
You left out Chris Fetter.
Sure, you can throw him in there too. I'd kind of lump him together with Hinch. I'm just thinking coaches,
coaching staff.
Yeah, but I think that's where it goes. I mean, we often give so much praise to the coaching staff for doing what they do, and rightfully so. But you can't forget that the players are the ones that have to execute, and the players are the ones that have to buy in and be willing to change. Torkelson had to be willing to change his batting stance and change his approach a little bit. Javi Baez had to be willing to change some things and tweak and try to do what he's doing. And the young players have to be receptive to criticism and understand where it's coming from.
Have to be coachable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the previous callers had said, "Well, let's move on from Colt Keith and and trade him away with Cater Montero and sign Torres to multiple years." Yeah. Okay, fair enough, but understand that Colt Keith is hitting like 315.
Yeah,
since the last game of April. So, he just might start to get it right now again as he's building his average back up.
I think the good thing is we have a lot of time for them to figure out what their true needs are. And there's going to be some needs that emerge. And coming up with sort of off-season or trade deadline plans right now and say, do this is not the time. God bless you. I'm not mad at you for coming up with a trade proposal, but I'd be looking at, okay, what do we need? What do we think we need? Who's expendable? But to ship out 3 players that are contributing right now to add some pitching.
I mean, 3 weeks ago, if I said, do you think we need a shortstop? The answer might be yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I ask you today, do the Tigers need a shortstop? I think it's a resounding no right now. Sweeney's killing the ball, and he's playing a near flawless shortstop. Now, right now, we could say, does this team need a third baseman? And I think the answer right now is yes. But a month from now, are we going to be saying the same thing, or will something have emerged? Is Matt Vierling going to come back and play third base, and will he be a fixture there? And you switch off Vierling and Ibanez depending on what kind of pitching you're facing.
Stan's in Shelby Township and next. Hello, Stan.
Good morning. I'm one of those guys that dig a little deeper, as you know. Thanks for taking my call. Jahan currently has number 13th ranked OPS on the Tigers, but he is number 1 on on-base percentage. AJ likes that.
Yeah, I think, Gator, you brought that up last week, how amazing the difference is between his batting average and his on-base percentage.
His walk rate is through the roof. It's the third best walk rate for qualified hitters.
Oh, yeah. He's fabulous. And also, on the betting thing, the Tigers started the year at plus 260 to make the playoffs. You now have to risk $1,800 to win $100 for them making it. So I think the national media, and I have one crazy thing to discuss. I believe that Javi has such a national following. He is the odds-on guy to start center field if he keeps hitting in the All-Star game. I'll listen to you guys.
He does have he
is a bigger name.
Yeah, because of his time in Chicago and New York.
It really is a great story to see Javi Baez doing what he's done.
It is. And let's hope it continues to be that way. See how he bounces back from an 0-for-4 after having a 2-3 run home run game the previous game. So
yeah. Yep. Really, really impressive to see what we've gotten out of Javi Baez and, the way he has bounced back from the start. And it wasn't even a start. It was 3 years. That's a start, middle, and end. And now he's back. The Red Wings could use a few of the Tigers' pro scouting department. They need some help.
Well, the World Hockey Championships are taking place right now. And I know probably hardly anybody's paying attention to that. Mm-hmm. But if you were to take a look at a couple box scores, you would see, like, for instance, Michael Brandsegg-Nygaard. He's playing really well. He's done really well for, I think it's Norway. You look at Lucas Raymond, and he's doing well as you would expect. And then you've got Marco Kasper with Austria, who's doing well as also. Beat you to it.
I told Kang to shark him.
I know you did.
Next one, Pat and Canton. Did anyone notice Justin Henry Malloy was using a torpedo bat when he got the game-winning hit? So Justin Justin Henry Malloy was the first one to order them. I remember we had that down in spring training. I think he's been using the torpedo bat all year. But it feels like the torpedo bat hubbub has calmed down a little bit.
Well, last I checked, the Yankees are still killing the baseball. It's not just Aaron Judge. And not everybody on the team uses a torpedo bat. But if it works, it works.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Coming up, let's get into the Lions schedule because, look, there's a conundrum. There really is a conundrum going on with the Lions. We'll touch on that at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. This hour brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope everybody's doing great. Another Tiger win and lots to talk about with this Tiger team. Man, it's been a fun start to the season as we buckle up for what is going to be one heck of a summer.
Yeah. Lucas Raymond, a goal and assist last night. Sweden shut out Latvia.
All right. Fact of the matter is, Okay, fine. I'll start doing college softball and college baseball postseason updates.
I didn't realize those players were Red
huge
Wings.
series for the Wolverines against Indiana.
Are they Tigers?
No, they're Wolverines, and they're going to be facing Indiana. Got to sweep to get into the postseason, which is what the team that went to the College World Series final did.
That's your defense.
This is my payback. This is my payback to you. All right, so. And look, I mean, we care about the Red Wings. We obviously care about our college teams. But.
Some of us more than others, apparently.
Yeah, and I think on both fronts.
Yeah.
So, Tigers win again. Incredible walk-off victory last night to sweep the Boston Red Sox. How fun that was. All right, so we got a Lions conundrum here. And it's a very real thing, okay? This is a very, very real thing. We've waited forever for a team this good. Literally lifetimes have passed. Generations have passed since the Lions last won a championship. And in the interim, there have been so few credible teams. Really, maybe only one season where they look like they could win the Super Bowl between their last NBA championship and this incarnation of the Lions. There's probably a couple others. That's not the point. The point is we all know how sparse it was. And now that we've established ourselves as a legitimate Super Bowl contender, okay? They haven't won it yet. It doesn't need to be pointed out. We all know it. But they're a legitimate Super Bowl contender. So what do we get? We get something we used to want, but it's almost like we're getting all of this. Do you know how many 1 o'clock Sunday kickoffs the Lions have this coming season?
5?
Yes. They have 5 of them, all at home. They have no 1 o'clock road starts. They have 5 primetime games. 5 primetime games. In addition to that, they've got Christmas and Thanksgiving. Those aren't considered primetime games. Wow. So that's 7
marquee games.
Yeah, marquee games. They don't have a road game at 1 o'clock. I think I said that. They're a TV draw, and the schedule reflects it. The Christmas thing, I asked Mom and Dad today how they felt about it because, it's family time.
Mm-hmm.
They're both against it. They're not happy about it. We know you're not happy about it.
Nope.
I'm kind of like, I can't sit here and ask to have a team this good and then be mad about what comes with. I think the game start times bothers people, but I don't think it bothers them as much as the ticket prices. The ticket prices started going viral yesterday. We had one tagged to us. I saw others. I mean, you're paying more than $300 for standing room now.
What?
Yeah. On tickets that say on the screenshots, verified Detroit Lions, not resale. But the issue there is, even if you had low ticket prices, like really low, old school, we're not raising our ticket prices, those tickets would end up in the secondary market for these prices for $300, $500. And, it's the supply and demand thing. The Lions are saying, okay, we can raise our ticket prices so we get the profits, because if we don't, the secondary seller is going to get the ticket. They're going to get the profits. Mm-hmm. So why should we just hand that profit over to the secondary market seller? Sports has a very weird thing, though, with ownership, because there's literal ownership and there's figurative ownership. And figurative ownership is a real thing. Without the consumer wanting the product, you don't make millions on your NFL product. And there's an emotional tie between the fan and their team. It's an ownership deal. It's not literal ownership. It's figurative ownership. And I don't know the challenge of, hey, our tickets are in demand. If we keep them at $150 for fans to get in and have a seat in the stadium, so many of those tickets are going to get resold because it's in such high demand. For $500, right. We're just basically saying, hey, our product, but you ticket broker, you get the profits. Now, some individual fans can get the profits.
Well, if they have something like 56,000 season ticket holders, I think, because I thought the number I saw yesterday about the story with single game tickets is that they leave 8,000 to 9,000 tickets per game to be sold for single ticket sales. So the rest of them are already committed to season ticket holders. I don't know how much it costs the season ticket holder to hang on to their seats, but I wonder if that's significantly less than the $300 standing room seat because they've been loyal and they're just renewing their tickets every year when they can.
Well,
the way to do it is if you want Lions tickets, you got to get on the wait list.
So yeah, it's the conundrum, right? It's finally got a good team. Hey, start times are way different than they've been, including now a Christmas start time. It's not a home game, which is it'd probably be a bigger deal if it were a home game, but the start times and the ticket prices. And I don't think anybody would say, go back to the way it was. All things go back to the way it was.
You want a good football team, and they're a very good football team. I get it. But this is the downfall of having a good football team is that now getting into the game is not, it's costly. It's very costly. There are more avenues to do it, but you're going to pay a higher price to do it because of the secondary market. And this is what they have to balance. This is, another reason why that they police the situation with how many tickets you're able to sell during the course of a season. You're allowed to do it, but you can't sell them all.
Well, they don't want ticket brokers to snatch up all the season tickets to just turn around and sell them.
Which part of me is really glad that they do that. I'm not a big ticket broker fan, and yet at the same time, have I used them on rare occasions? I have. It's been a long time since I've used a ticket broker. But I'd like the idea. You want the idea that everybody wants is to have true fans at the game.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to ensure that that's the case.
Yeah, but even when they do have quote unquote true fans, guys, they don't care. They don't want you reselling your tickets.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these fans are selling them to other fans. But the Lions are saying, hey, there is a limit. Like, you cannot continue to do this or we're going to pull your season tickets, and they have.
Well, look, it's clear that the Lions, and I think the metrics showed the Lions' average ticket price isn't like in the top 5 in the NFL. It isn't at the top. And you could argue, should the ticket price, is a fair ticket price reflect, okay, if your team's a top 10 team, you should have a top 10 price ticket?
I would think.
Yeah. Now, how you
if I were Rod Wood, that's the way I'd look at it and say, look, I know it's expensive,
it's
but
still
we're
a
just
business.
Yeah.
If everybody out there, you think about the job that you do, the business that you own, there's a fine line when it gets to sports, but nobody is saying, hey, let's not maximize our profits.
Yeah, you're going to put the tickets at a price that ensures that you sell out all the tickets. And you keep pushing that line until you find out, that's too high, we got to bring it down. It's supply and demand.
It's a conundrum, though. It's a conundrum because it means a lot of people that have gone to games through the years now look at it and go, I can't afford this anymore.
Well, that's the thing. You could before because they weren't good.
Yep.
And thank you for coming out. And they do appreciate that. And that's why a lot of those people that were the people that are season ticket holders, it's not, I feel like I would imagine the majority of those season ticket holders have had season tickets for 10, 15 years or longer.
Mm-hmm.
That they're not like, oh yeah, I picked up my season tickets a couple of years ago. And if you did, it's because you're on a wait list and somebody got knocked out and you got put in. But the people that have been giving their hard-earned money over the last 15, 20 years to this football team when they weren't good, they got to feel vindicated right now. Now I find this is what I wanted. I finally got my season tickets to a good product. I ain't giving them up. But it's going to get tougher and tougher to hang on to them because those prices will go up.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Judy on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Judy.
Hi, how are you?
Good, Judy.
This will be my 50th year for season tickets.
Nice.
Are they too expensive?
Hello?
Yeah, are they too expensive for you, Judy?
They're getting too expensive. I'm a senior on a limited income, and I will have to sell 3 tickets to help pay for the expense of the whole season.
So and you're allowed to sell 3 tickets, correct?
Yeah, I'm allowed to sell 3 tickets.
Okay. And is that offset it enough that you're going to be able to afford it?
That offsets it enough that I can afford it, because then it brings it down to around $1,500 a year for me.
Okay. So that you found a way. You found a way to make it work.
I found a way to do it.
That's good. That's good. I'm glad you're able to do that. And I hope that the Lions take into consideration that the average fan might have to sell their tickets. I hope that the 3 games, if the ticket prices keep going up, I hope they expand the amount that the season ticket holder can sell to afford it.
I don't know. I don't want to tell anybody how to run their business. And if it's working for them, it's working for them.
If it's working for the Lions.
Yeah. And they have to decide what are their priorities, who do they want in the stadium, and how do you go about ensuring that that's the case?
I mean,
it's not easy.
Yeah. If you're a fan and you can't afford it, do not buy them.
Right.
Number 1.
Yeah.
All right. Number 2 is a lot of fans do the math. Figure out which games you need to sell to help make up for the cost for the whole season. Like that Judy just did, right? She says now it's cut her price down to what, $1,500 for the year. If that's doable for her, depending on the game she sells, that's what you got to do, and within the limits of what the Lions organization is allowing you, and the NFL is allowing you to do, by the way.
Yeah, but everybody in life has a budget for stuff that they can do and stuff that they can't do, and if something becomes too expensive, then sorry, you can't do that anymore.
248-539-9797 Lions Conundrum. How do you feel about the schedule, the start times, the 5 1 o'clock starts the entire season, and the ticket prices as they put tickets on sale for individual games last night, and people were going to social media and saying, my God, I can't afford this. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch. Memorial Day deals, they're going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. calling it the Lions conundrum, where, look, it's great to be great, and part of the and they are very, very good. Great to be very good, whatever you want to call it. But it comes at a cost of some change. There's a literal cost of ticket prices being exceedingly expensive, and individual games went on sale last night, but they still don't have like the most expensive tickets in the league. But it costs to see a good NFL team, and the problem is it's so rare that when the team isn't expected to be good, that there's a significant ticket decrease. Usually what you get is, hey, we're not raising ticket prices. So there's that, and then there's the start times, which, probably the Christmas Day game is the one that has everybody. Shouldn't say everybody, sorry. It's the Christmas Day game that has been the most controversial, but it's really weird. They play 17 games next year with 5 1 o'clock starts. Now, maybe that doesn't matter to you, but it's, the routines are getting, everybody's game day routine. A lot of them are going to get broken up. You're going to have to make some changes.
Well, when you look at that, is that make up because they don't travel much? I mean, they, of course, they have road games, but the road games are close proximity to Detroit. Is that a trade-off there?
I don't know, because the schedule's set formulaic, so I don't know that's done intentionally. Like, I mean, every year your opponents are based upon you're going to play your 6 division games. You're going to play 4 games against another conference in the NFC, 4 games against a conference in the AFC, and then 3 positional games. So
I just wonder if they manipulate the times too. Like, okay, yeah, you're playing at Pittsburgh, you're playing at Washington. Those are all Eastern time zone. What if we make those games later in the day?
But I don't think anybody would say go back to the way it was. They're not particularly competitive. All our games are at 1, primetime games, and the tickets are cheap.
I rather like expecting to make the playoffs instead of hoping to make the playoffs.
Yep.
And I rather like expecting to win playoff games and hoping to get to a Super Bowl as opposed to, I hope we have enough to maybe get in as a wild card.
And you guys are right. This is a territory that comes with winning and being expected to win. But I think, Doug, this is going to affect more people than the ticket prices. I think the daily routine thing is until we get into the season, I don't think people are going to realize, wait a second, they're not on at 1 o'clock. They only have 5 1 o'clock games, like you said. No 1 o'clock games on the road. So whenever they go on the road, it will not be at 1 o'clock. So, for example, if you're like my guy Kenny over here next to me, he tends to fall asleep around 4 o'clock usually on Sundays. Not anymore. If the Lions are playing, you know what I mean? Like the Gator, you might play this game where you take a nap and you don't know when you're going to wake up, and it doesn't matter. Now it matters on a Sunday, right? And so there are routines, and whether you have sports for kids, Doug, or whatever it is, the 4 o'clock game, I think that's why the Cowboys, they're always in at 4 because they're America's team. But, the Lions are getting that kind of treatment now. And so I think routines are going to be, I don't think people realize it until the football season starts. Yeah.
Yeah. So they got how many? They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 4 o'clock starts.
How many of those are at home?
One. No, just one. Just 1 4 o'clock start.
So they have 5 1 o'clock starts at home.
Yep.
1 4 o'clock start, and then a couple of night games.
Yeah, they got a Monday night football game. That's against Tampa. They've got a Dallas Thursday night game, which is obviously that's a Prime Video game. There's one game that we don't know yet, the Bears game at the end. So
TBD.
That's what it says, literally. 248-539-9797. John is next. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my phone call.
Sure.
So I just wanted to comment. So years past, my buddies and I, we had season tickets. This is when the team wasn't the greatest. We had lower bowl sideline. I think we were just under. It was like $990 for the season. So just under $100 a game. Plus, you had to buy the 2 preseason games. We no longer have season tickets just for many reasons, and then just not having to go to the game every week if you didn't want to go, et cetera. But we've always paid a premium to go to these elite games, especially now that they're good. I mean, I know that first playoff or play-in game we had against LA a couple seasons ago, that was probably the most electric game I've been to at Ford Field. And I can just see, a premium product comes at a premium price. I know people are going to agree or disagree, but like you guys have been saying, we got these primetime games. We only have a handful of 1 o'clock games. Like, we're the team now that everybody wants to see. You can call us America's team, in my opinion.
There was no question that the Lions are a draw. I mean, you just look at the TV ratings, and they're a massive draw, I think, right behind Kansas City.
Right, and then also, too, you can say, like, I know people that go to, like, Michigan, U of M football games, like, everybody's selling the premium games against Ohio State, against the big teams that come in, and they're paying for their whole season and then some. I mean, unfortunately, this is where we live and where people do, like, to make money or try to, get by with some extra cash, and just if they're going to sell the big games for bigger money, like, good for them. But
it's capitalism, right? I mean, it's
100%.
basically what we have built our economy around. I don't think I've ever sold a ticket. I don't think I have ever gone out and sold a ticket. Back in the scalper days, I don't think I ever sold one. I did have extra tickets once to a game that I handed to a buddy and said, if you want to try and sell these, go for it. And he did. But I don't think I've ever sold a ticket.
When was the last time you had an opportunity where you had tickets to sell? I mean, through the secondary market.
I mean,
you have the opportunity to get them, but you don't.
I don't, but I'm just saying even before I had the opportunity.
That's what I'm saying. So
I was never a tickets. I've had extra tickets for games that if I don't have anybody that can use them.
Like if you bought 6 for the family and found only 4 could take.
I eat them or I give them away.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's just because as you know, people ask me for tickets.
Do they?
Yeah. People think that there's like a ticket tree here at the station. We just grab tickets off of. No. But so I've more times than I'd like to count, I've purchased tickets for people that couldn't get tickets, and they've bailed.
That sucks.
I've been burned on that a bunch.
Yeah. I've been burned too.
248-539-9797, and maybe we should just resell them, but I don't. Aubrey in Farmington Hills. Hi, Aubrey.
Hey, fellas. Hope you're having a great Thursday morning into Thursday afternoon. So, look, I love the 4 o'clock start.
Do you?
I actually like the Christmas Day game, to be quite honest with you. But, I go to my house of worship on Sunday morning, and I'm usually scrambling after church to get home to catch the 1 o'clock game, right? And let's face it, 4 o'clock game, that's a big stage. And if we want to be with the big guys, then we have to be on the big stage. And then in terms of Christmas, no issue for me, because you go to a movie theater on Christmas and see how many people are hanging out there.
There's a lot.
I've got no issue with it.
There's a lot of people that go see movies on Christmas, isn't there?
Exactly. So, I'm good with it. I like the Christmas Day game. I'm good. I really like it. I'm good with it.
Okay. Yeah, no, Aubrey, I look, everybody's got their own agenda, their own routines, their own. The good news is we have a ton of time to prepare for Christmas. They are holding Christmas on the 25th of December again this year, and that is still 7 months away. So 248-539
DoorDash this year.
248-539-9797. Scott Anderson.
Doug?
You might be growing fatigued of something. We've talked about Cowboys fatigue, Lakers fatigue. Does Gator have a new fatigue setting in? We'll get to that today at 11:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
We got the warm weather. It's great, and that means that your grass is turning greener. It's nice and wet and plenty of moisture in the air, too. That's awesome. But if you want to keep it that way, make sure you call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's the telephone number, or check them out at naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you purchase the full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you got to mention My Name Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. You don't want to see dandelions. I know that yellow flower is nice to see, but it's really not a flower. It's a weed, and that means it's going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. It's no bueno. You got to get rid of those dandelions. Same thing goes for crabgrass, but you got to treat for it now, because if you wait until the middle of the summer, it's too late. Crabgrass sets in and it's awful, but it's not too late to treat for it right now. It's so important to take care of it early. Natural Way is a company I've used for nearly a dozen years. I love what they do. They don't tell you they're going to treat for something and instead find something else wrong with it. They got experts that come out to your yard. They survey it, they take a look at it, and then they find out exactly what the best way is to treat your yard to get it to look green and lush all season long. They're awesome. They're locally owned, been around for over 35 years. It's a company that has Michigan employees. They're Michigan owned, and it's Michigan families, and they're involved in local charities I love what Natural Way does. I think you do too, or will too. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, you implied you got some fatigue setting in with a sports story
What?
in your show sheet.
What do you mean?
Well, like people get sick of hearing about the Cowboys. We make fun of it during watching the morning shows as we get ready for the show. It's how does it affect the Cowboys? And then during the NBA season, it's how does it affect the Lakers? And now you've got a new one that you've kind of mentioned, and I'm just wondering if it's fatigue, if it's irritation, or it's the early stages of fatigue and irritation.
Are you referring to a football coach?
Yeah.
Okay, because I wasn't sure. I'm looking at my sheet, and I see I think there could be several things you could bring up with this, but yeah, it was just a question I had.
Okay.
Does it seem like Ben Johnson's getting an awful lot of media coverage as the head coach of the Bears?
He's getting sick of Ben Johnson.
I'm not saying I'm getting sick of it. It's just something that I'm noticing. Like every time you turn on ESPN, it seems like they're talking about, after the Cowboys, that they're talking about Ben Johnson and what he's going to do with Caleb Williams and that offense. And you look at the top stories of the day on ESPN.com, and there's one about Ben Johnson and the Bears. And I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of attention paid to a first-time coach going to Chicago.
So you're not there yet.
Mm-mm.
Could you envision yourself getting there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Look, he left Detroit, and I thought he was great with the Lions, and you wait for the right moment, the right job to come open, and you take it. Go ahead. Go take it. Go run with it. I don't like that he took a job within the division.
Mm-hmm.
I don't appreciate that.
with a rival.
Yeah, and I'm kind of saying that with a smile, but it's fine. You do you. Yeah. I mean, he's going to a great situation, I think, because he can be the savior of that town. And if he gets this quarterback on track and the quarterback is as good as you think he is, then, it'll be the first time they have a 4,000-yard passer in the team's history. And they've got a lot to work with. I mean, that's a team he should have gone to with all what he has to work with. But yeah, it's interesting. He's getting it seems like he's getting a lot of attention. Maybe my antenna are up because being in Detroit and knowing how much he meant to this team, that I'm paying more attention to our Detroit guys. But you compare the amount of coverage he's gotten with Aaron Glenn, it's not even close. And they're both head coaches.
Well, Aaron Glenn went to a small market.
Right, yeah. He only went to New York. I mean, even the conversation, the whole Aaron Rodgers thing, that story was done in like 2 days.
With Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, Aaron Glenn and Aaron Rodgers. That story was done in like 2 or 3 days.
Kang, do you
and
think
it feels like that's the only thing that they've paid attention to in the offseason with the Jets and their new coach. But boy, Ben Johnson's a new story every other day.
You think there's something to this? Ben Johnson fatigue setting in?
I'm sure it is, and obviously Gator's speaking for himself, but I'm sure there's others as well. For me, it really hasn't, but I can understand where it would. I mean, Chicago's obviously a big market, but the difference between Chicago and New York in this sense is Chicago's got some expectations this year, and the Jets don't have any, and they are second fiddle to the Giants in New York as far as coverage-wise. But yeah, they don't have a quarterback, the Jets. I mean, Justin Fields maybe, but it's not like what Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Like, people are expecting – I saw a projection that said they're going to win 8 to 9 games, and they're not going to be last in this division. So I don't know, why they keep covering. Maybe that's the reason why, Gator, you're seeing more coverage of them. But Ben Johnson did come in hot as well. It's not like he just didn't say anything his first presser, right? I mean, he called out the Packers right off the bat. I feel like the next interview, I think people thought he called out Jared Goff, right?
Yeah.
And so there was he said some things that.
Right away.
Yes.
Right away.
He said some things, yeah.
He was there 5 minutes before people in Detroit were ready to just...
But it's, okay, we're all look at Ben Johnson going over there and what's he going to do with Caleb Williams. But, and King, you mentioned that Justin Fields is with the Jets. He's going to be their quarterback. But their offensive coordinator came from the Lions, Tanner Engstrom.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Tanner Engstrom can do with Justin Fields.
So
can he unlock Justin Fields?
What I like about this is I think that you might be onto something early, and I can see a future here where people are going to go, oh my God, Gator, you're right. You know what this reminds me of? Kang's disdain for Cameron Payne before the Piston-Knicks series started. He's like, I can't stand Cameron Payne, guys. We're like, you can't stand this fourth guy off the bench for the Knicks? What the hell did he ever do to you? And you cited his whole career and you said, just watch him. And it wasn't very long before people were doing the, oh my God, Kang is right. I wonder if we have a future, not so far off, where people are going to go, oh my God, Gator's right. The Ben Johnson love fest is out of control. Because, and here's in some ways it's out of control. I swear everybody that tries to predict the Lions season talks about how screwed they are by losing both coordinators.
Right.
It is the number one, like we keep saying edge rusher. I feel like in the national media, that pales in comparison to the story of losing both coordinators. And don't get me wrong. I'd rather have Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn back. No question. I'd rather have them back. But, Dan Campbell's still here. Goff and Amon-Ra are still here. Hutch is still here.
These are facts.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think the guys they've promoted to be the coordinators, I think, okay, let's see what they can do. I always go back with the offense. It was Dan Campbell's offense. Ben Johnson tweaked it. Ben Johnson worked with it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was Dan Campbell.
And he was really good at it.
Yeah.
But it was good before Ben Johnson.
Yes.
When Dan Campbell took over for Anthony Lynn.
There you go.
Took me a second. So you might be early on this one.
We got this text, Gator. Dan in a car says, Gator, Ben Johnson was the top choice for any team to be the new head coach for the last 2 years. He also happened to get a lot of money, and he's in a big market with Caleb Williams. That's why he's getting so much coverage.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Aaron Glenn is in a bigger market. Where's the Aaron Glenn love?
You know what? But the texter's right. Ben Johnson's been playing this for 2 years.
Yeah,
that's the guy that remember the offseason last year? We thought he was gone for sure. Then this offseason. And then he got paid a ton of money for a guy who has no head coaching experience.
Yep.
And he did. Yeah, but I feel like none of the stories are, are the Bears sure they're doing this right? I mean, they got no coaching experience. It's all like already anointed. Wait till you see what he does with Caleb Williams. Here come the Bears. And they might be great. They might be. In part because of the coach, but in large part because of the players that they've assembled on that team over the last few years.
Yeah.
They have stockpiled draft picks, stockpiled high-end talent. The Bears could be a real force.
Early stages.
But I've had enough.
It's the early stages of Ben Johnson fatigue. Say it again for Scott Anderson.
He's the enemy.
Well, if anybody's with him, 248-539-9797, phone calls, ticket text. All right, so the Knicks don't close out the Celtics last night. The Timberwolves eliminate the Warriors. You got Edmonton moving on with a overtime win over Vegas. And Toronto let the meltdown begin. They now trail Florida 3-2 as the postseason continues. Scott Anderson, anything stand out from those games last night?
I mean, hockey was great. You get an overtime winner for Edmonton.
Yep.
So they
throw it into the mixing bowl and see what happens.
It's just what they do. I mean, they've won so many close games this year, come from behind games in the playoffs. It's crazy what they've done. But the story is Toronto getting up 2-0 in a series, and now they've lost 3 straight games. They're the defending Stanley Cup champions, by the way, but they've lost 3 straight games nonetheless. And now they're on the brink of elimination again. And you know what happens after every season? They go nuts in Toronto, and that can benefit the Red Wings. That means Toronto just says, "Yeah, we're not bringing Mitch Marner back. We're going to let him go to free agency. We're not going to make a competitive offer." Then that helps the Red Wings out. So I'm rooting for Toronto to lose for that reason.
My cousin Mikey lives in Toronto, and he hates the Maple Leafs. He grew up in Eastern Canada, and not a Maple Leafs fan. Bounced around and ended up in Toronto. Can't stand the Maple Leafs. So I get fun texts from him when the Maple Leafs start to collapse and eventually do. So we'll see how it plays itself out. I was thinking about my disdain for the Knicks, which runs pretty deep.
Yeah.
And I kind of, Tatum's done. Celtics are done. What if they're not?
Well,
what if the Celtics win this series without Jason Tatum? I would feel so happy. I would be like, I would laugh.
That would be amazing if they did.
So entertaining.
And they really put it together last night. I think in the second half of that game, they kind of pulled away with it. But you look at it, it comes down to shooting. I mean, Celtics shot out of their minds last night. They shot 50% from 3 points, and I think 52% overall in the game. And the Knicks shot 38% in the game. That's your game right there.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy, but did you know the last 16 games before last night at home for the Celtics without Jason Tatum? The Celtics were 16-0.
Come on.
And then last night, without Jason Tatum at home again, they've won 17 straight games without Jason Tatum at home. Now, I know the next game's not at Boston, but if they get this to Boston in Game 7, talk about butt cheeks tightening up.
Wow. All right, straight ahead, we have often documented.
Nice job.
We've often documented a member of the show who has problems at home with his daughter.
So it's not me.
And last night,
thank you.
Last night, it went to a new level. We'll get to that story today at 11:48. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you're ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy, online or at a branch, and their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, same great rate applies to both new and used vehicles. My son's looking at a car. Might take advantage of this. I'll keep you updated. Don't wait. Limited time offer. Become a member by visiting umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. It's not every day that it's a sporting event and a highlight from said sporting event ends up on the morning news shows, the national ones. But if you missed what happened last night at the Tiger game, it was on Good Morning America. We will discuss it. I'm workshopping a theory here. Okay.
Okay.
But we'll get to that at noon straight up. And I'm wondering. Well, we'll get to it. Okay, so we have documented that a member of our show, Kang, has a daughter who really doesn't, I don't want to overstate the case, but she really doesn't like him. And she wants to make a point of it. And
she trolls him.
She wants the world to know that she doesn't like her dad.
As much as
no, not clearly. Not. I mean, well, what when
she tolerates her dad? Is that what you say, Kang?
Let's just say there's a huge gap between mom and dad.
Okay, so it started with
for her
when you told her that you loved her, and she said,
yeah. "I love mommy."
Yep, that's how.
Even like I love mommy more.
No, yeah.
I'm not acknowledging you.
No,
I'm only acknowledging the one I really love, which is my mother.
Yes.
Yep. There was you guys were as a family in your living room. The TV was on.
I told this story a few weeks ago to a friend of mine. We all died.
And by the way, she's 4.
Yeah.
So it's Kang's wife and the 2 girls on the couch, and Kang sitting on a love seat by himself. And she goes,
"Look, Daddy, you're sitting by yourself."
And then laughs. Just mean.
You're all alone.
Look at you all alone.
Thank you.
Look at us all together.
Yeah.
Nice, good, happy family over here on this couch.
But not only are you not welcome here, I like the fact that you're by yourself.
And I will point it out.
Oh my God.
That's what she did.
So last night, something else happened.
So yesterday, after the show, I get some stuff done for the show after, and then I go pick up my older daughter from school. Take her home, we go home, and the little one, the 4-year-old that doesn't like me, she comes running up and, she greets her sister and says hi to me, kind of probably. And I'm not paying attention, I'm just looking around. And all of a sudden, I take a look down, because she's right by me. I see her cock back, and it's way too late, a straight right to my Richard. And I go down, and she is cracking up. She is just laughing, and I'm like on the ground, like gonna throw up. Seriously. And she's like, "Daddy, I got you." And I was like, "What the heck?" Like I'm on my knees. Like, what are you doing? She punched me right in the baby maker. Yes.
No.
It was like Manny Pacquiao. Like, and she thought it was hilarious. And I'm like, "What? This is just straight up like," and she's laughing.
How did you handle that situation?
After I put the throat back in my mouth,
yeah.
you know how it is.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I haven't been punching the junk by your daughter, but yeah, I totally understand. Every guy knows what it's like to get hit down there. Yeah.
I said, "Why did you do that?" She goes, "'Cause it's funny, Daddy." No, that's not funny.
It's not funny. It's
that's
never
not funny. You don't do that. I think she got it from like a cartoon or something, but she of course chose me to do this. This is getting serious.
This demon child you got going on.
You need the wife's help on this one.
Oh, she tries. And she told her, "Hey, listen, you cannot do that to Daddy. That's not nice. That's not kind, all this stuff."
You can't do that to anybody.
Yeah. But then,
unless
her response
your life's
is
in danger, yeah.
She always thinks like, "Well, but I love you, Mommy." Like, what does that have to do with Daddy?
I was just proving my love for you by punching Daddy in the nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
She thinks she has to choose. We're always like, "No, you can love both of us." And then she'll say something like,
"It's not only that it's gone next level. She's trying to take out Dad."
Yeah, at this point, it seems like a hit. So she'll get her to say like, "All right, tell Daddy you love her," and she'll say, "I love Daddy and Mommy." She can never just say Daddy by.
It can't just be independent.
Wow.
Well, I'm sorry, bud.
Doug, what do I do?
I don't know.
Put her for adoption.
Yeah.
A gator?
No, you're the one that's going to be. You're the one that's going to be put up for adoption.
Yeah, Ken, you can be on your way out.
Yep.
Pack a suitcase. Get ready to go.
So this may.
That That's brutal. I'm sorry, buddy.
This may come full circle in that it'll work out. My daughter couldn't stand my dad.
Really?
When she was like 2, my dad walked in and saw she was playing with her Thomas the Trains. You know, the little tracks were there and she had the Thomas. My dad walked over and picked up Thomas. And my daughter started to scream.
You don't do that.
The scars from that literally went on for years, that she did not like my dad. After that, now they joke about it. Like my dad is, you know, he's like a 6 on a scale of 1 to 10 right now. She always says, Dad, you're about a 6, Papa. But now it's a joke. But so she came around, but originally, don't touch Thomas the Train.
No, you learn that.
Did you do anything?
Yeah, what did you do?
Yeah, is there a moment, a flashpoint moment that turned your daughter into demon child?
No, not that I can recall. I mean, I honestly, like, my wife literally has to step in and says, listen, he's your dad. You know, like, like, he's part of the family.
Yep.
She's like, I don't know.
I feel like I have a solution, but I think your older daughter's too young. And that is to ask the older daughter, why does young one hate me so much?
Get her involved?
Yeah, but she's what? The older one's 6?
Yeah, she's 6.
It's like she's not going to, I mean, hey, Dad, I'll talk to her. You know, you're not going to have the heart-to-heart from a 6 to a 4-year-old and get the answer. You got to wait a little bit longer for that. But hopefully by that point, things have come around and she's back on Team Dad.
Remember when my wife went on a work trip for like a weekend?
Oh, yeah.
Like within like the first hour, my youngest was like, I miss Mommy. And I'm like, me too. Me too. But she just left.
You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah, right?
Does she like grandma?
Yeah. Yeah, she's good with the grandmas.
So you are below.
You're down. You're way
really
down
far
the
down.
list. Plog on Twitch wants to know, was the laugh an evil cackle when she laughed?
Dude, she thought she was hilarious. It was like me watching like a stand-up comedy or something, you know? Like,
Then a follow-up question. Exorcism intervention? Maybe. Big Pank says she doesn't want any more siblings.
I think that's
yeah,
obvious.
she's doing that. Don't worry about that.
Koi Boy 1 says, at 3, my daughter said, I love daddy, but I love mommy more. Actually said that. And then he writes, she's 19 now and needs college paid for. ...
Now who do you love?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm still going to work on it, guys. I'm not going to give up on her.
Okay, good.
All right, good for you. Good for you.
That was a low blow.
Right?
A low blow, and not
I can just see
figuratively.
you on your hands and knees and just turning your head, looking at her and going, why?
It was like Nancy Kerrigan.
Why?
Why?
Why would you do that? You're holding back the vomit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. You
So
saw her
unfortunate.
wind up and like she's
like
not
when
gonna,
you look-
there's no way
Oh,
this
yeah,
is gonna happen. She's not gonna go there. Boom. Oh,
No good. Hey, man. So did you tell your wife about this?
Yeah, of course.
And her response?
Wear a cup. I can control her when I'm not around.
I got to tell you, I mean, she tried plan A. Daddy's still around. I'd sleep with one eye open if I were you.
yeah. You might want to put a bell on that girl's neck so you know when she's there.
Hey, put these Tic Tacs in your pocket.
Yeah, right.
Just cuz.
And then, like in the middle of the night, you wake up and you find an empty Tic Tac box. And you're like, uh-oh. Dun-dun,
Where is she?
dun-dun. He's like in the corner, blanket. Oh, he's in fear.
Okay, this on Twitch. Hellborn Elfchild writes in, I heard my kids in the bathroom ranking the parents the other night. I was way in last place.
Oh, no.
What? She's ranking other parents ahead of you?
Apparently, other people's parents.
Yes.
I'd rather live with the Darnells.
Right.
All right, so got a taste test for Gator. We'll get to that today at 12:02. Additionally, I'm workshopping a theory on this play last night in the Tiger game that went viral. All that coming up in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So yesterday when the NFL schedules were released, the social media departments of all the NFL teams come out with videos. Many of them are funny. Some of them are very, very funny. The best one probably of all time, and maybe never topped, to be the one that the Tennessee Titans put out a few years ago, where they just showed logos to fans of the teams that the Titans were going to play and said, "Who's this?" And they would, the fans had no idea, and they were guessing. You know, be a Saints logo, and they'd say the Rams. One of them was like, "Oh, that's Dallas," and they'd say, they're playing. It was a Colts logo, and they say, "Oh, that's Dallas," and then the graphic would pop up. "Oh, that's Dallas, October 11th."
King might want to rethink moving to Tennessee. May want to rethink that. Maybe not so bright.
Oh yeah, the state he'd moved to.
Mm-hmm.
So the Titans crushed it again. And we retweeted it if you want to see it at Doug Gator 971. Oh, the Colts! Whoa! They had to take theirs down because they insulted just about everyone, but they might have crossed the line with Tyreek Hill.
Well, they only apologized for one. They apologized to two. They apologized to Microsoft
for their Minecraft. They stole it all the graphics from Minecraft,
and then they apologized to Tyreek Hill for what they put in the Miami thing, which you describe as.
Well, I mean, it was in Minecraft graphics. It was a dolphin with the name Hill swimming over it, and the Coast Guard pulled up to arrest him. Of course, making fun of his arrest last year. And I mean, but there were other things. They ripped on everybody. They ripped on the two reporters at the Combine that got into the fight at the Starbucks. I mean, they were just...
That's hysterical.
Nobody was safe, and they took it down.
There's one that I think if you see it, you will think it's the greatest thing of all time.
Me?
Yeah.
The Ravens Severance one?
Yeah.
Okay,
I haven't seen it. I haven't, because I haven't watched Severance.
If you watch, let me just start with this. Having watched Severance, okay, they nailed it in terms of mimicking the Severance, like lines from Severance and scenes from Severance with people in the Ravens organization. If you did not see Severance, you'd be like, what the hell is this? Which, Kang, you watched it.
Gator, I watched the entire 6-minute video.
Yeah, I saw it was over 6 minutes. I'm like, I don't have time to do this.
I don't know what the hell I just watched. I don't know who they're playing, when they're playing. It was the weirdest schedule release in the history of schedule releases for someone that did not watch
Because you don't watch
Severance,
and I haven't watched it yet either, so I won't watch this video until I see Severance.
No.
Doug lives and dies by Severance. He thinks it's the greatest thing in the world. So because of that, do you love the Ravens video?
No, I actually don't. I think it's confusing.
But it's confusing. But forget it's not for the masses. It's for people to watch Severance. So
I'm so impressed with the level of detail they went to mimic Severance. I wasn't particularly entertained. I don't know what it had to do with the schedule release. The detail is incredible. 6 minutes is way too long.
Wow.
I mean, I'll just say this. I'm just going to, and you're going to go, what? The scene with the goats, it was a bit much.
What?
Yep. Everybody's seen Severance. You know about the goats, but I believe it was Eric DaCosta, their GM, holding a goat with a baby bottle saying they're not ready yet. Like, everybody's seen Severance, know what that's about, but I mean, I'm not even sure they made it super clear what the goats. The goats were kind of an unnecessary, but whatever. Point being, Scott, I was like, okay.
So even
even me was like,
a diehard Severance fan is like, it's not good.
Yep. Now the Titans won, Tennessee Titans. Your social media department, they're brilliant.
I saw 3 of them this morning. I watched the Lions, which it's fine. It's a drone footage flying around the city, different landmarks and stuff like that. Then you get each matchup for each week, and it's fine. I think 5 years ago, it's that's cool, and the way the drone flies, there's like there's a rooftop deck somewhere in town. It looks cool. So I watched that one. I watched the Pittsburgh Steelers, which was having a couple of players that are going on a Sasquatch hunt, which always has me interested, because squatchy territory. And so I won't spoil the ending, but it's entertaining. It might be long, and it is. It's like over 5 minutes long. But then I watched Atlanta's, and I did because I was going through ESPN.com today, and it said that Atlanta and Pittsburgh stole the show with their schedule releases. Atlanta's is fantastic.
Is it?
It uses the graphics from Mario Kart.
Okay.
And it's amazing. You pick who you want to drive, you pick the schedule and all. So they use Bijan Robinson to drive the kart, and they're looking at the different months of the schedule, and it's just on this long track, and you're going against the teams that you're facing and different ways to eliminate those teams, and it's cool. And there's like an appearance of pixelated Rich Eisen running at one point. It's very well done.
Okay,
yeah. So I would highly recommend watching that one.
All right, Gator. Yesterday, you guys made fun of me again because of something I was eating. It's not technically a Pop-Tart. It's not done by Pop-Tart. It looks like a Pop-Tart. It's shaped like a Pop-Tart. It is. We get them at Target. They're called protein pastries, brown sugar and cinnamon flavored protein pastries. It has 20 grams of protein. You guys saw me eating one of these yesterday and asked what it was. I told you, and you were amazed and not amazed at the same time. So I brought one in for you to try. Kang, you said you didn't want one.
No, I mean, before you try to give us this fake Reese's that we called Feces.
Yeah.
'Cause it's fake.
Yep.
This is a fake tart, so I'm going to call it a fart. So go ahead, Gator. You can have at it, and I'm out.
I mean, if you want to break off a little, Kenny, do you want to try it?
Oh,
Kenny
Kenny's
says
out too.
I mean,
all I ask is that you keep an open mind.
Well, I have like protein bars at home. I'm fine with it. Let's go.
So this is a protein pastry shaped like a Pop-Tart. And Gator, I'm offering you one to try it.
Oh, it's from Legendary Foods.
You're not going to give this a chance.
What are you talking about?
You're not going to give it a chance. It's brown sugar and cinnamon flavored. Gator is opening it up. You can hear the paper crinkling.
You can already smell the bland taste, but let's go. Here's the thing. As I try to break off a piece, you don't break off a piece, you bend a piece.
It's bendable?
Dude, look at this.
Oh, this is definitely a fake tart.
And finally kind of breaks apart at some point.
Fake tart.
Okay.
Not a real Pop-Tart.
Gator bends it till it breaks.
I'm ready to put the fart in my mouth.
He's going to put the fake tart, the fart in his mouth.
Oh, God.
And
what are we thinking? I mean,
Gator?
I can't tell by he's still chewing. So
Yep.
What? I can't tell. Is he going to like this? It's not as bad. It's not terrible. He would have spit it out.
I think so. He's spit out some of what I've given him before.
All right, here's the thing. It's not good, but it's like on a scale of, what do we do, 1 to 12?
Yep.
It's a 4.
Bottom third.
Yeah, I mean, if it's there, I need something to eat, and it happens to be in the pantry, I'll grab it. But what it tastes like, at some point in your life, I'm going to guess, Kang, that you have had a protein shake.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. You know how it totally tastes different? Like, oh, no, it tastes just like a chocolate shake. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There are some that do, but like those original ones with the protein powder, you put it in, and particularly the vanilla ones, it's got that flavor of that fake vanilla flavor that, and it's kind of like that. Yeah, but I am hungry.
So you're gonna go for a
You're
second
gonna
bite.
eat it? You're not gonna eat the whole thing, are you?
I said it's a 4. I mean, it's not a 1.
So a 4 is acceptable.
Yeah, for Gator. The Gator scale, 4 is.
I said if I'm hungry and I got nothing in the pantry but this, I'm like, all right.
All right, so, but you won't go out and purchase these.
No.
All right.
Someone just texted. It sounds like drywall.
Yeah, but it has 20 grams of protein. There's no protein in drywall.
And you can taste every gram of it.
Well, it's not meat. All right, so.
No, but it's that synthetic protein that you can taste. That's what it is.
Yep.
I mean, do you understand that?
Well, let me just say this. If I'm going straight up by taste, and the only measurement of its quality was taste, Pop-Tarts taste better.
Right, but we know you, and you're slow to admit this, but that's not why you bought it.
Oh,
You bought it
no,
because it said
there's
20
no
grams
question.
of protein.
There's
That's
no question.
that's the only reason you bought it.
Yeah, there's no question. It is an alternate, less sugary snack that actually has the 20 grams of protein.
It's so funny that it literally bends. It doesn't like a Pop-Tart like snaps, boom, I'll have the corner and I'll, you work your way in. This is like, it bends.
Yep.
Gator, if you have a hole in your wall anywhere in your house, go ahead and use these Pop-Tarts and fill that hole.
The filling is spackle.
Spackled with protein.
Who knows? Maybe spackle's got protein.
It didn't stop you from eating it.
No, I said it's a fork. And I'm hungry.
What would be unedible? What on the scale 1 to 12 would be unedible?
I would spit out a 2.
Okay. And you'd spit out a 2. Mm-hmm. You would take one bite and not finish.
Right.
What about a 3? Would you finish a 3?
Probably not.
I just want to know where the floor is. So this is.
I'm not sure I'm finishing this, but I'm almost done.
Well, here's the thing about this, is that it literally just barely crossed the threshold for you to finish the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any worse, you wouldn't have finished it.
Probably not.
Hey, do you know what your home's water score is? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, and tell them Doug Karst sent you.
hope I'm not going to get those burp out gross. The gross out burps from the protein.
I will keep finding snack foods that I like, and I will keep bringing them in for you to taste test.
Well, those corn chips, the elote corn chips were good.
Yes, those are from
Trader Joe's.
Trader Joe's, the organic elote corn dippers.
I have a feeling Trader Joe's wouldn't stock something like the Legendary Foods 20 grams of protein bendable Pop-Tart.
Yeah, well, that I got a Target. So if anybody wants the 20 grams in their Pop-Tart, I mean, it's not a Pop-Tart. It's
Not
a
a Pop-Tart.
breakfast pastry.
Have you ever put it in the toaster?
I have.
Does it become less bendy?
So what's funny is the bendy has never been something that's bothered me.
No, with more bend.
So but it's just like the regular Pop-Tart. The difference between it warm and not doesn't make that much of a difference to me, so I don't even bother toasting them.
I don't normally toast a Pop-Tart, but I like the banana bread Pop-Tart.
Yeah,
When you toast it, it's much better.
pretty good.
Yeah, I like it just fine without toasting it, but if you have the time to toast it, do it. This thing, I'm I was just curious. Like, have you ever? You say you have toasted?
I have toasted it. Yeah.
Is it become less bendy?
I don't know. I never paid attention to the fact that it was bendy.
Well, was it flaky when you toasted it, or is it just warm?
It was just warm. Yeah.
I'll tell you, man, this thing was bendy. I could have wrapped it around a pole.
No, you dude. It's like Flex Seal. Bam!
I fixed my canoe.
Right?
And my gutters. And this fish tank.
Flat tire? Flex Seal.
Yeah. I'm worried now. Is this thing going to like get stuck in my bowels and just like adhere to the colon wall?
Oh, no.
Am I gonna or is it going to have another adverse effect? And like, no, it'll come out all right. It'll come rushing out.
Well, I'll bring more if you want.
No, thank you.
Ken, you sure you don't want to try it?
I'm so good with my decision
You
not to try
are good
it.
with your decision.
I'd rather get punched in the junk by my 4-year-old again.
I mean, I did finish it,
Right.
but I'm not the guy to ask.
I was really hungry, man.
Can't let it go to waste. I was really hungry.
Okay. So I'm workshopping a theory here. Last night in the Tiger game, Kerry Carpenter, who, by the way, it felt like he was robbed of 2 home runs.
Right?
He hit a ball so hard to right, fooled the cameraman who tilted the camera up into the crowd to see it land. You kind of missed the fact that it hit the a foot from the top of the wall.
Yeah, it was well below the yellow line. Yeah.
It hit so hard that it just immediately ricocheted to the outfielder, who fired it back in and held Carpenter to a single. Like that was, at the minimum, that was going to be a double. Looked like it was going to be a home run. Turned out to be neither this a home run or a whatever. He had that, and then he had the fly ball deep to right, and it got pulled back-ish. Okay? So if you didn't see it, and I'm sure everybody saw it, but if you didn't see it, Wilyer Abreu was the one that jumped up and had his glove on it, but, and as he was pulling it back in, the ball got dislodged from his glove, and the center fielder, Rafaela, came over and actually caught it for the out. And there was a lot of response in the baseball world. I've never seen that before. But I'm workshopping an idea here, Gator, and you tell me, am I crazy? You tell me if I'm wrong. I think slow pitch softball guy has seen this all the time.
Maybe.
For 2 reasons. One is players aren't as good, and softballs probably pop out of their gloves all the time. 2 is much more condensed field, so players are closer to each other. I was like, I bet as much as people are saying, I've never seen that before, I bet slow pitch softball guy has seen that before. And maybe even done it before. Not necessarily pulling back a home run, but a ball pops out of one player's glove and into another's glove. That's my theory. I could be wrong. I figure slow pitch softball guy can attest to this. 248-539-9797. Am I wrong?
I don't think. Well, here's what I'm going to say. You're wrong because I don't think the softball guys get close enough together in the outfield to make a play like that.
Well, it doesn't have to be in the outfield. I'm just talking about out of one glove into another for an out.
The other thing is, softball guy's going to tell you whatever you want to hear, and then some. Slow pitch softball guy is rather proud of their accomplishments. Slow pitch softball guy has their stats, right?
Some of them, yes. And I'm aware of them.
I think most of them do. They wear the baseball pants. They have multiple bats, multiple gloves. I mean, the slow pitch softball guy it's a whole different animal.
Well, I'm like, but that has nothing to do with whether or not slow pitch softball guy's really into it. It's just, I bet slow pitch softball guy has seen this before. Pop out of one glove and into another. Not necessarily robbing a home run, but.
I think they will embellish and tell you whatever you want to hear and then go beyond that. So not only did I see that.
Hit 670.
There was a cat that came on the field, rolled up the guy's shoulders, and as he's like, it hits off his glove, bounces straight up in the air. I was in center field, and I was sprinting over as hard as I could. I tripped over a rock because we were playing over at Stapleton Field, and you know what Stapleton Field's like. It's just a landmine out there. I tripped over it, and I managed to turn my glove right side, and I dove and caught it before it hit the ground for the third out of the game.
Is this did we just stumble upon something to be added to the list?
That's what we were talking about back here. Is this a guy?
Softball guy?
Yeah. Gator, you think softball guy knows his OPS?
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Exit velos, launch angles.
Back in 24, anyway. I had a 1,200 OPS.
Let's go to Mike. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Our team was loaded.
Hey, I'm slow pitch softball guy.
All right.
And I have seen that before. In slow pitch softball, you play 4 outfielders. So not only a condensed field, but you have less ground to cover.
True. That's true.
And the one I saw, it bounced off the left fielder's head, and the left center fielder caught it at the fence.
It bounced off dude's head?
Yep.
Like Jose Canseco, but it stayed in the field of play.
He got twisted, turned the wrong way, recovered, hit him on top of the head, and the other guy caught it at the fence.
Wow. All right. So I was right on one case. Was dude who hit him in the head, was he okay?
Oh, yeah, he's a great player.
No, I don't mean is he a good player. I mean, was he physically okay after he took a softball off the head?
Hey, he had a little cut, but he kept playing.
All right, well, there you go. He was determined.
Kept playing, man. Bleeding all over the place.
What did you
took 17 staples to close that wound, but he kept playing.
What did you think of that play last night?
I thought it was amazing because I would not have expected a center fielder to get over there to help his teammate out and get that close where he can help him out. Like you see that play where, you know, a guy's going to back him up. He's going to go to the wall. He's ready to play it off the wall, but not to the point where he's close enough where if the guy's going to like bring the ball back into the field of play, that he's going to be there for the tip drill, you know?
Yeah.
It was very impressive.
Also
because it was baseball and not softball.
We have to add to the list. This is the list of people Gator strongly dislikes.
It's only the guys. It's the guys that's going to talk, right? Those people guys who just can't wait to tell you all their stats and stuff, which is the majority of the slow pitch softball.
People who tell them what to do. Bicycle guy on sidewalks are all cyclists. People who point. Wave starter guy, Ken Griffey Jr., Zach Brown beard guy, visor with fake hair guy, clowns, mimes, bacon craze guys, people who claim they felt earthquakes in Michigan, singing hot dog tool, people who use the term autumn, Current Tulane and former Georgia State basketball coach Ron Hunter. Mustard only on hot dog guy. Jim Belushi, Apple Genius Bar guy. People who use Apple products. Kids, all of them. Former closer Brian Wilson. Wrigley Field fans. People who brag about getting things done in the morning. Guys who work the aisles on flights. Vested facial hair hipsters. Striped overall guy. Callers who start by saying, let me give you a history lesson. Sympathetic Patriot fan. Pound the glass guy. All too giddy Negan fans. Lack of parking space etiquette guy. 26.2 sticker guy, 13.1 sticker guy, M22 stick figure guy, stick figure family tools. Cubs fans who thinks America loves the Cubs, former college football analyst Ed Cunningham. Giant canoe who parks in handicap spots. Gators overly aggressive personal training guy. Vapors, ESPN college basketball analyst Dan Dockich. Sports Illustrated cover caption writer, Bowtie guy, James Franklin, Roy Williams, Joel Klatt. Jimmy Powers for his onion policy, Greg Perfect Bracket Nigel. People who back into parking spots. New Orleans attorney Frank D'Amico. Family playing golf in front of Gator on August 23rd, 2019. Bloomin' Onion wannabe Jake Sievers. Los Angeles City Council MLS teams with FC in their name. People who voted for Muehlbach on October 21st, 2020. Monolith. Dr. Oz. Condiment packets, particularly on golf courses. Get in the hole guy. Jet ski riders. Los Angeles Rams coach Sean McVay. Chicago Bears coach Ben Johnson. And softball guy.
I think we need to add that list at some point. There's a lot that needs to go. We're just, we don't pay attention to anymore.
Like what?
Like the Zach Brown band beard guy. We don't see that guy as much anymore. Or
No,
it's been
we
around
don't,
for a while.
But it's funny. In fact, I feel like this is all, you can kind of trace the show back.
Well, you can, because you've got a timeline where you say back in 2019, the family that I came across when I was playing golf that wouldn't let me
Singing
play
hot dog guy hasn't been
that guy,
around for a while.
No, he hasn't been, but he can stay in perpetuity.
All right, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking with brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Today is May 15th. Born on this day in the year 1974, A.J. Hinch. Happy birthday to A.J. Hinch.
He's born in 74?
Yep.
Feel old.
A.J., you are good at your job.
No. AJ, you are great at your job. I think he's a great manager.
He's doing a hell of a job for this Tiger team.
He's done a hell of a job where he's been.
They win again last night. They sweep the Red Sox. Take that, Alex Bregman. Take that. It did come up in the postgame if AJ wanted to discuss his quote from years ago, either sign with us or we'll beat you. He opted not to talk about that.
No, he did not. He said when Rieger asked him the question, his response was something to the effect of, I'm not going to take the bait. I really appreciate the effort, though. It's a good effort, but I'm not taking the bait.
I mean, look, it's kind of a sidebar to the Boston series, right? Alex Bregman, long flirtation, courtship. It was a courtship that was going on,
yeah.
And then an ultimate rejection. And as we all know, we all look out for our own best interests, and including Alex Bregman, who opted to not sign here. It actually is somewhat gratifying to see, the fact that the Tigers have turned into what they've turned into. The AL East has long been considered the powerhouse of Major League Baseball. Yankees, Red Sox, Blue Jays, they just spent a ton of money on Vlad Guerrero. Orioles were the up-and-comer. Do you know what the Tigers' record is right now against the American League East?
5-1, 8-1. Is it 8-1?
It is 8-1. Well done.
I think.
Nice job.
Well, they swept Boston. They swept Baltimore and went 2-1 against the Yankees.
That's their best record against any other division. They are 8-1 against.
But wait, isn't the Central terrible?
Oh no, it is not.
But that's what people said. The Central's a joke of a division. It's
the
4
Comedy
teams
Central.
above 500.
This division, it might be the best in baseball. And the Tigers, I mean, look, they're 3.5 games up. Does it feel like they should be more up? I mean, yes and no. 3.5 is the biggest lead in baseball. The Yankees are 3.5 ahead of the Toronto Blue Jays, but Tigers are 14 games over. The stuff against the East is incredible. Where the Tigers are, I just can't get over where Baltimore is and where the Tigers are. If you had given Tiger fans a chance to switch place with Baltimore 10 months ago, everybody would have done it.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, we'll take your team and your system. Now the Tigers have almost twice as many wins. They are one shy of having twice as many wins. Tigers 29 wins, Baltimore 15. The Tigers minor league system ranks number 1 in baseball, according to MLB.com. It's ahead of Baltimore. What the hell happened? And how did it happen so quick? And there are all kinds of ways you can talk about the Tigers getting love. Yesterday, there was an old school GM, Jim Bowden, on The Athletic, who did his list of top 10 surprises in Major League Baseball. He had the Tigers as number 1, but his concluding sentence was, without a doubt, the Tigers are for real. Today, totally different perspective. Sabermetrics dude did the full dive where he looked at the Tigers' expected on-base percentage and their defensive runs saved and their BABIP and all these different ways, their FIP, their expected FIP, all these ways to look at the Tigers. And he concludes the Tigers are doing everything well, and that's why they've emerged as one of the true power teams in baseball. In fact, one of his conclusions is that they're hitting the ball hard enough that they should actually be scoring more. So it doesn't really matter how you look at the Tigers, whether you're full analytics guy or old school baseball observer, they're getting the stamp of legitimacy from all over baseball, which is awesome because I think it's still a little bit weird because you look at the lineup, you don't see Juan Soto. And you don't see Bryce Harper. And you don't see Shohei Ohtani. And you don't see Mike Trout. You look at the lineup and you see Zach McKinstry. And you see, I shouldn't downplay everybody. Riley Green's turning into a big name.
Well, they've gotten consistency. That's the thing, is that with Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, and now Javi Baez, you're getting consistent production from those guys, in addition to every couple games the other guys creep up. What Trey Sweeney's done over the last few weeks is incredible. You look at Colt Keith is hitting .315 since the end of April. Even Justin Henry Malloy is hitting above 300 in his last 10 games. It's or 6 games or whatever it is. It's impressive going through the lineup and seeing everyone contributing. Dylan Dingler has been consistent throughout the year, just driving the ball. It really is. It's a deep team that can obviously be better. You can always add to it and make it better. But at this point, you're trusting what Scott Harris is doing. You're trusting what A.J. Hinch is going to do. And almost like what the Lions do, I feel like the Tigers aren't going to add a player to the team unless they fit into what the Tigers are looking to do.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question they made an effort to try to get Alex Bregman. And they thought they had Bregman, and Bregman eventually said, you know what? No, I'm going to go with the shorter term because they're going to pay me $40 million a year to go to Boston. And I have opt-outs after the first 2 years. So, if Bregman has a great year like he's having right now, does he want to opt out of that contract so he can sign a 6-year deal for $240 million in the offseason? He might. And would the Tigers be interested? They might. But, it just says that there are players that fit a type that they're looking for throughout baseball. But right now, they've got a whole team full of them. So how do you improve on this? There are positions they can improve, but you don't have to worry about it just yet.
No, you don't. That's the great thing, is there's still a lot of baseball to be played where they can figure out what their real true needs are. And something's going to emerge that might become, I would imagine it's going to become rather obvious. Well, let's get to your open line calls. Kurt in Clinton Township here on 97.1. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's going great.
I agree with you. It is going great. And we've had it across a bunch of our sports. With Michigan and their culture in 2023, they won a national championship. A lot of that was based on culture. Same thing with any of our championship teams. And I think with what happened last year, Scott Harris had a clear thing, dominate the strike zone. That was his mission. Find players who would dominate the strike zone. And that's what they've done. They've created a culture around that and got buy-in. And because of the run that they had last year, when they, really focused on that philosophy of working counts, getting better pitches, being gritty at the plate, and then our pitchers coming out and dominating the strike zone and throwing more first pitch strikes than any other pitching staff in the league, and getting ahead of hitters and being able to work the counts as a pitcher to put other hitters at disadvantages. It's unbelievable. Just that one simple philosophy, what a difference it's made, but more importantly, the culture they've created and the buy-in that they have from the kids that are out there playing baseball for us right now is just unbelievable.
So a couple things about this, Kurt. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're top 10 in both on-base percentage and opposing teams' on-base percentage. Like, they're doing a good job at getting on base, and they're doing a good job at keeping the opponents off base relative to the competition. Give me a second on that. Their
on-base percentage is 6th in baseball at .334.
And their opponent's on-base percentage is .224. So they're 110 points better than their opponents?
Which is 5th in baseball, yep.
Yeah, and a guy like Colt Keith is a perfect example of that, who doesn't have the highest batting average or anything, but he just finds a way to get on base.
Circling, right? Yes, Kurt, it's a very valid point. They've done exactly what Scott Harris said. When you say 5th in baseball, the difference between their on-base percentage and their opponent's on-base percentage is 5th in baseball?
No, they're 5th in baseball and their opponent's on-base percentage, but I can try to figure that out.
I would imagine that it's 1st in baseball. Their on-base percentage compared to their opponents, 110 points is a lot. Might be somebody with more, but
the Yankees might be better. The Yankees on base percentage against is .209.
Holy cow!
The Yankees on base percentage as a team is .347.
Well, that's better.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Speaking of baseball, it's back in the D, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for all your Detroit baseball action starting this season the way they ended last year. There's a lot to be chesty about, isn't there? Solid pitching, good hitting. Team has been very entertaining to watch. Why go to Twin Peaks for baseball? Why not? For starters, each lodge boasts over 50 TVs, so you'll never miss any of the strikeout, stolen bases, and grand slams. Each lodge has upgraded their entertainment packages, boasting numerous 98-inch TVs for your viewing pleasure. Pair that with the coldest draft beer in the country, poured at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for over 6 hours. They also feature an extensive bar with all your favorite high-end bourbons, tequilas, and craft cocktails. Shot specials like the $4 Jack Daniel's flavors, Screwball, Jose Cuervo, Devil's Reserve, and they're available to jumpstart your evening, rather, and you don't want to drink on an empty stomach. The cooks are there daily at 10 a.m. preparing scratch-made favorites like the house-smoked brisket, ribs, wings, and hand-cut New York strips. It's the ultimate man cave experience. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Okay, got a question for you, Kang. What are you doing after the show today?
I am going to pick up my daughter from school.
The one that loves you or the other one?
Yes, the one that actually acknowledged me.
Okay.
I probably won't be able to pick up the other one because she'll probably yell out stranger danger or something like that. So it might be bad news, that one. Mommy might have to pick her up.
Yeah. Yep.
Then I'm going to go home, relieve the babysitter of her duties of the younger one that we just spoke of.
Okay.
And then later tonight, we have a Mother's Day dinner because we were unable to celebrate that last Sunday.
Okay.
You're missing something.
You are missing something.
Oh, Thursday Mo.
There
yeah.
it is.
Are you working in the Thursday Mo?
Yeah, I'll get it in.
Okay, here's my question. Last Thursday, did you mow?
Yeah.
I did too. It's the first Thursday mow of the year. I walked outside today and I looked at the lawn and I'm like, no, I'm not sure it needs to be mowed.
You don't need it?
Yeah. And I think I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, you should.
I think I'm going to do it anyway.
No, mine definitely needs it, so I have no choice.
Even if
but you should.
Yeah, you know how it looks when it really needs it? When your lawn really needs to be mowed? It doesn't look anything like that. It's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, so my pond is opening up for the first time. Like the pond guys came out yesterday, changed the water out and cleaned the rocks and all the stuff. And it happens once a year. It's the spring clean out for the pond. And then I got to fill it all way back up with water. It takes hours to fill that pond up with water.
Yeah.
I saw the first frog of the year.
Did you?
Saw the first frog of the year for me. It was a big one too.
How the frog and the dog get along?
It's a great question. Normally the frogs will stay in the pond, so she doesn't notice them, because she doesn't go into the pond. She
Not yet.
Well, it's been 10 years. She hasn't gone into the pond. She does straddle the waterfall, kind of stands in the waterfall and drinks water from the waterfall.
Yeah.
But she doesn't go into the water to this point. Knock on wood. It's been 10 years and she hasn't done it, so that's good. But there was one time that she came to the door and she had her mouth closed. I'm like, "What's in your mouth?" And I saw a little leg hanging out, and it was a toad. I'm like, "Get that out of your mouth!" And I freed the toad. I'm like, "What is the matter with you?" I don't know.
I'm a dog.
I was going to bring it a toad.
Put stuff in my mouth.
I wasn't going to eat it. I was just going to carry it.
I think I've come to the realization that my life is so bad that I'm looking forward to mowing my lawn.
Even when you don't have to.
Even when I don't have to. It's the sad reality. But it does look good. You do get to enjoy it all weekend.
Yeah, and then you'll see the marks in your lawn too, though. It'll look nice.
Yeah, post-mower beer.
Yes. That's
the
good.
post-mow beer is great.
Modelo or just regular Busch Light?
Busch Light Apple, yeah.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Mike in Sterling Heights writes in, I've seen the pop out of the glove multiple times in co-ed softball. Rec softball usually plays 4 outfielders. Yep. Steve in Dearborn Heights says, softball league I'm in, 4 outfielders. I've seen it happen more than once. Tournament softball, you won't see it happen. Now, in real baseball, I've never seen it happen before, especially when robbing a home run. Next one, Doug, you're totally right. In more casual co-ed leagues I've played, it's actually common practice to get close by a less experienced player to be there to catch any ricochets that happen. Fat Mark in Brighton writes in, I pitched one time and a pop-up bounced out of my glove, and fortunately my third baseman was right behind me and caught it. Fat Mark in Brighton, yes, this is the same Fat Mark that had a perfect game while pitching softball.
Here we go.
There you go, Gator. Softball guy.
Thanks, Fat Mark. I thought you were going to give me a stat of the day. Nice job, Fat Mark. There it is. I hope you got a plaque for it.
So great. So great. Well, congratulations there, Fat Mark, for the softball perfect game.
Must be a real wizard.
What?
A perfect game. Softball.
The truth is,
slow pitch.
Pitching in softball is an art form. I know you don't, if you don't, to have a really good guy that never walks anybody.
No, that's huge. No, I get that.
Because you pitched in the charity games we've had, right?
Yeah. Oh, Gator knows. He's a pitcher.
Please.
Doug. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Gator, do you think that Fat Mark, none of his teammates talked to him during this perfect game?
Without question. Without question.
They knew?
Yeah.
Left him alone?
But didn't I have a 3-pitch inning last year?
Did you?
I think I had 1 3-pitch inning, yeah.
Wow.
Are you? Wait, you're not that guy, are you?
No.
Okay.
I don't carry it in a card in my back pocket. I'm not doing that.
He was teetering there a
Yeah,
little
I
bit.
know, a little bit.
Had a 3-pitch inning. Wait, what?
Wait.
Erica Erickson made a fantastic catch.
With her body.
Yeah, the ball impaled her.
Kang guns it.
The fact that there was video highlights of that is amazing.
There really
Kang told
was.
the story on the air after that celebrity softball game. Base hit to left, runner rounding third. Kang comes up firing, and the catcher, Erica Erickson, the ball like smashes her in the stomach. She caught it though.
She caught it when it went
Knocked her
backwards.
backwards into the fence.
It's like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon effects. She held on. Nice job.
Total cannon. Absolute cannon on this guy. Well done, Kang. Anyway, the double catch thing from last night's Tiger Red Sox game. Pretty amazing. I speculate, I workshop the theory that I bet this happens in slow pitch softball actually quite a bit, that a ball pops out of one person's glove and into another. Maybe not pulling back the home run, but there seems to be some evidence that yes.
Yeah, and they reviewed it because they wanted to make sure that it wasn't a home run, that it didn't like hit the back of the wall and come
I was
back
never
out.
rooting for a fern to move so much in my life.
Right.
It's like, move, Fern, move.
No, and even Hinch said afterwards, he's like, yeah, we were hoping that we're going to get some greenery to move. And then when we saw it up on the big screen and realized that this doesn't need to go to a crew chief review, but, they did anyway. But it is what it is. It was a hell of a play. It really was. That's a heads up play. To do that in baseball, I mean, that was impressive. And poor Kerry Carpenter. Thought he had it.
But you know what's funny about that? And I saw this. So Kerry Carpenter ends up with a single.
Mm-hmm. On a previous at bat.
On the previous home. On that one. And then that turns into an out on two balls that look like there'd be two home runs. One of them turned into a single. The other one turned into an out. But after the single, there was a shot of him at first laughing.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen this. You know, one of the reasons why they're winning? Because they're having fun. And I reject that notion completely. You know how much more fun the game is when you're winning? It's the other way around. They're not winning because they're having fun. Well, they're winning and it's fun.
I'll give you a reason why I think this correlates in this case with the Tigers. Because it's not the set lineup of 9 guys. Everybody is making a contribution into why they win. It's not just, Carpenter hit 2 home runs or, Riley Green went 4 for 4. I mean, it's, Andy Abangas drew a walk, stole second base, went to third on a throwing error, and then comes in because Justin Henry Malloy lines a base hit to the middle of the infield off of Aroldis Chapman. I mean, these aren't the household names they're doing it. So everyone has a part in it, and it ends up being fun. And, of course, you're having more fun when you win.
Yeah,
and Carpenter had a huge smile on his face yesterday after the game, too. And I have never seen anything like that, but, it's cool.
I guess I would argue that you could have everybody playing a role, but if you're not winning, it's not fun.
But I think that's what makes it even better for these guys is that they can all get in on it. Like if you're just a bench player and you never see the field, you're the 25th man on the roster, you just happen to be there and you get into a game once out of every 5 games. I'm not sure if you're having a ton of fun. I mean, I guess it beats riding the buses in the minors, but you want to play.
Yeah, well,
you want to contribute.
Let's just say the winning is what makes all of this look fun.
Well, are they winning?
Yeah.
Last ditch. Let me just check.
They're on
this.
a pace to be the
they're-
winningest Tiger team ever. I don't suspect they will be when it's all said and done. But
Probably
they're on a pace
not.
to win 107 games.
They are 29-15.
Yep.
They are 17-5 at home, which matches what the 84 team did. They were at one point they were 17-5 at home. They ended up being 19-5 at home.
It's a pretty good start. All right. Hey, Baseball Insider. Matchmaking deadline deals, and the Tigers get a player. See, who would be the perfect fit for each team? He gives you a name. We will get to that today at 102. Who could come to Detroit at the trade deadline? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Lions assistant coaches are once again speaking to the media today. Linebackers coach Sean Dion Hamilton would not comment whether Alex Anzalone is attending OTAs. Special teams coordinator Dave Phipp thinks that the new kickoff rules will increase returns quite a bit at this point. The Tigers have the day off as they get ready for a 3-game series with the Blue Jays tomorrow. Flaherty, Olsen, and Jobe are slated to get the starts in that order. The Jays are wrapping up their series with the Rays this afternoon. They've won 5 of their last 6. That first pitch just after 3. The NBA playoffs continue tonight. Oklahoma City has a 3-2 lead, tip at 8:30. The NHL also in action. It's the Hurricanes and Capitals. Carolina can close out that series with a win. 7 p.m. puck drop there. And at 9:30, it's the Stars and Jets. Another chance for Dallas to close it out. They're up 3-1 as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
I think during the break we came up with a fantastic team name.
All right, let's so we're going to lift the curtain here a little bit and tell people what was going on.
Sure.
We didn't have an update guy scheduled, and Otto came sprinting in saying, guys, I heard you didn't have an update guy. I threw something together quickly. It might be a little bit light. And he's like, what's the NBA game tonight? And I'm like, and he's like, it's Denver, Oklahoma City. I'm like, and I'm looking it up, and I'm like, yeah, Thunder Nuggets, 3-2.
The Thunder Nuggets. How amazing would that be? I mean, if I got back into fantasy football, I think I would change my team name to the Thunder Nuggets.
From? What's your normal fantasy team name?
The Regal Beagles. Furious Plankton. I've had Furious Plankton or Plankton Fury.
I thought it was Fiesta de Pantalones.
I've done that, I think, in the past.
All
yeah.
right.
Furious Plankton or Plankton Fury. That was the one that I always went back and forth with.
Well, Thunder Nuggets is a great
Thunder
name.
Nuggets is amazing.
Oh.
But the thought that there's an angry plankton out there.
It's not as funny as an angry or any kind of
Thunder Nuggets.
Thunder
Nuggets, that's going to be painful.
Yeah.
No matter what. What happened, man? I got a case of the Thunder Nuggets, dude. It is not good. It's a crime scene in my bathroom. The Thunder Nuggets. What a great name. Thank you for that.
Now I want this to go 7 series, or the series to go 7 games so we can talk more about the Thunder Nuggets. Do you know what the spread is on the Thunder Nuggets game tonight?
Thunder. Here come the Nuggets.
Do you know what the Thunder Nuggets spread is tonight?
I would say Oklahoma City is favored by 4.5.
That is exactly correct. Do you know what time the Thunder Nuggets game starts tonight?
8:30.
Correct. Do you know what the lowest ticket, the buy-in price for Thunder Nuggets is tonight?
$129.
$61.
Way off on that one.
I can't think of what else to say about Thunder Nuggets. What do you expect the TV ratings to be for Thunder Nuggets tonight?
Decent.
You going to watch Thunder Nuggets tonight?
Might have to.
Thunder Nuggets.
No Tigers. I mean, there's no Tiger game, so I'm sad.
So you'll end up watching?
The Thunder Nuggets. Might have to. Tune in to this. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Nuggets.
Thunder Nuggets been a good series.
Dude, now I want the Magic Nuggets. Right? Who's with me?
Wow. Well, the Knicks Nuggets doesn't sound the same.
No. We want Magic Nuggets.
Magic Nuggets. We want Magic Nuggets. We want Magic Nuggets. We want Magic Nuggets. I'm telling you, throw the word nuggets in and anything's going to be funny.
You know what sounds uncomfortable? Heat Nuggets.
You ever had the Heat Nuggets before?
Dude, we're about to. Summer's coming.
I had to see a doctor about that. It's worse than crabs.
You know, they're thinking about bringing back supersonic nuggets.
I got mine upgraded. I now have rocket nuggets.
What if you can't cross pollinate and go like the wild nuggets? That's different.
Clipper nuggets.
Well, those that don't want it anymore. Yeah.
It's a vasectomy.
Yeah.
I have King Nuggets.
Oh, look at you. My Nuggets are Maverick.
Oh, I think we probably tapped out.
We did. What's Sun Nuggets? You ever get those? Went to a nude beach one time. It's in Guadalupe. Back in 1989.
When in Rome.
Yeah. Hey, okay, here we go. So Thunder Nuggets are tonight.
Thunder Nuggets tonight. Yep.
Fair enough.
Okay. MLB Insider, John Heyman, speculating on perfect trade deadline acquisitions, matching teams with players. Here's who he said would make sense for the Detroit Tigers. Okay, Nolan Arenado right now, offensively, he's hitting .253, .335 on base. He's got 4 home runs in 40 games, 17 RBIs. Numbers are starting to slip here a little bit in his mid-30s offensively. Defensively, and if you look at the defensive metrics of range and runs saved, he's the best in baseball at third base as it stands right now through the 2025 season. You'd be paying for half the $20 million contract or less than half of the $21 million that he is owed. And what's interesting, he has one of those very attractive declining value contracts, $16 million.
Right. If you're getting St. Louis to pick up half that tab, okay, that's interesting.
Yep. I feel like if you get Nolan Arenado quite where he is in his career, I'm not sure it would cost you any of your top end prospects.
It shouldn't, but do you need him at this point? Is it down the road? Let's see if his numbers pick up. Then does it make sense? Maybe. And I want to see how Matt Vierling reacclimates himself to this team, because I'm guessing he's going to get a lot of reps at third base when he comes back, and we'll see how big of a hole it is for the Tigers at third base, if in fact it is. Right now, they don't have to do anything, but. No. The trade deadline comes around, you got more of a sample size in the season, and you'll see who's in, who's not, and where you're deficient, and it could very well end up that this guy is on their radar. I suspect he's on the radar anyway. I mean, there's been a need at third base for a while, and Arenado's name has been thrown around there for over a year. That he wasn't going to last with the Cardinals. The Cardinals were looking to move him. They haven't moved him yet. Been a lot of talk, didn't happen. Was Houston going to get him? Well, they didn't. They went another route and got a different third baseman. And the Cubs and all this, and people that missed out on Bregman, are they going to want Arenado? And quite possibly.
We all want to look into the future and say they're going to do this, they're going to do that. And it's really weird because I'm typically that guy. But as I watch this season play out, I'm perfectly fine in letting it play out. There's no. I hope they are not closing in on a deal. I would think that it would make sense to see where they are in a month, see where they are in 2 months as they approach the trade deadline. Look, is it unthinkable that Parker Meadows and Matt Vierling come back and Javi Baez gets bumped to third base?
No, it's not unthinkable at all.
And continues to do what he's doing? Be valuable in just about every way?
I mean, it's weird, looking at Javi Baez this year compared to years past, where years past were well, at least he can play a competent shortstop, right?
Yep.
And better than competent. Now it's I want his bat more than I want his glove. And third base, is he great at third base? No. Is he good enough at third base? He probably is. He's pretty great in center field. But when Parker Meadows is ready to come back, Parker Meadows is going to come back. We'll see how fast they can get him up to speed and getting ready to come back. I mean, they still haven't assigned him to a rehab stint yet either. But he's getting closer and closer, and they're going to get more of an idea later this week on him. But he's probably several weeks away from making his return to the Tigers. I'm curious to see how long he's going to spend at AAA or between the minors, wherever he gets a stint at Single A and then moves up to AAA.
All right, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Hey, the NFL schedules came out yesterday, and we haven't sort of gone through game by game with the Lions.
Oh, we're going to do the game by game thing?
Well, not necessarily. Did you see the point spread for the opener? Interesting. No. We will get to that today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch from Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Look, they specialize in auto and truck accidents. And because of that, well, they have more million-dollar auto accident results than any other lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They also return your phone calls, white glove customer service. They take on fewer cases than other law firms, and they do it on purpose. That means they have more time for your case, and that leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Michigan Auto Law, if you need an attorney for an auto or truck accident, well, I'd call them, and I'd recommend them to friends and family. It's the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Magic Nugget Kang behind the glass.
If Kenny was there, it'd be the Magic Nuggets. But
all right, so the Lions schedule comes out yesterday. And I think one of the funniest things is people go, whoa, that's a tough schedule. We've known the teams forever. And of course, when you play a tough schedule, there are going to be tough stretches in the schedule. That's pretty clear. And we'll run down the schedule here in a minute. But first, point spread for the opener at Green Bay. You have not seen it?
No.
Kang, have you seen the point spread for the opener at Green Bay?
I have not.
Okay. Got one here from one of the major sites. Speculate. Lions at Packers to open the season. What's the point spread?
Going to bring it down because they're at the Packers, but I would say early in the season, going to play it safe. Lions -3.5.
Lions -3.5. Kang, what do you think?
Lions -2.5.
You both got the favorite wrong.
Wow.
Oh, my.
Wow.
On DraftKings, the Packers are favored by 0.5 point.
They really take into a serious consideration about being home.
I guess. Yep.
Get that little draft day bump, huh? Because they hosted the draft.
That must be it. Must be it.
It's interesting.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
A sign of disrespect?
Without a doubt.
What's crazy is you get to the point where you do the ridiculous. Georgia wins the national championship and said, people said we were going to win 6 games. What? Nobody said that.
Not a single person said
Not a
that.
single person out there said they're going to win 6 games. But, I mean, if technically they are literally an underdog, you get to play that card, right?
You do. Yeah.
For the defending champ.
I mean, you think the Lions are... This is one of those things you get in early, right? If you think the Lions going to win the game, you just take them straight up. You get better odds.
Yeah. Yep. I thought that was rather surprising. All right, so the schedule. Kind of break this down into quarters. They open up at Green Bay, home against Chicago, at Baltimore on a Monday night, home against Cleveland. 3-1 would be a pretty damn good start with that schedule. The 2 road games, I mean, they're the underdog at Green Bay. Baltimore's expected to be one of the best teams in football, one of the most competitive teams in football. So 3-1, I don't know if I would say that's a low bar, but I'd take 3-1.
Yeah. I mean, I think the first. I actually looked at it the first 5 games because week 6 they are at Kansas City. So I thought this was going to be interesting because the spotlight on both teams with Sunday Night Football, and assuming that both teams still deserve the spotlight after 5 games. You've got the Battle of Ohio for Detroit because they'll play Cleveland and then they travel to Cincinnati for week 5. So you're looking at it 4 weeks. I'm looking at it 5 to see what they're at. But I still think that, yeah, if you're for your purposes, going 3-1 through the first 4, I would take it. Absolutely.
Kang, would you take 3-1 after the first 4 games?
Yes.
Okay.
It's hard to win games in the NFL, man.
So
it's my expectation to go 3-1 after 4 games.
Here's where it you mentioned the game 5 at Cincinnati and at Kansas City back to back.
Mm-hmm.
Then they host Tampa on a Monday night. Then they host Minnesota. Again, if you go 3-1 in that stretch, I'm really good with that.
Well, and you got a bye week in there too.
Yep.
Bye week 8. First available bye week is week 5, so they benefit a little bit.
A little bit. You like a later bye week?
Like a later bye week, but we'll take it, I guess, roughly halfway through the season, so take it.
Start the third stretch. Back-to-back road games again. At Washington, at Philadelphia, then the Giants and Green Bay. Okay, 3-1 in that stretch would be pretty good.
If with Washington, Philadelphia, the Giants, and Green Bay, 3-1, you will take all day long.
Yep.
Because you got the 2 road games at Washington, at Philadelphia. Those are going to be toughies, and then Thanksgiving Day against Green Bay is no picnic.
So Kang, that 4-game stretch at Washington, at Philly, the Giants and Green Bay, would you take 3-1 in that stretch?
Yes.
Okay, so now we got them at 9-3.
Well, that's what you'd take.
Yeah, it's what you take. Yeah, then you got Dallas at the Rams, Pittsburgh at Minnesota. Do you look at that and say 4-0 would be great?
Well, obviously you can't do better than that.
I think you can go 5-0 in those 4 games.
Well, throw the last game against the Bears and you get 5.
That's a stretch where you could be favored in all 4 of those games.
You could.
Yep.
So if you look at that and then look at the last game with the Bears.
Yep.
And add those 5 to the 9, you have 14. 14-3.
I think it's safe to say that they'll probably lose a couple of games we don't expect. There's not a lot of games. We can't say very much anymore. They're going to win. They're going to surprise us and win this game or that game. Nothing's surprising anymore.
So the way that I did this, because doing they're going to win this, they're going to lose this, it's not that. I did a range, and the top end of my range was 14.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom end of my range was 10.
Hold on. This whole range thing, you have to lock in a number today that you are abiding by.
Thank you, Doug. I'm about to do that. I'm about to do that. So if my range is 10 to 14, I'm going to go in the middle. I'd say 12.
Well, how are you going to
feel?
feel?
Right now on this day,
how are you going to feel when they add Trey Hendrickson? I'm kidding.
What are you doing?
I shouldn't have done that.
123, you're going to drop that bomb.
Create unrealistic expectations.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, 12 wins would be great.
Be
the
huge.
over-under, for people look at the over-under at 10.5 in Vegas, how many people do you think are going to, in Detroit, would say over 10.5? What percentage of people would say over 10.5?
When we do this in September,
yep,
95% of the people will say
over 10.5, in spite of the challenge of the schedule. Here's something.
The only thing that changes that is if there's some sort of injury in the preseason that we don't anticipate.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because, well, you're right. I agree with you. I think 95% of the people will take over 10.5. The highest win total in Vegas right now is 11.5. Nobody has a win total above 11.5. Buffalo, Philly, Kansas City, and Baltimore. This was Vegas Insider this morning. If you found a website that has somebody else, fair enough. But those are the 4 teams at 11.5. Detroit's at 10.5. 10.5 is not disrespectful. 10.5, and all of these teams that are at 11.5, there are many of the usual suspects, which mean every time we say, hey, that's a tough game, that's a tough game when Kansas City plays Detroit. That's a tough game when Baltimore plays Detroit. It's tough for them, too.
There's a lot of toughies out there.
Yep.
Do you know how many teams would have been over 10.5 last year? How many teams finished with 11
or
wins?
more wins?
Yeah.
5?
9.
Was it 9?
9.
Wow. That's a lot of good football teams.
It is.
Which means there's also a lot of bad football teams. And we don't see nearly as many of them. But all these teams have first-place schedules, right? Buffalo, Baltimore, first-place schedules. Philly's got a first-place schedule. Detroit is as equipped as anybody to take on a first-place schedule. So, hey, the teams that were really good last year have some heavy lifting to do in 2025. So it shouldn't be a shock. 10.5 is actually pretty respectable for the division. 10.5 for the Lions, 9.5 for Green Bay, 8.5 for both Chicago and Minnesota. I didn't do every division, but I suspect that would imply that the NFC North is going to be amongst the toughest divisions in football. Of course, all of this, I think we first did something like this 10, 11 years ago, and Kang said, wait. We do this every year. The schedules are never what they appear on paper. We see them on paper and you go, oh my God, tough schedule. Oh my God, easy schedule. They almost are never what they appear.
This one feels tough.
No, it definitely feels tough.
It feels tough.
It definitely feels tough.
I mean,
but I will stick with, it might be tougher, it might be not as tough. But I mean, Sam Darnold, who thought he was going to win 14 games with the Vikings last year?
Yep.
Nobody, right? Or there might be a team that has a really good quarterback that's not going to win any games. So, I mean, the ultimate X factor in this, of course, is injury. And we just have no idea who's going to get hurt. We do know, though, the Lions were able to win 15 games last year without a majority of them without Aiden Hutchinson. So they've persevered through injuries before. You don't want to have to do it again, but you know, if anyone's built to do it, they just did it last year.
Still pretty incredible. It is Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, one thing we do every year that's kind of fun is pick the road game that you'd most want to go to. The road game you most want to go to. So here are your choices. Opener, Sunday, September 7th, 4:25 at Green Bay. Week 3, Monday, September 22nd at Baltimore. Week 5, 4:25 start at Cincinnati. Week 6, 8:20 start at Kansas City. Week 9, at Washington, 4:25. Week 10, at Philadelphia, Sunday Night Football. Week 14, at LA. That is a 4:25 start. Week 17, at Minnesota on Christmas Day. At Chicago, flex game to end up the season. That's right. You heard that right. 7 of the Lions' 9 road opponents were in the playoffs last year. Which one of those road trips would you like to make?
To me, I'm trying to narrow this down. I start narrowing down to about 4 of them. At Green Bay to start the season. I don't think there's a better time to go to Green Bay than to start the season. So that would be awesome. You're expecting the weather to be fantastic, and it's Green Bay, and you get to go to Lambeau Field. A couple weeks after that, at Baltimore. I've been to Baltimore a couple times. Baltimore is awesome. I love Baltimore.
You've been to the city? Have you been to a game?
Not for football. I've been to Camden Yards for baseball, but the city's great. The Inner Harbor there is awesome. So I'd consider that. That'd probably take precedence over Green Bay. Kansas City, another one, just to be at Arrowhead and to see the Chiefs. Maybe cross your fingers, get a glimpse of Taylor Swift. Beyond that, I have no desire to go to Washington or Philadelphia.
Washington Stadium is apparently a massive dump.
But they're rebuilding a new one, I guess.
Yeah, but it's not going to be ready on November 9th.
No, it won't be. Then you got Minnesota, Chicago. I have no desire. But the one I'd go to is Los Angeles.
You go to L.A.?
I'd go to L.A. As far as the crowd is concerned, it's going to be a Lion-friendly crowd because they don't care about football in Los Angeles. The people that go to the games that are from Los Angeles only care to be seen. They don't care about the game itself. So you're there with all your friends because they're all Lions fans. Add to that, it's Los Angeles in December. Sounds like a win with the weather. And my best friend lives out there. So all that, and it's a Stafford game. So I'd like to go to that game.
You just offered up a reason I wouldn't want to go. It's a Stafford game. I would choose the game at Cincinnati.
Wow.
On October 5th. It is the most practical of all the games for me to go to.
Oh, here comes practicality.
Well, Michigan's at home against Wisconsin on that Saturday. I can get down to Cincinnati, plenty of time for the game.
Yeah, I mean, you can drive home. You can drive Sunday morning.
Get home in time for our show Monday. Don't have to take a day off work. I don't want to take a day off work in the fall, so fall's the best time to be doing this. So I got the road trip to Cincinnati on Sunday, October 5th. That seems to be the one that makes the most sense for me. Never been there. Stadium looks great. Good team. Should be a good game. Could be a high-scoring shootout.
Would you drive down Saturday night?
Depends on what time the Michigan game is. Noon start? Hell yeah.
So spend the night in Cincinnati?
Yep.
But it's Ohio. Awful people.
Yeah.
And you heard what Jansen had to say about it.
Yeah, my last 2 trips to Ohio for football games have been very enjoyable. Let's make it 3 in a row.
But you weren't sitting in the stands.
No, I was not. Kang, you, road trip. Which road trip would you like to make most?
So my 4-year-old just texted me. She told me, go ahead on Christmas to go to Minnesota. Says she won't need my services on Christmas Day. So
she just really doesn't.
And she
does not like it.
She is nonstop.
Yep.
But if I don't listen to her and I get to choose on my own, the 2 that stand out for me are Baltimore week 3 or Kansas City week 6. Those are 2 places I wouldn't mind going. Probably lean Kansas City. Big barbecue fan. I heard the Chiefs fans are actually very, they're not like Philly fans. Let's put it that way. They're more welcoming, and I think if I had to choose between 2, probably Chiefs. I've heard a lot of great things about, and the Lions had a takeover there, right?
Yeah.
They've had a takeover in Arrowhead. So 8:20 night game. Looks like October 12th. Shouldn't be too hot. Shouldn't be too cold. That's probably the game I'd want to go to.
It's interesting because you mentioned the takeover thing. I'm trying to figure out which game will be the biggest takeover. Because I'm not sure. You mentioned L.A. It might be L.A. L.A., I think it's going to be tough as hell to get tickets to the Green Bay opener. Baltimore on a Monday night, tough as hell. Cincinnati has high expectations. That could be it if they get off to a slow start. Browns, Jags, Vikings, Broncos. Boy, that looks a lot easier than what the Lions have. They won't get off to a slow start. Kansas City, we showed up at Kansas City a few years ago, but now that's a Sunday night game. And I think when Detroit's coming to town, I don't know how. That's no longer. They're not sleeping on anybody. Like, that's a marquee game now. I think it's LA. They're not taking over Washington, Philly. I don't suspect.
No, they might take over the last game at Chicago, depending on what's at stake.
That there's a lot that has to happen between now and then, but you might be right.
You guys know it's going to be LA. They have no real fans, man.
No,
and there's a ton of Michigan
teams and no fans.
Yeah, ton of Michigan transplants in California. That's going to be the game.
Yeah, not only California, but the areas that are close enough to drive, whether or a short flight, whether it's Arizona or people live in Vegas or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of Detroit transplants. You're right. And they have planes that get you there. Direct flights even.
Yeah. All depends on what happens with the Thunder Nuggets tonight. If I win enough money in the Thunder Nuggets game.
So what's not happening tonight is the Tigers aren't playing. Damn.
Right.
It's fun to have a game to look forward to every night to watch or
is.
listen to, right?
No game tonight.
Speaking of road trips, where's Toronto on your Major League road trip agenda? I've been to 3 games in Toronto.
I've only been to Toronto once in my life, and I was a kid. I was like 9 or 10 years old. It was for my birthday. We went out there, and I remember being even as a youngster. Then I'm like, this is an interesting city.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see it now as an adult. I would have interest in going to Toronto because it's another 5-hour drive,
something like that. You've never been to a game there?
No.
Okay. The stadium is interesting in that it's a period piece. Like, it's architecture from a time gone by. The weirdest stadium I was ever in was Olympic Stadium in Montreal, which felt like we're going to make the most futuristic thing ever. So they didn't build one for the time. They built one for what they thought all stadiums would look like in 30 years, and they were just way wrong. The Rogers Center, the former Sky Dome, is kind of the same way. It's just it feels like a step back in time a little bit.
I feel like Canada is a step back in time. You go to Windsor. Windsor is a step back in time.
I think it's interesting because I used to think that, and then the last time I was in Canada, which was last summer, I'm like, this looks way
depends
more
where you go.
Modern than us.
Like Toronto's got some parts that are ultra modern, right?
Yep.
At least from what I can gather on HGTV. It's one or the other. It's either they're stuck in 1968 or it's, look at the future here with ultra modern stuff. So I can see that.
Yeah.
I'd like to get to Toronto at one point.
Yeah, it's a fun road trip. Great city. I love the city.
I love Canadians.
Yep. They're super friendly.
They are.
They're like Australians without the weird accent. So anyway.
You don't think Canadians have a weird accent?
It's not as weird, but yes, it's a good point. They do have weird accents. They have different accents. My mom's whole family has those accents. Yeah, it's a good trip. It's a really good trip. I took Via Rail up there once. Took the train. It was a work trip. We got sent in the train.
Train?
Yep.
How long does the train take to get there?
It was like 4 or 5 hours.
Okay.
Something like that.
Same thing.
Not quite the Dash 8 you can catch on Air Canada from Windsor to Toronto's airport, which felt like it took 45 minutes. But
because it probably did.
Yep. All right. So we got to do the win-loss, win-win-win-win thing. I went through it, and I was surprised at the result. See what you got, what Kang's got. It's Carson Anderson. That is next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, if you're going to buy a car, I know it can be just a daunting experience. It's no fun. You don't want to haggle and all this stuff. It's just a big pain, right? Well, that's not the case when you go to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Actually, these folks make it easy, and they make it fun. And right now, they've got 2 incredible lease specials that are hard to beat. How about this? Drive home a 2025 Equinox EV for just $249 a month for 24 months, and it's only $1,499 down. Or if you need a truck that works as hard as you do, the 2025 Silverado 2FL is also just $249 a month for 24 months, and it's got that same low payment, and that includes the taxes and fees. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has over 500 vehicles in stock, so you're not stuck with just a few options. And they're also open on Saturdays for sales and service with no appointment needed. And heads up, the Memorial Day sale lasts all month long. So now is the perfect time to make your move. You're going to see what I mean when you stop by Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. They treat you right. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, together, let's drive.
All right, we've waited to the very end. I feel like this is a Saturday Night Live skit. We have to go through and do this.
Do we? We have to.
Look, the producer said we have to do it. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
I've got it listed out in front of me. You have the schedule in front of you?
I do.
Okay. I got WWLLW, that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
You read the name real quick and I'll tell you the result. We'll just work our way through the whole schedule. You ready?
Yep.
Go.
At Green Bay.
Win.
Home against Chicago.
Win.
At Baltimore.
Win.
Wow. Home against Cleveland.
Win.
At Cincinnati.
Win.
Wow. At Kansas City.
Loss.
Oh. Home against Tampa.
Win.
Bye week.
Win.
Home against Minnesota.
Win.
At Washington.
Loss.
At Philly.
Loss.
Oh. Home against New York.
Win.
Home against Green Bay.
Win.
Home against Big D.
Win.
At Los Angeles.
Win.
Home against Pitt Bay.
Win.
At Minnesota.
Win.
At Chicago.
Loss.
Do you have them at 14-3?
13-4.
Okay.
13-4. You ready?
Oh,
It's embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
All right. Yep.
At Green Bay.
Win.
Chicago.
Win.
At Baltimore.
Loss.
Cleveland.
Win.
At Cincinnati.
Win.
At Kansas City.
Win.
Tampa.
Win.
Minnesota.
Win.
At Washington.
Loss.
At Philly.
Loss.
New York.
Win.
Green Bay.
Yep. Win.
Dallas.
W.
At LA.
Win.
Pittsburgh.
Win.
At Minnesota.
Loss.
At Chicago.
Win.
What do you got him at?
I think that's 13-4.
You think?
I was using fingers.
13-4. Kang, you ready? You gonna do this?
All right, man, I'm ready.
At Green Bay.
Loss.
Chicago.
Win.
At Baltimore.
Loss.
Cleveland.
Win.
At Cincinnati.
Win.
At Kansas City.
Win.
Tampa.
Loss.
Minnesota.
Loss.
At Washington.
Win.
At Philly.
Loss.
At the Giants at home.
Win.
Green Bay at home.
Loss.
Dallas.
Win.
At the Rams.
Win.
Pittsburgh.
Win.
At Minnesota.
Win.
At Chicago.
Win.
So you have them at 11-6?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I had 11. I counted with my fingers for
Really?
losses.
Are you
So,
sure?
Yeah, 11-6. Yeah.
I felt I did better than that.
No, you had a lot of losses.
I want to get
You
him at
haven't
12-5. Can I take one of the losses back?
Well, which one do you want to take back? The Green Bay loss to start the season?
It doesn't really matter, to be honest with you.
None of this does.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
This is going to change when we get to preseason.
Yeah. And where do they end up? That's really that matters to me.
Well, you have them going to the playoffs? How about this? You have them winning the division.
See, that's why I wanted 12 wins. I think 12 wins gets the division. So I didn't know I had him 11-6 once we did the rapid fire.
I thought Doug was going to go 17-0 for
It was getting close, right? I think you started 5-0, Doug?
Yeah, and I'm losing the 6th game in Kansas City.
You said, come on, what?
Yep.
We all know, though, they're going to win a game they shouldn't, or two, and lose a game or two they shouldn't.
Yeah,
right?
but I don't know that I characterize any game any longer as a game they shouldn't win. And what I mean, like, they're not going to be a big underdog against anybody, barring some sort of disaster.
They're already an underdog against Green Bay.
They
start
are
the season.
So does that count as a game they shouldn't win?
They're underdogs.
It's a half a point. I don't know that any underdog, technically, that is a half a point underdog that wins, I would deem that a game they shouldn't win.
I was tempted to say that the last game of the year that they would lose against Chicago.
That's what I did.
And my thought process was going to be it just doesn't matter to them.
They're not playing anybody.
They're not playing anybody.
Yep.
But you see, because it's Ben Johnson, I still think they're going to put a pretty good foot forward in that game even if it doesn't matter.
If they are, as I had them, 13-3 and everything's locked up and they're playing Chicago in the season finale, I don't care who the coach is. I hope they don't play people. You know?
You know, there's forgivable losses. You know what I'm saying? Like, not necessarily losses like you're like, oh, they should lose that game. But if they lost at Baltimore or at Kansas City or at Philly, I think we're all like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Right? Like that.
At Washington.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, I guess, with winnable games and losable wins.
What's not a forgivable loss? Like, who on the schedule you look at and say, if they lose that game?
I think the Giants stand out at home, week 12. You can't lose that game.
All right, so there's something that is just breaking this afternoon that could undermine one of the Lions' division rivals. This story out of Chicago about Caleb Williams and his dad.
What's the story out of Chicago with Caleb Williams and his dad?
It's a book that I believe is being written by Seth Wickersham. Yeah, it is Seth Wickersham of ESPN. Carl Williams went to great lengths to try and circumvent the NFL draft, Wickersham writes. Wanting to give his son an opportunity to choose his future employer, the Bears had not drafted a star quarterback since the 80s, and the recent draft selections of Trubisky and Fields didn't pan out. Carl Williams was worried with the franchise's history, stadium uncertainty, and offensive performances under then head coach Matt Eberflus. Caleb Williams wouldn't have the organizational support to succeed. Quote, I don't want my son playing for the Bears, Williams told several agents. Looking for ways around the league's collective bargaining agreement, Carl Williams spoke with Archie Manning, who helped Eli Manning assert a measure of control over his eventual team. He also met with labor lawyers and agents and even considered whether or not his son should sign with the UFL and become an unrestricted free agent in 2025 to be able to pick his team.
Oh, my.
In addition to the draft process, Carl Williams vented about the rookie wage scale, et cetera, et cetera. There's a quote here from Caleb Williams. Do I want to go there? I don't think I can do it with Waldron, who is the former Bears offense coordinator, Shane Waldron. Now, maybe it's no big deal because all those guys are gone. But I mean, I know how this can sit with a fan base if a player didn't want to come here.
Yeah, but the fact this is leaking out a year later,
Yeah.
and everybody
Could be,
seems to be
could be
all
a nothing burger.
all happy and smiley faced with Ben Johnson and all the accolades he's getting at this point, all the press coverage he's getting.
These are quotes from the book. At the NFL Combine that year, he met with Minnesota Vikings coach Kevin O'Connell. The two hit it off, and Caleb began to dream up of what it would be like to play for Minnesota. I need to go to the Vikings, he told his father. Let's do it, his father replied.
Yeah, well, he's in Chicago, and now he's got Ben Johnson to work with.
Yeah. I mean, the truth is,
They've surrounded him with a ton of talent.
if this is an anti-Eberflus thing, it's probably going to be no big deal because he wasn't popular there, and they were happy to move on from him.
Right. Yeah, I think this is easy damage control to be done. You could just own up to it. Yeah, I had reservations about coming to Chicago because everything was in chaos. With the head coach, the coordinator, I knew that wasn't really it wasn't a great fit for me. But when we found out that Ben Johnson was coming on board, boy, did things turn around for me.
Yep.
And the team has done a great job of bringing in talent, and I mean it's an easy fix.
Probably. I will say this. You don't want to play poorly because then people will turn on you. If you ever said anything along those lines,
yeah,
you don't want to play poorly. One other note, I just saw this from Dov Kleiman. The Cowboys will be the first team in NFL history to play 6 straight games against teams that won 11 or more games the previous season.
Oh, boy.
That's tough. They'll play a stretch where they'll play the Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, Vikings, Chargers, and Commanders in consecutive weeks. Wow. Here is Rico Beard, who joins us in studio. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rico?
Gentlemen.
Doing good?
I'm good. By the way, you were 12-5.
Oh, okay.
I was listening.
Thank you, Rico.
I had a 6th finger come up.
Dude, it's math. You're forgiven. It's
math isn't fingers.
I'm out there.
Yeah, it kind of is.
12-5.
How are you today?
Good. I was going to ask you a question in crosstalk, but then as I was driving around, you already answered it. I forgot which of the teams did the whole severance thing.
Baltimore.
And I got bored.
Now, did you watch Severance, right?
I watched some of it, and I was like, I got bored 2 minutes in. Like, okay, are you going to give us the damn schedule or not?
It's too long. Like, I have a ton of respect for the lengths that they went to. My God, the Ravens went to extreme lengths, but it's a 6-minute video, and if you haven't seen Severance, it's not going to make you want to watch Severance, and it's not going to make you want to watch the rest of the video.
It's just like, wait, did I click on the wrong link? Funny ones. Probably the most arrogant one was the Eagles.
Oh, I didn't see the Eagles.
Yeah, I haven't looked at
Eagles.
I've only looked at
short.
a few.
It's one of the short. It's like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
It's just pretty much. I think the 2001 Space Odyssey music with the Lombardi Trophy, and it's almost like a movie. And it's just like the Philadelphia Eagles, the champions, featuring blah 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 blah. And then the schedule is the credits at the end in tiny little things.
So I would take that to mean that the Eagles are going to be overrated this year, just like 2001 was overrated.
Okay. I'm trying to think. The funniest one.
I'm sorry, Philadelphia.
It was the Giants. The Giants did it like one of those dating shows, and like every team was like that person who gets in the camera like, hey, I'm from this team, and I do this, and I do that, and they kind of made a parody of whatever. Like Dallas was some chick who dressed up like a cowboy cheerleader looking like Dolly Parton, saying, this is our year this year.
That's pretty good. I still
I
think
thought it was going to be
the
everybody
Titans-
turning down the Giants in a dating game.
No, but it
That
was
would be more accurate.
it was funny because they took away that they're bad because they just kind of poked fun at everybody else. I mean, it was it wasn't like Tyreek Hill getting pulled over.
That's fine.
So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to be talking about the schedule. We kind of touched upon it yesterday when we kind of figured it out, but basically, are you on the whole 13-14 win thing, or are you like we figured it out? We're like more of a 10-win kind of season. So where you at?
Yeah, I could see this. You're mixing some losses that aren't expected. It's
Look, the over-under is 10.5. If you could sign a piece of paper right now saying they would win 11 games.
I'll probably take it. I mean,
Would
the
you
highest
sign
over under in the league is 11.5.
Right.
So
Yeah, we're just going to ask the people, would you sign that piece of paper right here, right now?
I would.
have a great show. Thanks for listening, everyone. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions assistant coaches are back at the podium today as OTAs continue. New defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard had the following to say about Marcus Davenport. Quote, his body looks different right now. I firmly believe in speaking with him, his mindset is different, end quote. He noted that his only obstacle remains his health and availability at this point. Davenport, who has kind of a checkered injury past, played just 2 games last year before suffering a season ender once again. Safeties coach Jim O'Neill said that newly acquired defensive back Avonte Maddox will be in a backup safety role this year. The NFL sent an internal memo to each team about a resolution to players competing in flag football as a part of the 2028 Olympics set to be played in Los Angeles. It'll be up for a vote by the owners now. Quote, participation by NFL players in flag football during the 28 Olympics will support such growth and advance several league interests, including increasing fan and public interest in flag football, expanding the global reach of the NFL, and providing greater opportunities for fan engagement and for our league partners, end quote. First round of the PGA Championship underway in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. Most of the big names just teeing off. We'll have updates later. Here's a quirky MLB stat from yesterday as well. Nearly 502,000 fans attended the 17 games played around the league. That totaled the most ever on a Wednesday, encompassing both April and May. Tigers had the day off here today. They'll be in action tomorrow in Toronto. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I mean, if you're alluding to Jaylen Brown and Josh Hart last night, I don't know what to tell you. We'll get to that later. Never seen something like that outside of a football pile. All right, what do you want to do? Because apparently you and I are we're in space.
Haters is what some people would call us.
Yeah.
We're not on the train.
Yeah.
The queue line.
No, you mean the lazy, dishonest, boring train? No, I'm not. The train where John and Jim just sit around the campfire playing with their all-natural casing hot dogs. Yeah, no, you know what? I'm not interested. They did exactly what I told you they'd do. Go on the air, whoop it up, 14 wins.
And then they got defensive about it.
Because they know they're lying to their audience, and that's hard to look in the mirror.
Well, you know, I predicted it last year.
Congratulations. It's the only thing you got right last year. The bottom line is this. The Lions have the hardest schedule you could design. 2 new coordinators, the hardest road schedule in the history of the NFL, factual. The fact that what, David, 9 times in league history, teams have gone above 14 wins?
That is correct.
Oh, and you're going to just go back-to-back doing it? Okay. Look.
Yeah, in your first 7 games, you're going to play 3 of the 4 best quarterbacks in the AFC. And we've all said the AFC has all the good quarterbacks in it, correct?
2 new coordinators, and you're down an all-pro defensive tackle till at least Halloween. So here's the deal. I mean, it's fine, but I don't know how you go out here rolling 13, 14 wins. I wouldn't. We could be on Philly radio today with a Lombardi trophy, unlike you, and I wouldn't go above 11. The league is designed for you not to have years like that. And if you don't look at the way that schedule played out last year, and despite your injuries, how garbage that schedule ended up, then I don't know what to tell you. But the over-under is 10.5, and that's where I want to have the conversation. A conversation that at least we attempt to be rooted in reality. Not coming on the air and telling you the way we want it to be, but the way we think it is. We all want the team to have a great year. And winning 11 games is nothing to sneeze at. It's the highest over-under in the league of 11. You have 10.5. I think 11-6, you could win the division. 11-6, you're assuredly in the playoffs. That's not being a hater.
No.
But I also don't do this show while gripping my balls. So if you want to have some honesty, we can do it. If you want someone dressed up like Diana Ross and a glitter ball, go listen to Mornings. But I can't sit here and just not be annoyed. There's no city in America you could pick 14 wins. None. Because you don't predict it happens. And once it happens, it doesn't happen again for decades. So if it's okay with you guys on a gorgeous afternoon in Detroit, could we attempt to have just a modicum of reality? If you think the team's going to be amazing, why? The facts we are presenting and why it looks like 10 or 11 wins, those are facts. You lose both coordinators, very difficult to replace, often a major step back on at least one side of the ball, if not both.
Right.
Fact, it's the second hardest schedule in the league. Fact, it's the hardest road schedule in NFL history. These are facts. Aleem McNeil will not be here. At least the first, if you want to be optimistic, 6 weeks. Probably more. Those are facts.
Mm-hmm.
So what are yours? Because it's not hating to say a team might go 11-6. It's not hating to say you might be a better football team but have a worse record. Why? 15-2 wasn't real.
And I look at the fact that facts, you're playing up against mobile QBs. That's been the Lions' Achilles heel since I've known, Mike.
Oh, but go on the air and predict that Jaden Daniels will be hurt for that game like Mornings did. I can't. I just can't live this way. Like, I just can't.
When the least mobile QB you'll play to start the season is Patrick Mahomes, you're in a little bit of trouble. And you don't have McNeil to stop the middle of the thing. You have Aiden coming off of the injury, who I don't think will be 100% and ready to go. Yeah, you're going to have some problems trying to contain these guys. So, and then you have I don't know what the Ben Johnson factor. Like, what is he coming in? Is he going to empty out the playbook in week 2 to just try to embarrass you in Ford Field? I don't know. But Caleb Williams, as bad as the Bears were on Thanksgiving, if they had a coach with half a brain cell, should have pulled off the upset or at least took it to overtime. But, we all know what happened there. He got fired after the game. They're playing way too many mobile QBs. That's always been a problem for me because it was the mobile QBs and it was how many outdoor games in the cold. Well, good news is there's one final week of the season. But, man, we've all said the AFC quarterback has the best class of quarterbacks. The AFC is the best quarterbacks. You're playing 3 of the best. Only one you're not playing is Josh Allen, and we saw what he did at Ford Field last year. I don't think he broke a sweat. So I'm with you. I don't see the 14 wins. I don't see the 13 wins. This is more of a
12 wins.
This is more of a you're going to have to earn your spot. I don't think that the NFC North is just going to be this roll over and scratch my belly division.
Who's bad in the North? Like, who's bad?
Your biggest question is Minnesota. They have all the weapons, but they got a rookie quarterback. So what's JJ going to do? You got a Packers team that went and they actually got better. And the quarterback is healthy. You got the Bears, who has upgraded their offense and upgraded everything and went out and got Caleb some new toys. The coach that brought you all that offensive success, well, he's coaching that team now. And you don't think that he doesn't want to come in here and just the ultimate middle finger to you? Yeah, he does. Not that he's angry, just to show you this was my team. I built this. So I'm with you. I don't see that. I see a team that, man, they could be better, but they're going to struggle because the defense will not be there at the beginning of the season, and the league did not do you any favors.
But go ahead. Let's play the schedule game. Let's do it. I'm just glad we could provide the morning show with content. Clearly they need it in between their endless news segments. Bottom line is, yeah, I don't work for Bally. I want the team to be good, but there's a lot of reasons they won't get close to 14, 15 wins again. Sorry, not sorry. So what do you make of the schedule? Rico, we had it yesterday, went through it. Immediately you went, wow, that's 10 or 11. That's really difficult. And the road games, I've never seen a road slate like that where I think it's 6 of the 7 games. It's all playoff teams. It's all teams that won at least 11 games last year. It's really difficult. So it's the hardest division in football, plus the toughest road games. The coordinator thing bugs me. I just feel like people have whistled by the graveyard with that, but that's fine. 9 times out of 10, you're taking a step back with it. You lost them both. So let's hope the systems are in place. But, yeah, no, I don't think you'll be as good. But, David, go ahead. You tell me, 248-539-9797. I'd love to hear from the people on it. The schedule's out. You guys have probably seen it. Rico could read it to you. Over-under in Vegas is 10.5, and I think Vegas is probably on point. I think 10 or 11 wins. They're on either side of that. You want to be a little optimistic? Yeah, 11-6. I'm okay with it. But the idea of 13, 14, I just, that's rooted in, you're thinking with the wrong head.
That's rooting in, you know what? Well, we did it last year, and a lot of things that you did. You caught a lot of breaks last year.
Doesn't mean anything.
I know.
That's rooted in Madden. When you can just press the reset button, we lost, I can reset that, and we can do that game again. That's what it's rooted in.
Yeah, but
13, 14 wins, you cannot predict that. That's not how the NFL works. That's not what I've seen in the history of the NFL.
How many times have teams had 14 or more than 14?
14 plus in the history of the NFL, only 9.
Right.
We had 2 last year, and before that was 2015.
But you're going to go back to back.
Going back.
Right. And David, think about it. You caught the breaks. The Texan game, you caught the break. The Rams game, you won the coin toss. You got the break. It's like the Thanksgiving Day game, Coach went brain dead. You caught the break. That's 3 games right there. So
hell, you caught a break in the Rams game. Should have been pass interference on Nakua. Then you win the toss in OT, go down the field and score. Look, bottom line, just what are they going to do? Is the 10.5 marker accurate? That Las Vegas has said you're a really good football team. You're second as far as win total at 10.5. The highest is 11 or 11.5. Go ahead. But I would love to know if anyone agrees with mornings. Apparently, we're haters because we have a team going 11-6 or 10-7. Go ahead. Give me the rationale. I've given you mine. And if you don't like the facts I've brought up, that's fine, but you don't get to dislike facts. They're facts. What are yours? We're all on the same side. We want them to be damn good. But this is the cost of being a really good football team. You're going to be handed one of these schedules. Mm-hmm. And I just don't think it's responsible with what this team has going on to just do the Lego movie routine and scream everything's awesome and 14. How? I mean, in 2 years, you want me to predict that an NFL football team will go 28-6? No. Not even in the pre-salary cap era would I do that. No. Now, hey, you want to call up, tell me, guys, listen, 11 might be a little short. Here's 12. Here's why. Cool. I'll listen to you. Okay. But going on the air and just predicting, this quarterback will be hurt. This will happen here. I'm going, what is this?
Right, because what happens if your quarterback gets hurt? It's Hendon Hooker time.
Whatever. 248-539-9797. Schedule release. Rico can run through it briefly. First 6 weeks are kind of what grabbed everybody's attention. That's also a time period you won't have a Lee McNeil. But what do you make of it? And look, are we overselling the division? Division had a really good record last year, but it didn't win playoff games. If you think we're overselling it, you think they'll cruise through the division, give us the reasons. That's all this is.
6-0, 5-1.
Okay. Weather got us ready to get out of here, amongst other reasons. Listen, now is time to go to Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need a truck, they've got them. 25 Silverado LT, $294 a month, $1,495 down. You also have the 25 Blazer EV all-wheel drive, $227 a month, $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride at MoranExpress.com or stop by Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Warming the engines up, schedule day. We had it yesterday. Rico did a hell of a job, and we corroborated. It ended up being the schedule. We got it early. And immediately we all looked at each other and went, oh, boy, that's 10 or 11. Comes out the over-under's 10.5. We felt okay about it. One problem. Everybody else at the station has like 13 or 14. So, you know what? I got nothing for you. They're a good football team, but there are some concerns, including both coordinators being gone, and Aleem McNeil is not going to be here. Mm-hmm. So I think it's 10 or 11. I did see Bleacher Report had 9 and 8. You can say that's garbage and they're a fringe media outlet. Do whatever you like. But Rico, read the schedule for the people who have lives and don't watch schedule release videos all day. Please give them the comprehensive look at this.
All right, we're going to start off. Lions start off at Green Bay.
That game's a pick'em, by the way, in Vegas. The Lions are not 17-point favorites there. I just wanted to throw that out there. It's a pick'em.
Home against Chicago Bears. Ben Johnson comes back. Then Monday night at Baltimore against the Ravens. Back home against the Cleveland Browns. Back on the road at Cincinnati. Thursday night game at Kansas City. And then Monday night, Ford Field against Tampa Bay. They get the bye, followed by Minnesota at home, at Washington Commanders, at the Philadelphia Eagles, Giants at home. And then on a short week, Green Bay on Thanksgiving Day, followed by Dallas on another Thursday night. Then you have at Los Angeles to take on the Rams, Pittsburgh at home, at Minnesota, and then at Chicago to end the season.
What do you make of it? We think the 10.5 Vegas line is pretty good. We got made fun of because, I don't know, we're not on the team payroll. We didn't pick 14-3 or 13-4 like the mornings. You do what you want with it. But understand, you got to have reasons. And they can't be that because that's what your balls feel. They've got to have reasons. We've given you reasons. You don't get to like or dislike facts. They're facts. I mean, look at the history of the league. It's factual. You look at the fact you lost both coordinators. You look at the fact that Aleem's not around. You look at it being the hardest road schedule in the history of the NFL, where I believe 6 of those road games are teams that won 11 or more games. These are all facts. I think the Lions are going to be a very good football team, but that is a very arduous road. And this isn't a fact, but this is an opinion, and I think you could back it up. You cried about injuries all last year, and I was there with you. But you absolved the fact this team had some of the most insane luck in all of football. It was a magic year last year, and it resulted in no playoff wins. David, ticket text coming in, and we'll go to the callers.
I see 11-12 wins, which is admittedly slightly optimistic, but there's reasons. We're bringing back an almost surefire top 5 offense. Defense should be improved with Hutch back, and Terrion should be better with more experience. Coordinators is a huge question mark, though. But I do believe they win 11-12 games. That's Logan in Southfield.
Not mad at you, Logan. You're giving reasons. You said 11 or 12. You didn't go to 13 or 14. And the over-under's 10.5. You decided it's an over. I'm not mad at you.
I would be happy with 11-6, as it will show the Lions are capable of being consistent winners. The bandwagon fans wouldn't be on board at all.
I would sign a piece of paper right now. If I could go 11-6, I would sign the paper right now.
And it's funny because I wonder if it's just the bandwagon / and the hardcore fans are together and those are the ones saying the 14 wins, because the bandwagon fans are like, wait, Lions just win. And no matter what, they just always win.
No, it's deeper than that. And I don't want to sidetrack the show.
Okay.
I'll give you the Cliff Notes.
Okay.
No, what it is a sign of the times where you have very little honesty in media. You have a number of people that are openly compromised. I mean, when you're paid by what you cover, you're compromised. And we live in a world now where most media, 9 out of 10 media, want to be liked. They don't want to do their job. They want to be liked. Well, how do you get people to like you? Well, you say nice things. You tell everybody everything's perfect all the time. And that way, anytime someone says it's not perfect, you get to just outcast them as a hater. Mind you, I picked the team. I thought they'd win the Super Bowl last year.
You did.
The point I'm making is you have
You're in
fans
Vegas.
who go to social media, who curate these universes for themselves, where only the positive is let in, none of the negative, and I use air quotes for that, but its reality is allowed in. And it's a tell me I'm pretty or you're a bad person world. You're seeing it with the Lions because you have a euphoria because they've never been good. They are very good right now. But when you want to have conversations about, okay, now that we're good, here's what it takes to win a Super Bowl, fans don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear they might take a step back. They don't want to hear the schedule is difficult because they live in this world. You'll find plenty of people, some of them on our station, that'll tell you everything's great all the time. You're going to beat everybody by double figures. That's why. I mean, I don't want to sidetrack the show, but you know my misgivings.
I thought maybe because, like right now they're the it team, so a lot of new people joined in and just figured they're always going to win. I'm just going to keep picking them to win, not knowing football, not knowing that a lot of things you saw weren't natural, not knowing that a lot of things you saw probably would never happen again. Like, I still don't know how your quarterback throws 5 picks and wins a game in Houston.
It was a magical year, right, man. It really was. And it sucks the way it ended. But last year, this is the other problem I have. I mean, this is like, I wouldn't last a day as a kindergarten teacher, much less high school. Like, I feel like I'm talking to kids. There is nothing about last year that translates to this year. It's a new 53-man room, new coaches, several of them, new coordinators, new schedule. What was past is past. There's no momentum between seasons. The idea that, hey, they were wonderful last year, ergo they'll be great this, that doesn't exist. There's no momentum between playoff games.
No.
Go ahead, David. I'm sorry I cut you off.
No, you didn't. You're fine. I was just going to make the point to Rico that being a bandwagon fan, to me, does not mean you should be just dumb and just fall in line with positivity, because I told you the other day what my own mother told me on the phone about the Lions. Unsolicited. I didn't tell her a thing. She said, they have new coordinators. No. She told me.
Mike.
She says, the Lions have new coordinators. It's going to be a struggle this year. That's what she told me.
Well, your mom's a negative.
Like, come on. You can be smart and be a bad whatever.
Sure. And again, mind you, I just want to arrive at a conclusion. Saying they win 10 or 11 games is negative. Right. That's what we've arrived at.
It's wild.
Okay? 248-539-9797. Kenny, where are you at on it, buddy, before we get to all callers?
I mean, you know what I said yesterday. I said the schedule that we had set up prior screamed, and I said it very quietly because I didn't like that I was saying it, 9 wins. So I'll take all the arrows. I'll be the negative guy, but 10 wins isn't off the table. Hell, 11, maybe 12 wins is not off the table for
Kenny,
me.
I think I might be right there with you. There's a couple of games that I'm still trying, like 50-50 games to me. Like the Bears game 2, that's a motivated coach coming into Detroit, like it or not. And you don't think that of all the games, he could say Green Bay is the game the Bears want to win. Nah, in his heart, it's this game.
That's why I've always thought the schedule game 2, playing the wins-loss thing was largely useless.
It is.
It's because maybe they win 13 games. I don't know. I'm not predicting it. I think that's a little bit too much positivity. I think that's the Kool-Aid drinkers doing that. But, I mean, if you want to tell me 11, I'm fine with it. If you want to tell me 10, I'm fine with it. I'm putting mine at 9.
Yeah, I'm 10 or 11. Yeah. I'm right around that over-under, honestly. Yep. And it's is this a stupid exercise? Of course it is. But it's May 15th, and we love football, and we know who our football team is playing. And I think it's a fun exercise, albeit largely stupid. Look, someone could go out there in training camp and have a non-contact injury like Teddy Bridgewater did years ago. Their leg could fall apart, and it irreparably shapes a singular game you're playing, right? Like, oh, so-and-so's quarterback is dead.
Right.
But for today, take the schedule on base and on what you think these teams are, and tell me what you think they're going to do. We got full lines. We're going to get to the people, and we'll do it next. No more lollygagging around. 97.1. All right, 97.1, we go right to the people. Schedule gate. The over-under in Vegas is 10.5. I think it's right where this team's going to be with this schedule. Kenny's a little lower. Rico's a little lower. Basically, everybody else on the station is up at 13 or 14, and I can't go there. So let's talk to you guys. Joe, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Good. It's a pleasure to talk to the greatest sports talk in the business.
Wow,
they
Joseph.
They got to be crazy. They have to be crazy. 14 wins. I don't see it. I mean, you have the best offense in the room, the best running back room, in my opinion. That will help with the transition with the offensive coordinator. You're going to have to go more traditional. There's not going to be razzle-dazzle, so the scores will be lower. Now you have to depend upon the defense with no McNeil there. And, Mike, look at that schedule, the first three. If I got them going 1-3 in the first three, really. I really do. And that's not to say they're not a good team. They're a very good team.
Absolutely.
Probably, the second in the conference, in my opinion.
Listen, I just feel like 11 is not negative. I think it's realistic. I mean, 11-6 is nothing to sneeze at, and you got a shot at the division doing that. But I'm with you, and Joe, I think it's the most underreported thing of the offseason. We've all focused on player acquisition. They've had their coaching staff gutted by quality.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to have to go more traditional. People are going to be used to with the razzle-dazzle. Well, that's not coming back anymore, which is fine. I think they have the running room to do just that. I mean, you got the power back in Montgomery and Gibbs. So you're not going to miss much, but it's going to look way different.
Yeah,
Would you agree, Mike?
I agree. Yeah, Joe, because I think the problem is, I don't know, Rico, how you feel about it. I think the worst thing you could do if you're taking over for Aaron Glenn or taking over for Ben Johnson is to try to be those guys. You've got to be your own man. And it takes time usually. Now, look, if you hit the lottery and you find one of these coordinators who just hits the ground running. But I always had a deep respect for Ben Johnson's relationship with Goff and how they were able to together build this thing into this monolith.
Yeah, because Goff was on the scrap heaps. I mean, we thought it was a bridge quarterback, and then all of a sudden he's like, no, I can do something. I'm more apt to think that the defense can because at least the coordinator has been here, so he can hit the ground like, okay, guys, I know the drills. I know everything. I know the lingo. AG is in New York, but we're going to keep doing this. The offense, it's great that you're running somebody else's plays until crunch time comes, and then that's when Ben would dip into the bag of tricks, and what do you have?
I'd argue there's no better team in football the last 2 years, certainly, at the trick plays. And then the extensions off of those plays, where you would put something on tape, slight alteration, bring it back 3 weeks later. Like, Ben Johnson was a master at that. That's really hard to do. Yeah. We only remember the trick plays that go well. I know everyone will bring up J-Mo throwing a pick in the playoff game, but generally speaking, we don't have a real B-roll of Lions disasters. They were outstanding at getting the trick plays, the aggressive stuff. Like, I have to see it to believe it. So I am with you on that. But again, that's why I'm at 11. I love this idea that people in the morning are acting like that I'm at 7 or something. 11 wins? By the way, that's over the Vegas total.
Yeah, I'm with Kenny. I'm under the Vegas total right now. Playing this game.
Hater.
I know.
Let's go.
I know.
Let's go.
I'll hear it all year long.
Let's go to Dan. No, but see, that's the problem I have is I think when you call somebody a hater, I think the idea is, well, they don't have anything to back up that opinion. They're just an ass. Well, you're giving reasons. Mm-hmm. I may not be as not as
you don't have to agree with my
I'm not
reasons.
As down on them as you are, but I understand it.
Right. I look at that defense and the pieces that are missing early, going up against the quality of quarterbacks. That's a recipe for disaster. That down the line you could end up catching fire, but you could stumble out the gates.
Go to Danny 97.1. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
Boys, how we doing today?
Danny, excellent, pal. What's on your mind?
You know,
just to follow up with you guys and that caller, I think everybody at that station is just high on their own supply, man. I don't know where they're coming at. I'm actually, when I'm talking with Kenny, I'm with him. And as when the schedule came out, I like to kind of, what most people do as you start chalking up the wins and losses, breaking it up into quarters. And I'm coming at 9 wins. And at the end of the day, the NFL, what do we always say is that the NFL is freaking hard. It's a hard league. And I'm pressed to say, when you look at the schedule, a question for you guys is, how many wins do you see definitively on that schedule? I come up with
like Rico Bogo type stuff.
Yeah.
Steelers, Giants, and
Browns.
Browns. Those would be the 3, unless I'm forgetting something.
Right. So let's say they
Cowboys.
win those for sure. Let's say they win those 3 games definitively. We feel pretty confident, and they split the division. That's 6 wins right there.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else being a toss-up game, how can anyone have the confidence in saying that this is going to be an easy 13, 14 wins? I think it's preposterous. Now, my thing is what are they going to do now, considering that, in my opinion, there's so many 50-50 games, and I don't want to open up Pandora's box, but I was just thinking about this while on hold. With Trey Hendrickson being available and now seeing the schedule where it's at, how many wins does he give you? If we're all predicting the 9, 10, 11 wins, let's just say give or take 2 wins we could be wrong or right on, maybe that window, that's separating play to getting into the playoffs. So how many wins does Trey Hendrickson get you if we're able to sign him or if we're able to trade for him or whatever it is?
Yeah.
That can take you from what I believe being a 9-win team to an 11-win team. I think he's good for 2 wins.
Well,
That's the difference maker I see him believing.
We talked about it yesterday, and look, I can't get mad at the organization if Cincinnati's unreasonable. Like, I don't know what Cincinnati wants. I haven't read a report. Someone's made an offer, and Cincinnati wants 3 firsts. I don't know. There's 32 teams. I tell you, 6 to 8 of them should be making the phone call. We're not getting reports on it. Would I love to read a report that Brad Holmes offered a first-round pick and the Bengals said, no, thank you? Yeah, of course I would, because I'm with you, Danny. Adding that type of player for this type of schedule, that emboldens you. It makes you believe, okay, you know what? No, damn it, we're going to win 11 games. Mm-hmm. We're going to survive this, because the only way to stop those quarterbacks is to put them in the dirt.
That's what I'm saying, is because when you're looking at all of these mobile quarterbacks that we're facing and all these great playoff teams that are on the schedule there, I don't know how Brad Holmes' his hand is not being forced to make that where you know what your schedule is. How is this not forcing your hand to get those extra game or 2 wins that will separate your season from being a massive success or an epic failure? And that's assuming you're going to be completely healthy.
Well, what he's going to tell you, as he told the morning show, a couple weeks ago, they're worried about 2027. Danny, they're leaving $42.3 million of cap space on the table right now. They have the money to do it. Oh, well, what about next year? I'll deal with it next year. And also, too, is Jared Goff's not going to make $70 million next year. Graham Glasgow won't be here. Frank Ragnow might not be here. There's $18 million between those two.
Taylor Decker.
There's ways around this. Hey, here's an idea. Maybe you don't need David Montgomery for $10 million next year. Like, there are ways around this. But, I haven't read 3 or 4 teams have been rebuffed. So it's not like I can throw the Lions over a mountain and go, how dare you? I don't know what it is. I'm sorry, what?
No. I told you. I just think it's Cincinnati, and I think everybody's just waiting for that whole house of cards to collapse, and then you come in and pick the carcass.
248-539-9797. We'll get more to phone calls. Lions' schedule is out. Vegas has the over-under at 10.5. I'm a slight over at 11. Rico's a slight under. Kenny's a slight under. And David shared stories about his mommy. All right, if you like pizza, got you covered. Listen, this is as easy as it gets. You go to hungryhowies.com. You sign up for the emails. You spend $10. You get a free medium 2-topping pizza. That's it. There's no catch. It's not like some of Rico's stuff with 8 million bits of legal copy or screaming booming. It's just go to the website, sign up for emails, spend $10, get free pizza.
That's it.
Medium 2-topping. It's booming. It's a limited time offer. Go to hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com before this deal is gone and claim your free pizza. Is that a real commercial or are you messing with me?
I was like, yeah, did you guys produce that? Fear Javier.
We did not.
You know what? There you go. There's our jersey, Kenny. There it is.
I will not sit in the same room as you. Hit the button.
All right, we're going to do this fact or fiction style, gentlemen.
Sure.
All right. Last 2 years, we've seen a rookie quarterback lead their team to the playoffs. Fact or fiction, this year, a rookie quarterback will lead their team to the playoffs.
Oh, fiction. I mean, Tennessee might win 4 games. The Giants might win 5. Who else? Who am I missing there?
It ain't be Dylan Gabriel or company, but that's not happening.
I can't do it.
No?
The class wasn't good enough versus last year. It was a great quarterback class. I'm going to say fiction.
Okay.
Yeah, fiction as well. Jalen Merrill can't do it, so no.
He might take Darnold's job. That's my dream.
Yeah.
Fact or fiction? The Dolphins will tank again in December. At the end of the season, they have road games at the Jets, at Pittsburgh, and at New England in the cold weather.
I'm going to say it's just tank overall. I don't think they're very good. They've got drama with Hill, shaky with Tua. You got a coach on the hot seat. You got an impetuous owner in Stephen Ross. I'm going to say fact. I'll agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think they start strong. So is it wrong to think that McDaniels doesn't make it through the season?
I don't think you're crazy to say that.
I don't think he makes it through the season, so December will look horrible then.
Okay. Fact or fiction, the running back position is on the comeback. We will pay running backs.
I personally don't agree with this, but that's not the question he asked. I will say fact. I think you're right. I think you are seeing this kind of reversal back to run the ball to win. I think it's been part of the Lions' success, the Eagles' success, even the Chiefs lately. They're not the Air Coryell stuff. They run the football. The Bills with James Cook. Lamar Jackson can't throw it. So, yeah, I'm going to say fact. It's a bit of a renaissance, including Derrick Henry yesterday.
Right.
2 years, $30 million. He's 50 years old.
Yeah, I disagree with signing him, but overall, yeah, the running back position is coming back. It hasn't having a resurgence. So, fact.
Why do you say it like that?
I just throw the ball up and down the field. That's all I care about.
You know what, David?
That's really I want to see. Throw it up and down the field.
Just for you, an amendment to this. Fact or fiction, you guys will start the season with a quarterback other than Mason Rudolph.
All right,
say it with your chest.
Wow.
Fact.
Fiction.
Oh.
I can't believe that this will happen. I just got to believe Aaron Rodgers wants his vacation. He wants to throw olive oil everywhere in the woods or do whatever he does in these retreats. I don't know. What was that called?
Ayahuasca?
Oh, yeah.
No, that's the tree bark. The thing Rico was...
Nirvana or something.
Yeah, Rico was talking about the colonics or whatever it was. Look, bottom line, Aaron just wants some time off. I think he'll be with you this summer.
All right. We all know that TV runs the NFL. Fact or fiction, the Cowboys do not deserve the amount of primetime games that they are getting.
Factual. But the networks don't care. They're America's team. Do you know the third most popular team in the Northeast, in the New York regional area? The Dallas Cowboys. It's Jets, Giants, Cowboys. The Cowboys are like this de facto thing. They're like the Lakers. So it's factual, but in the mind of the networks, it's fictional.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. I've been in Dallas where people were flying out after a game on a Monday, and you saw people flying home to L.A., out east, to Oklahoma, all over the country.
David, I said
Florida. I was like, what is going on here?
In the Southwest, it's the Cowboys, it's the Raiders, then it's the Cardinals. So that's the hierarchy. Fact or fiction, the Eagles got too many primetime games.
Fiction, defending champ. They deserve that.
Defending champ, huge
Yeah.
market, star power. Plus, you got to get Big Dom on the big screen.
Okay.
He needs his airtime.
Well, he's got a real position now.
Yeah, wartime consigliere. I'm not messing with that guy.
Fact or fiction? The San Francisco 49ers will become this year's worst to first team in their division.
Fiction. I refuse to believe in this, namely based on your joy. I actually think the Rams are just good. I don't think it's not me being negative about the Niners. I think they could both make the playoffs. The Rams' young defense is one of the stories that not a lot of people talk about.
Okay.
And they're really, really good.
But every year it seems like there's a worst to first. So it's New England, Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Tennessee.
Yeah, I know.
Las Vegas Raiders, New York Giants, Chicago Bears, New Orleans Saints, San Francisco 49ers.
Bears.
Oh, you are a hater.
No, I'm not.
You
I'm
just don't
saying
want me to have joy?
if you're demanding I pick one,
it's the Bears.
I would say number one overall pick, a generational talent, right? People viewed Caleb that way. The best offensive mind in football, a spending spree, weaponry, year two. I'm not predicting it. I'm saying if you forced me to pick a worst to first,
Bears.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I see Bears finishing second. I can't say first right now, but the 49ers is the only other choice.
Right. So between the Bears or Niners, who do you have more faith in?
Niners.
See, I think McCaffrey will be dead by August 15th.
Okay,
again.
see, I think he stays healthy, so that's the
Okay,
difference.
well, there you go.
Yeah, that would
No
be the
problem.
difference.
You killing my running back.
Apologies.
Fact or fiction? Football related. The movie about John Madden will actually be pretty good.
No, fiction. No. I saw it yesterday. Nicolas Cage as John Madden. Won't be able to unsee that. Will not watch. No. Can't.
Just because of him?
That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
I think Christian Bale was worse.
As Al Davis, those power alleys. No, this whole thing looks like a bad SNL skit.
See, I think Christian Bale will be a good Al Davis because he just immerses himself into that role. Yeah, I can see him trying to buy and sell the Raiders. Like him actually walking on the sideline. All right. In the tracksuit. Fact or fiction? The NFL should actually start holding a draft lottery.
No. Fiction. The draft is perfect as it is. I don't want any ping pong balls. I don't want any frozen envelopes. We're good. Do not mess with this. I say fiction.
Yeah, I know the big talk is because of what no. Why would you make it worse?
Because some say it allows for tanking.
But tanking hasn't worked in the NBA with this lottery. You can be bad and tank to be bad and fall to fifth. So no thank you. No thank you.
Sounds like a guy who knows he's getting Arch Manning next year.
I don't. That's another.
Maybe he needs a lottery because the Steelers going to the playoffs again. Keep that streak alive.
David would be furious.
I know.
Sure, you'd be furious.
Fact or fiction? Dylan Gabriel will become this new version of Kirk Cousins, of two quarterbacks getting drafted to the same team at the same time, but all the hype went to a certain quarterback and not the other one.
I can't do it. He's painfully small. He played in he's been the benefactor of a catered offense, both with Oklahoma and with Oregon. I'm going to say no. Okay. I didn't like that pick. I didn't like the Shedeur pick. I didn't like any of the Browns. Just leave me out of it.
I don't think he starts a game this season.
Okay.
I think they go with Flacco and they go with Pickett. And I think they will put Shedeur in late in the season. I don't think he gets a start.
Go with Shedeur over
late in the season,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Last one, gentlemen. Fact or fiction? Jared Goff will be the third best quarterback in the NFC North. Yeah, I ended it with a bang.
No, that's a really good one. You know what? I'll tell you what. I don't want to be hypocritical. You know what I think, that if Jordan Love's healthy, he's top 5 potential. So whether it was him or Goff, it doesn't matter. If I'm as big of a believer in Ben Johnson as I am, Caleb has physical gifts Goff does not have. So, yeah, okay, sure. I'll go with it.
Okay.
I'm going to say fiction because I just don't believe in Caleb and Ben Johnson yet. I have to see it. And it's not necessarily them, it's the offensive line. I have to see the protection in front of him before I believe he takes that step forward.
Okay. And that
was really good.
Thank you.
That last one was a ball breaker. And I think I still like Goff a lot. And guess what? If he was the third best in the division, there's still a very reasonable case he'd still be a top 8 QB in the league.
That's what I say. Think of what the division regular season was last year.
Exactly.
With the 3 teams.
I'm flipping Minnesota and the Bears.
It's not slanderous, but it's when you really look at it.
What if JJ's good? He's a wild card.
No,
if JJ's good, this division's a nightmare.
So is he the third best? We'll see.
That's a great question.
Fact or fiction, 97.1.
Hour number 2, nice to have you with us. Schedule release day. We gave you a preview yesterday. We were lucky enough to have Rico use his telescope to get the schedule early, and we've been rapping about it. And here's how we want to do it. We started the show because the morning show was just like, oh my God, how negative. Yeah, 11-6 is negative. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, again, as I comped it yesterday, when they talk Lions, it's the equivalent of Tony Montana face down in a pile of blow. 14 wins for John, 13 for Jim. All right, thanks for playing. For the rest of us people that want to live in reality, the over-under's 10.5. So are you over or under? And understand something. That over-under at 10.5, it's not like it's somehow minus 300 over. Vegas is telling you there's a very real chance of going under 9 or 10 wins. I'm trying to be optimistic at 11. But here's all we ask. When you call up and you give your prediction, and we know, all right, we understand this is a stupid thing. The whole schedule thing, it's stupid. I know it's stupid. I'm angry at Rico for doing it. But listen, it's May 15th and we want to have a good time with it. We're giving facts. You don't get to like or dislike facts. They're facts. Facts don't care about feelings. So when we say the Lions have drawn the second most difficult schedule, that's a fact. When we say it is the most difficult road schedule in NFL history, that's also factual, based on the percentage, based on 6 teams winning 11 or more last year. When David says teams have only won more than 14 games 9 times in history, it means it's not happening again. That's a fact. So we talk about losing both coordinators. That is a factual thing. And when you look at teams that lose coordinators, much less both, it's not exclusive, but it's almost exclusive. They take a step back.
Yeah.
Then factor in Lee McNeil will not be with you. Even the most optimistic projection won't be with you through what Rico's calling the gauntlet of the first 6 weeks. Those are facts.
And also, if you're looking at this 10.5 saying, well, what does Vegas know? There's only 4 teams that have a win total higher than the Lions, and you're playing 3 of those 4 teams.
And it's 11. It's not like it's 12
It's 11.5, right.
It's not an insane. So look, what do you guys make of it? Now, Rico, you're under 10.5.
Yes.
Kenny's under 10.5. I'm over, but barely. But I'll stay positive and say, all right, 11 wins. David, you didn't make a pick.
11.
So you're with me.
Yeah, 11.
Okay, so we're over. You guys are under. Where are you guys in listener land? And all I ask is this. If you're going to call in and do this double disco nonsense, have reasons. You got to have reasons. Because when you're talking about your team, man, you got to take your hands off your chandelier. And let's live in reality. The Lions could be a really good football team that has a major step back this year based on who were the big-time quarterbacks you played last year. Who were they? And you'll say, all right, well, we played Jordan Love. Yeah, you had the benefit. He was on one leg. Well, we played who? What, Baker Mayfield, the guy you make fun of? By the way, he beat you. You played Josh Allen, he kicked your ass.
C.J. Stroud.
Survived a 5-interception game. The point is, you didn't play good quarterbacks.
And then you played Jaden Daniels, the rookie.
How'd that work out? So the idea is when you face elite you are facing a gauntlet of quarterbacks this season. Also, it's not a fact. I think it's a strong, well-reasoned opinion. I think you're playing in the toughest division in football. Not a fact. I think that's an opinion that is not worthy of slander. So, what is your initial response when you saw the schedule? And Rico can read through it. The over-under's 10.5. If you want to go over-under, do it. If you have a specific win total, do it. But I am just blown away at people flippantly on this station going 13, 14 wins. I don't even know what it's based on other than, I don't know. Their balls tingling. I don't know. I don't get it.
A lot of hope. You saw the Lions scoring a lot of points. It was fun offense and, Lions takeover. So you're just going to keep that train rolling. Doesn't matter who the coordinators are, still the same players, and they're going to come back from injury, and they're going to be just fine. We start off at Green Bay, for people who don't know the schedule. Starts off at Green Bay, home to Chicago, at Baltimore for Monday night, home to Cleveland, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City for a Sunday night game, and then followed up Monday night game here at Ford Field against Tampa Bay. They have the bye week, and then it's Minnesota at home, on the road to the Commanders in Washington, at Philadelphia playing the Eagles, back home for the Giants, Green Bay at home for Thanksgiving, Dallas at home for a Sunday night game, at the Rams, Pittsburgh at home, and then you finish the season off at Minnesota on Christmas and then at Chicago.
248-539-9797. We can get to the people. It's really about you guys. And look, I'm not going to make you a villain. I'll make Costa and John a villain because, listen, you want to use us as your content, that's fine. But this 13-14 win stuff with that schedule, with 2 new coordinators, without Aleem, I don't think that's a respectable opinion. I think it's nonsense. Now, here's Heather with the news. So, look, you can call in. If you have real reasons, I'll listen to it. But the problem is we can't find a lot of those people. The people calling in so far have been pretty well reasoned. And I don't think you're a bad person if you go, you know what, Mike? I want to bump him a game. I want to get to 12. Give me some reasons. We've had plenty of people saying under 10.5. I don't think that makes you a hater either. I think it means you have concerns. So we'll get to it right now. We go to Blake, 97.1. Blake, what's going on, bud? How you doing?
Mike and Rico, how you guys doing?
Good, pal. What's up?
Hey, not much. So honestly, I really don't have any idea how you can predict a 13 or 14 game winning this year. I look at this schedule, and really the only thing that makes me happy is as a season ticket holder, the Christmas Day game is on the road, so I don't have to worry about going to a game on Christmas Day. If you really look at the schedule, they got an 8-game stretch where I am just kind of hoping that they go 500. At Ravens, Browns at home, at Bengals, at Chiefs, Bucks at home, Vikings at home, at Commanders, at Eagles. Really, the only auto win that I see in those 8 games is the Browns. So, I mean, out of that right there, I really want to say that they can get to 11 wins. I'm going to say that, as a fan, I'll say that they get to 11 wins. My gut is telling me 10. So I know that's right on the line with Vegas, and I am a betting man, but I don't know if I want to put money on this because that's a really good line at 10.5. I don't know if they can get to 11, but I don't think I'd want to put money on them only winning 10. So I don't know.
No, I think, Blake, I share your sentiment. I think that number, there's certain teams that come out and you have a strong opinion. Of the 32 teams, if you comb every over-under, you probably have a couple you go, oh, come on, I like this or I like that. Now, the Lions, I think it's right on the line. But if in order for you to want to bet it, you better think they can win 12 or 13 games. Otherwise, what are you betting it for?
Right.
Yeah, I would say the good news is after that 8-game gauntlet stretch, they do have the Giants right after. So let's hope we can at least get a win there.
Oh, we'll be your slump buster. Don't you worry. We got you covered, huh? We'll be some of the scraps Kenny's after at the bar at 2 a.m. when the lights come on. Roberts. David Tickett. Why did Kenny catch us straight there? Kenny, can I you know what it is? I'll tell you what it is.
I'm too negative. That's what it is.
A day after I told him how much I hate that Mo Sider jersey.
That's right. That's right.
He wore it.
I was wondering if you'd notice it. Hell
man.
yeah.
You sat back in your chair and there's the winged wheel.
Exactly right.
What to wear? Huh?
Hold on. But I got something for him in the 4 o'clock. It's a good thing he's wearing that shirt today. Okay. We're going to talk about it. I got a little something for you. David, ticket text real quick if you don't mind, buddy.
Aaron and Taylor says, my prediction is 8-9. The max would be 10-7. Too many lucky things happened last year. Too much lost in the personnel. Mike Costa gave his reasons. His reasons were it's going to be a JMO coming out party, whatever that means. Jeff in Grosse Pointe.
Yeah, that's not a reason. That's a hope. Also, the coming out party was last year when he had a 1,000-yard season. Also, one of Jim's reasons was, well, Jaden Daniels will be hurt for that game. These aren't reasons.
I couldn't believe when he said
that. What angers me is he's so talented and he's a very sharp guy, and this is just his blind spot.
He actually said 11.
Oh, good. That means I'm a spicy garlic guy. All right. I couldn't hit the drop in time.
He actually said 11 wins.
Oh, you mean now he won't scream at Rieger and have a psychological break when Rieger comes in and says 11 wins like last year?
Oh, I remember that. So, yeah, he said 11.
That was an episode of the Jerry Springer show that day. It was unbelievable.
Chairs going everywhere.
Oh, man, you are not the father.
And then Heather agreed with you.
I'm running away.
She didn't want Christmas games.
She's not wrong.
She was like, it is family time, damn it.
It should be. Whatever.
I feel bad if her husband tries to turn on the game.
Uh-oh. All right, Victor's. It's tough to pick a good roofer, and Victor's going to help make that an easier choice. A customer concierge team will follow up with you promptly, answer your questions clearly, and keep you in the loop each and every step of the way. They have installers that are held to a standard of perfect. No exceptions. And every roof they install, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee. Victor's gets it. $500 off a new roof or home full of windows. Great financing is available, so call for your free 21-point roof inspection or window estimate today, 734-773-1100, or online anytime at victors.com. Schedule Palooza. Lions drew the second toughest schedule, hardest road schedule. What do you make of it? Vegas has you at 10.5, and it's still one of the 5 or 6 highest win totals, but I think it's spot on. 10, 11 wins. Here's a question for you guys driving around. If I said to you right now, you could sign a piece of paper. Now, I can't pick which games. I can just tell you at the end of this, you will be 11-6. Would you sign the paper today? Now, you're foregoing all possible Jim Costa, John Jansen outcomes of 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Hell, they might win 20 games in a 17-game schedule. Jim will tell you how tomorrow morning. The point is, you have to forego all of that. But you're also avoiding the very real risk of 10 wins, 9 wins, or heaven help us, 8 wins. If I could lock you in at 11-6, would you sign that piece of paper? Because I, no hesitation, right here today, I would sign it today.
Absolutely, Mike, and you wouldn't even have to sell me this pen. I would just, yes.
That good of a deal.
If I have to write it in blood, I would take that deal. Absolutely. Because, it means that you're going to be in the playoffs and hope for better results. Because here's the thing. Maybe, by playing this tougher schedule, you're a little more battle tested, you'll have more success in the playoffs. But yes, because looking at this, I was telling Kenny, it's like, man, there's a lot of 50-50, a lot of games. You're like, ooh, let me see here. Which one would I go? So, yes, I would take the 11 wins in a heartbeat.
Okay. I just wanted to ask. We'll go to the people. We'll go to Eddie, 97.1. Eddie, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mike Rico, how are you today?
What's up, Ed?
Eduardo. What's
awesome.
up?
Hey, I would sign that deal in a heartbeat. Look, 11 wins is going to probably win this division. This division's going to cannibalize themselves. Mike, you hit it right on the head. This is the toughest division in the National Football League. Also, we got to remember last year was an anomaly in a way. There's only been 8 teams in NFL history to hit 15 wins in a season.
Correct.
It doesn't happen a lot. And also last year, you could argue, 3 to 4 of the wins, we could have lost them too. We could have easily been an 11-win team, 12-win team. So you got to get a little lucky. I'm not saying we weren't good, but you got to have the gods kind of favor you. Look, if we can get through this gauntlet of this road – look, the road schedule is a road schedule. You don't know who's going to be hurt. You don't know where teams are going to be. But at the same time, the one big thing, I would rather be 11-6 and fully healthy and have the 4 seed or the 3 seed rather than being 15-2 and then having a depleted defense like last year, and you're just showing up and you're hoping and praying that we could force a punt on one of the 13 or 14 possessions Washington had. So, look, 10.5 is a perfect number. They know what they're doing, but the ceiling probably is 12. The floor is probably 9. So, hey, you know what? Let's just enjoy it and have some fun, because here's another thing. The teams that we're playing are they're going to put bullseyes on us going into their stadiums, them coming into us. So it's not going to be like we're surprising anybody anymore. Hate to break the news to everybody, but we're a pretty good football team. And when other really mediocre football teams play good football teams, they usually get up and play a little bit better. So we better strap on the helmet and ready to go.
I got and I want to build off what Eddie just said. So I've got something interesting. Again, all of this is just dust in the wind, but we're having fun on May 15th. We'll do this at 3:30 because I want to get to the calls. I want to give you guys a couple of minutes to think, okay? I have the point spreads for their entire season.
Look at you.
We'll have a little fun at 3:30. You guys can guess the line.
Look at you. You made that call out to the desert.
No. I have them.
Hey, Bubby.
Hans, Bubby. Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Ant, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Mike and Rico?
What's up, man?
Man, I'm telling y'all, man, it's a sad day, man, but I'm telling y'all, we an 8-win team, man. We an 8-win team. Y'all talking about this 11. I'm a Michigan fan, and Aiden Hutchinson is not going to come back and be the same player. Not right away, man. It's still going to take some time. I mean, that's the same injury that happened to Paul George, and he don't even play as physical of a sport. So I don't see our defense being up to par to be an 11-win team, man. We about to split every game in the division. I don't see us sweeping nobody, especially with being out there with the Bears. And the only teams that I see that we guaranteed probably to beat, Browns. I think that we can knock them off.
Browns, Giants, Steelers, Cowboys. Those would be your four.
Know, you know what teams we're going to be. And we're going to split the division. We're an 8-win team. We didn't get stronger on defense with the pass rush in particular, man. And Aiden is not coming back to a 10-sack season. That's not happening. I'm telling you. Right now.
Yeah, because I would say, one, he would probably have to be going up against a better caliber of left or right tackles. And two, you're right, man. I keep telling people it's not a video game. He just doesn't come back and he's 100%. It's going to take some time. Like, did you see him running up the hill? Yeah, he's going to be in wrestling matches about 40 times a game. That's what I need to see.
That leg is going to get tired, Rico. You calling it, man. It's going to get tired. I saw his workout video. He looked like he had some speed on him, but it was ginger, man. He was running a little ginger.
Well, Anthony, I'm glad you're saying it. I'm glad you're saying it because you're a Michigan fan, because because I went to state, so I'm glad you're saying that.
I got you, Rico.
Thank you, Anthony. We'll get to this, but here's the other thing I want you to think about. How many games are the Lions underdogs in?
Oh.
I will give you game by game, and I'll have you guess the line. But I want you to start thinking about your answer, that in the entire year, how many times are you an underdog? So start thinking what that number is in your mind. And we'll go through this and we'll have some fun, because I think it's super interesting, and obviously numbers will change as the year goes along, but the fact they've put lines out for all this. Oh, boy.
You piqued my interest.
Okay, we'll have some fun with it in a couple of minutes. David, ticket text, then we'll get to the buy the number. Oh, maybe we should, if you wanted to, you break out that stupid music. Go ahead.
11-6, I'm in, signing it right now.
Okay.
Mike, does that 11-6 record come with a division title? I'm taking it either way. I just want to know from Isaac.
It could come down to the last 2 weeks.
Sort of, maybe, kind of.
It comes to whatever 11 wins gets you.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're in the
maybe
playoffs.
yes, maybe no. Question mark?
Mystery box?
How about this? You're in the playoffs. Go win the game. Plain and simple.
I would absolutely take 11 wins as long as it's a playoff-making 11 wins. Well,
right,
11 wins.
So let me ask the question then. What happens if I say 10? See, I feel like this is the line of delineation. No one is signing for 10. Everyone except Costa and Jansen are signing for 11.
I would sign for 10.
You
I
would.
would too.
I wouldn't. I want to give them some upside here.
I would sign for 10. As I said, I don't want to beat a dead horse. You're playing too many great quarterbacks in the NFL, and your defense is not up to snuff with a brand new coordinator, and you don't have all your pieces. That's a recipe for disaster. So that says you can mitigate that, and you'll still have double-digit wins, which will put you in that playoff hunt. Absolutely.
David.
Having seen the schedule, I'll sign that deal for sure.
Okay.
11 wins gets them in the playoffs. And the division, I'll take that.
Wow, there's a lot of negative people out there. Or realists.
Someone else says 11-6. They'll take a step back in wins, but they'll be better overall.
There's a chance for that. There is.
The Lions won 11 games this year. I like their chances to win the Super Bowl more than I did last year because the schedule is brutal.
Okay. We're going to play this by the numbers next. You guys just think in your mind about, okay, how many games are the Lions an underdog in? That is going to be the question I lead with. Then through that, we will go and I'll probably go to each of you for one, like just so we can get through all the games. Okay. But I've got the point spreads. Sit tight on this. I think it'll be fun for people. 97.1.
All right. Hey, sports fans, it's Rico, and it's May, and that means baseball season is heating up, and you're ready to catch every pitch, every home run, and every thrilling play. Well, you better make sure your internet and mobile connection can keep up, and that's where Xfinity comes in with the most reliable Wi-Fi and in-class equipment. You'll never miss a moment of the action. Xfinity Internet is what, Mike?
booming.
Booming.
Whether you're streaming the game live or gaming online with friends during the innings, or even when you're working from home, when you're keeping an eye on the score.
Booming.
And get this, Xfinity combines the power of the internet and mobile, so you get lightning fast speeds at home and on the go. And don't
Booming.
forget Xfinity Sports and News TV. Score the ultimate sports streaming experience with the local channels you love and the sports you can't live without. Plus, you get Peacock Premium included at no extra cost. So to get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is
booming.
Booming. Okay. So, in an even more ridiculous exercise, we're going to have some fun. Booming. I have the Lions point spreads for every game. In essence, by the numbers. So, look. Okay. So, look. I asked you guys a question before the break. How many games are the Lions underdogs in next year? Give me your guess.
I'm going to say 7.
Rico says 7. Kenny Cott in a Mo Sider T-jersey.
The total was 10.5, so I'm assuming somewhere in the 6-7 range. I will also guess 7.
Okay, David.
Yeah, I'm also guessing 7.
5. So keep that in mind as we begin. All right, you ready? I mean, David, I don't need by the numbers, but do we have like football music or anything? Something?
Do I need to get the glasses out?
Oh, dear God. Okay. The season opener, the Lions at Lambeau. Let's start with Rico Beard. Rico, guess the line.
You know what? I'm going to have to Evan Jenkins this.
You're out. You're out. We go to the man in the jersey, Kenny Cott.
I also have to Evan Jenkins.
We go to the pastor dressed as a peach, David Hull.
I'm going to go with 3.5-point favorite.
The Lions are a 1.5-point underdog at Lambeau to open the season. Week 2, Lions host the Chicago Bears. Rico Beard, guess that number.
Lions 3.5.
As a favorite?
Favorite. Okay, yes. Lions favorite.
Kenny Cott.
I'll say Lions 4.5.
Okay, David Hall.
Lions 5.5.
Kenny Cott, the man in the jersey, wins. The Lions are 4.5-point favorites over the Bears. Week 3 at Baltimore. Lions, Ravens. Rico Beard.
Ravens going to be favored. Lions will be underdogs. Lions plus 6.5.
Over to Kenny Cott.
Lions plus 3.5.
Over to David.
Lions plus 4.5.
This guy's a regular Johnny Avello. Kenny Cott is right again. Lions catching 3.5 in Baltimore. All right, week 4. Lions, Browns. Mr. Rico Beard.
Lions favored. You know what? I would say double-digit disco, but I'm going to say 8.5.
Kenny.
I'm going to say Lions, Devils number 5.5.
David.
Lions 7.5.
Rico wins because he's the closest, and this is like Price is Right. It's Lions laying 10.5.
Double-digit
already.
disco.
Wow.
I know, but I couldn't. If I help you, I got to help everybody.
I know.
Week 5, Lions at Cincinnati. Rico.
Lions underdog 1.5.
Kenny Cott.
Lions favored 1.5.
David Hall.
Lions plus 2.5.
Kenny's either cheating or missed his calling in life. Kenny Cott on the nose again. Wow. Lions laying 1.5 at the Bengals. Wow. He looks like an idiot, but he's sharp. Here we go.
Another stray. A lot of strays.
He's got that beautiful mind.
Lions at the Chiefs. Rico.
Lions underdog 2.5.
Kenny Cott.
Lions underdog. I'll do Devils number again, 5.5.
All right, David.
Screw it. I'm going with whatever Kenny says on this one.
Rico Beard wins. Lions are a 3-point underdog at Arrowhead. Week 7, Monday Night Football, Lions, Bucks. Here, where standing room tickets, standing room, $318. Yikes. Rico Beard.
Lions favorite 3.5.
I'll say Lions by 3.
Okay, David Hall.
I'm going to say Lions by 4.5.
Rico, Lamar, Beard on by the numbers, 3.5.
All right.
Nice job with that. Week 8, the bye week, Rico. Week 9.
I remember those bye jokes when they were bad.
Lions, Vikings. Here, what's the number?
Lions favored 4.5.
Kenny Cott.
That's exactly what I was going to say, but just to make it fun, I'll say 4.
If you want to go with it, go with it. We've allowed the repeats. 4.5.
4.5 it is.
Okay, David Hall.
Yeah, I'm going to go Lions by 3.5.
I'd like to say that the two of you are on a tandem bike to success.
Oh.
Yes.
Lions are laying 4.5 against the Vikes. Week 10, Lions at the Commanders. Rico Beard.
Lions underdog 2.5.
Kenny Cott.
Lions underdog 1.5.
David Hall.
Don't even ask me. 4.5.
Favorite or underdog?
Plus.
Okay.
Kenny Cott on the board.
I'm actually don't believe you that
Lions
I'm right
are getting
about that.
1.5.
Wow. Good for me. I'm having a day.
I just wish you'd wear a different shirt. Lions in Philly. Rico Beard.
Lions underdogs 4.5.
Kenny Cott.
Lions underdog 6.
Okay. David Hall.
Plus 6.5.
Rico Beard's the closest. Lions are catching 3.5 in Philly. This will be fun. Lions, Giants, week 12.
Lions favorite disco shirt.
Is that 10.5?
No, that's 10.5.
Kenny Cott.
I also had 10.5.
Okay.
I'll go 11.5.
These two are the closest.
It's 9.5.
It's 8.5.
Got you.
Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, the Giants are going to have a top 10 defense. Their offense is terrible. I don't know. Don't look at me. I didn't make the line.
Costa just texted me and said, take the disco shirt. Okay.
If I had Costa guess these lines, this would be like Big 12 Weekly. Central Florida's laying 27.5.
How many mini dickus?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Lions
How many mini
62,
Campbells?
Giants 3.
Dan Campbell kneecap biting. Okay.
Lions pack. Thanksgiving.
Lions will be favored in this game by 2.5.
Okay, Kenny Cott.
I'll say it's closer because it's Thanksgiving, so I'll say 1.5.
All right, David. Come on, David. You got to get one
Yeah,
of
I'm
these.
also going Lions 1.5.
You're wrong. Rico's right.
Dang.
Lions are laying 2.5.
I quit.
Okay, Lions, Cowboys, Sunday Night Football. Rico Beard.
Lions favored. Devil's number 5.5.
Okay, Kenny Cott.
I'll say Lions 3.5.
David Hall. Come on, David, I believe in you.
4.5 Lions.
Wrong again. Rico's the closest. Lions are 6-point favorites. Lions at Rams. Rico Beard.
Lions will be favored by 1.5.
Kenny Cott.
Lions 3.5.
David, I believe in you.
Rams 2.5.
Wrong again. Rico wins. Lions are a 1.5-point favorite. Lions, Steelers, Rico.
Lions favored 4.5.
Kenny Cott.
Lions favored Devil's number.
David, I believe in you.
Lions favored 7.5.
Wrong again. Lions are 6-point favorites. Rico and Kenny closest. Lions at the Vikings.
Lions be favored by 1.5.
Kenny Cott.
Exactly the same. Lions 1.5.
All right, David, here's a hint.
No, Vikings 1.5.
Oh, God, wrong again. Lions are favored by 2.5. This is like Celebrity Jeopardy with you. David, write a number, and you write 3.
He writes candy.
Texas with a dollar sign.
Right, exactly.
Candy corn?
Suck it, Trebek. All right, Lions, Bears in Chicago. Rico Beard.
Lions will be favored by 2.5.
Okay, Kenny Cott.
Lions 1.5.
All right, David.
Lions 3.5.
Wrong again. You are so consistent. Kenny Cott on the numbers. Lions are a 1.5-point favorite to end the season in Chicago.
I feel excellent about my performance there.
I think
really
you
well.
two did great.
I
David,
also feel excellent about my performance.
David, thank you for participating.
You wonder why I don't bet, huh?
But here's my point. Do any of these surprise you?
Yeah, the Vikings and the Bears on the road surprised me.
Okay.
And what was it? Cincinnati. Lions being favored in Cincinnati also surprises me. I think it'll be a shootout, but
think about this. A lot of these are all field goal games, 1-point games, 2-point games. The idea you're going to sweep all of those to go 13, 14 wins, that's the point. That's there are 4 games in here that are unlosable. And if you do, it's a catastrophe. It's the Giants, the Browns, the Steelers, the Cowboys. Other than that, everything's a toss-up. Right. By NFL standards. So there you go. Had a little fun with it. Hope you enjoyed. Exactly. We are 100 days from week 0 in college football. David has the 10 issues. This is per ESPN for Rico to solve. With that stupid sport of yours. And then 4 o'clock, I have a question for Kenny Cott. And I don't think he's man enough for it. I think that's, and again, it's not because of the T-Shirsy. It's because I think I can fix his team. And I don't think he'll be willing. We'll talk about it. Spring, it's here. And look, Old Nation Brewing Company continues to release beers in that seasonal format. Tart Strawberry M43. It's another variation of the beer that put them on the map, which is M43. Award-winning, the Hazy IPA. All the variants they release, they sell out quickly. Get it before it's gone. As always, respectfully brewed in Williamston using only natural, high-quality ingredients. Taste the difference for yourself. Support local, support independent, and pick up some today at your favorite retailer. It's oldnationbrewing.com, 21 and up. And as always, Old Nation Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly. Okay, so a little fun. I know it's NFL scheduling day, but it's also 100 days from week 0 for a sport I used to love that Rico ruined. So ESPN had the 10 biggest storylines headed into week 0, 100 days out. And Rico, being the de facto commissioner of this thing, he gets to fix them. David, music.
That's right. We got 10 issues here. The first one, I'm not really going to get into because there's a lot of minutia with this one, and it's the House settlement regarding walk-ons. We're just going to skip that. There's a lot of things there.
No. Here's what this one is about.
Right. You can't ask Thanos not to comment. Come on.
The House settlement will basically cap teams at 105, period. That's it. That's including walk-ons, which means you have to set aside a certain amount of spots. A lot of teams carry about 30 to 40 walk-ons. You're going to have to cut scholarships to make sure that you get under number if you want to keep the walk-ons on there. And you're seeing a lot of teams kind of telling their players, thanks, but no thanks. We need your spots more valuable than you are. So if you're a fringe player, you may be getting asked to leave in preparation of this new rule.
Next one on the agenda is, can Lincoln Riley and Mike Gundy bounce back? If you remember, 4 years ago, they were facing off top 10 Bedlam. Both of those guys, top programs, doing great. Well, Riley left for USC, not doing so well. Gundy, still at Oklahoma State, not doing so well. Can they bounce back?
I think Lincoln Riley can. He's going to have all the resources at USC to get this thing done. It's high profile enough. You're in the Big Ten. You saw what Oregon can do. I believe in Lincoln Riley more than I do in Gundy.
Let me defend Gundy in one sense. Last year didn't make any sense. So the year prior, they tried to change the offense. And by like week 4, he went into the OC's room and went, here's the deal. We're running power. Get rid of all the zone crap. That was the genesis of Ollie Gordon.
Yeah.
So last year, they bring back the whole offensive line. They bring back Ollie Gordon. One problem. They had no quarterback play. The quarterback play was abysmal. I want to give them one more shot here.
I'm trying to think, did they bring in a new coordinator? I want to say they did, but yeah, Lincoln Riley has all the advantages in California. Now, here's the thing.
It's time. He's got to do something.
It's high
here.
pressure. You don't get it done this year, I don't think he's going to be their coach next year.
Let's talk about the Diego Pavia situation and his fight for eligibility.
Year 30.
If you remember, the federal court determined that his junior college football year did not count towards his 4 year of eligibility. So they believe that this could affect, and now there could be a surge of players going to junior college.
David, it will absolutely affect. This is going to be the thing that one of the things that Mike will hate about it, but you will end up with grown-ass men playing boys because I know I'm not ready, but I'll go to junior college, play for 2 years, and then still have 4 to 5 years of eligibility at whatever university I want to go to. So now you're looking at 25-year-old grown men going up against 18-year-olds.
It's basically going to turn everything into BYU minus soaking and a trip to Fiji. It's ridiculous.
You know what? How he summed it up.
It's ridiculous, and thank you that you agree with me, because I've had enough of these COVID babies. Oh, yeah, Johnny's 27 years old. COVID.
I thought that was over.
No, it's absurd.
But yeah.
Get a job.
Now, here's what's going to happen.
You're Frank the Tank. You can't be at school.
Here's the flip side to that. You're a fringe player, you ball out of the junior college, and now you become the hottest commodity, and now top teams want you because of what you did somewhere out in Kansas.
Miami had a tight end last year in his 9th year of college football. McLaughlin or whatever his name was. Okay?
The man liked education, Mike.
Sure. David, go ahead.
Next on the list, is this NIL's last big hurrah? This is why they mentioned that, because of the distribution that will happen of $20.8 million in revenue sharing. Will this be the last big hurrah for teams like Texas Tech, who is spending $40 million because it says because of the allocated money, they will have the NCAA will enforce NIL?
And I'm going to answer this question. Turn his mic off.
It's off. It's off.
No.
It's booming.
It's not. It's not the last thing.
You're a liar.
Here's what's going to happen.
Turn my mic on.
Turn his mic on. Go ahead.
Where's the drop before he explains it? The Francesa. Turn my mic on. Go ahead. Explain it.
Here's what's going to happen. It's not because you're going to just flat out have some private organization sponsor a team where it's going to be like you see in the NBA, and they're going to have a logo of whatever team, and that company is going to be like, we're going to give you $40 million a year. We're sponsoring your team, but you got to put our logo on the jersey.
Next on the list will be coaching.
I know you're going to love that.
Will be coaching.
I stayed silent.
Okay.
You asked me to stay silent.
No, what do you think about it?
I don't even need to tell you. Okay. Someone should alert MSU it's the final hurrah. They just took a transfer from Dave & Buster's. We're paying them in drink tickets.
Or you get Dave & Buster's to sponsor you.
Let's get to the next one, which is coaching encores. They give an example of what Mike Norvell did one year, and then the next year we know what he did last year.
Yeah.
They're comparing that with Ryan Day. What does he do in his encore? Does Norvell recover? And then you also have West Virginia, Rich Rodriguez going back to West Virginia, and then Scott Frost going back to UCF. I'm sorry.
For Scott Frost, I think it's so far under the radar that he probably could have success because there would be very little pressure. Ryan Day, everything about you is one game this year. You've already won the title, but it was tainted. And it wasn't tainted because you cheated. It was tainted because you didn't beat the team up north, as they like to say. He has to win that game, David. I think it's sad to say the national title bought him a year because they're not going to sit here and lose to Michigan again.
I love Rich Rod back to West Virginia.
It might be the right place for him.
It sounds stupid, I know, but like Neil Brown and that power offense they were running. Look, what Rich Rod did at Jacksonville State, I'm a loser. I watched it. Man, his system works. It still plays. And I know he won't have Pat White and Steve Slayton, but damn it, it plays.
I'll go to my grave saying, if Michigan had backed him and let him brought his own defensive coordinator, he would have been ahead of the curve.
Was that Tony Gibson or Chuck Castile, the DC they wouldn't let him bring?
I think it was Castile.
Oh, well.
But they didn't. They said, no, you're going to take our guy, and it didn't work. But
nobody I'm telling you right now.
He was ahead of the curve with the spread offense and all of that. Michigan would have been getting all the recruits that Ohio State that they did get under Urban Meyer.
It's a power spread. It's power option. It's wild.
Florida State, I don't know.
I quit. I got nothing.
Florida State has to just stop going to the bargain bin of transfer quarterbacks.
Their O-line's worse than State's, and that's saying something.
Well, speaking of transfer quarterbacks, the dominoes of Nico, Joey Aguilar goes to Tennessee, and Nico goes to UCLA, but he still hasn't officially enrolled there.
His career's over.
Go ahead.
No, I just think Heupel's going to be able to make something out of Aguilar. Aguilar's a winner, and Heupel is a really good offensive mind. Nico went from a system that would have probably helped get him drafted, and you go to UCLA and die. Yeah. What's he going to do out there?
I think he has nothing. He won't. He's going to go out there, and it's going to be buyer's remorse. I think by the middle of the year, they're going to pull him. The crowd will boo all 10 people who show up to UCLA games and get upset. David, I think he hasn't finished his classes in Tennessee, so technically he can't enroll
yet. You're right.
Why even go to class? This isn't school anymore. We're not here to play school.
Well, it goes back to the other thing. Once you're sponsored, then you don't have to worry about school. You're an employee. I don't know how you would classify it. Independent contractors. Maybe that's what you call them.
What a stupid
And
sport.
the last two quickly would be Deion without Hunter and Shador in Colorado.
You want to hit the share drop?
Sure.
And
I was thinking more like this.
And Kalen DeBoer, year 2 at Alabama.
That's one of the most fascinating storylines of the year to me. I leave it to Rico. DeBoer's got 1 year to get this right.
I was about to say, just like Ryan Day, all eyes are going to be on him, David. His honeymoon period is over. It did not end well. Losing to Michigan, he lost all credibility, and now people are sitting there with their arms folded, just like you are right now, saying, you better win. You better beat all of our rivals, and we better be in the playoffs. And I'm not talking about one of these 12 seed playoff. No. We want to buy, or else we made a big mistake.
And that is your college football blitz.
Okay, if you want Lions schedule, Odyssey.com rewind. I want to take a quick timeout. And look, I know what's coming. I know this will just be a bunch of people rolling their eyes or bitching and moaning or calling me a casual. I don't care anymore. You just keep enjoying not making the playoffs, and I'll keep sitting here being right. But Kenny is wearing what has become a scarlet letter in this town, which is the winged wheel. Something went down last night. And for whatever reason, probably because the Celtics were up by 30, I just went down a rabbit hole. I almost pulled a bit of a Rieger. So last night, the Leafs were leafing. And the fallout from that Game 5, where the Leafs have gone from being up 2-0 in their series to down 3-2. They got their doors blown off last night by the Panthers. And the discontent in Toronto is unbelievable. So you go down the rabbit hole, and certainly one of the big takeaways is you just let Marner go to the highest bidder. But the venom directed on towards Austin Matthews was shocking. Now, understand something. The easiest thing that happens is, well, Matthews is a bad playoff player. That's actually not true. When you look at the 2 times the Leafs have made, and I hesitate to use the term run, but he had 11 postseason games 2 years ago. He had 11 points. He's played in 11 postseason games this postseason. He has 11 points. Now, he has not been good this series, but points are points. You're a point-per-game guy in the playoffs in the 2 that matter. This guy walked into the league and scored 40 goals. He is a top 3 goal scorer. Many would argue he's the number 1 goal scorer in the sport. The reason I say it is this. The Leafs might blow this thing up. Mm-hmm. What have we talked about on this show? This has got to be a bold offseason for the Detroit Red Wings, right? So I started looking at this, and I go, all right, I don't think Yzerman would, but to hell with him. Kenny Cott's running the organization. Kenny, if I picked up the phone and called you, and you're Toronto, and I say, here's the deal. Everything except Sandin Pellikka is on the table. I want Austin Matthews. My offer starts with Dylan Larkin, plus. What would it take to get Matthews? Would you do it? And yes, he is signed through 2027-28 at an AAV that made me almost fall out of my chair of $13 million.
Yes.
Which for his poverty sport is incredible.
Yeah, I heard it's a lot of money. A lot of money.
A lot of money.
For hockey? Yeah, in the NBA, that doesn't get you Theo Ratliff.
Right. So you're saying basically you're ready to blow the team up.
Toronto?
Yeah. No, the Wings. Like you can.
There's no team to blow up. But
no,
yes.
he's talking about like the minor league depth. Or
I'm talking about
picks.
as long as I keep Pellikka. Do we have the Dylan Larkin conversation? If he's not a first-line center and I can go and get the greatest goal scorer in the league.
Yeah. I don't scoff at that.
No, because I need the money. In order to get a $13 million player, look, they're not taking Andrew Kopp.
Right.
So there would need to be.
But won't you have people saying he doesn't show up big in big games?
Yeah, you will.
Yeah, but
then you have
again,
Dylan Larkin, who hasn't made the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, point per game guy in the playoffs in the 2 of the last 3 years. Look, I happen to think Austin Matthews might be hurt. I know everyone's hurt this time. He doesn't quite look like the same guy, and I don't think you can hold
Matthews. But Jason Tatum, no, you're just like wheel him off the court.
I've also heard speculation possible.
I'm kidding.
I've also heard possible speculation of there might be. I don't know this to be a fact. I'm not reporting it, but there might be an illness running through that locker room. Also,
maybe he's got what KP has. Listen to me. Is it insane? Look, I understand Mitch Marner's going to go to the open market. Well, we could just sign Ekblad. Give me a reason why you don't make a run at Austin Matthews if things are not honky-dory in Toronto. Tell me why.
If things are not hunky-dory in Toronto and they're going to blow the thing up.
They are, Kenny.
So if that's the truth, you at least have to place a phone call. At least. Just to see, kick the tires and see what would happen.
Is it fair of me to say his AAV actually lowers his price? That doesn't mean it's a low price. It just means it's not a value contract.
Right.
It's not 7 or 8 million. It's 13. Limited number of teams can do it because you got to be close to winning. You got to be either a playoff team or cusp of, because if you're going to do this, it's going to hurt. What would it take in your mind?
See, that's my weak spot. I will admit that.
That's
with
okay.
Trade value, especially these past 2 or 3 years, I look at some of the trades that went down and I'm like, now how the hell did that happen? And I mean, the Rantanen one was kind of one of those when he went from Nashville or Carolina to
Dallas.
Dallas, yeah. And
I'm asking you.
I just look at some of these trades and I go, what the hell's what planet am I on?
I know. And look, Toronto's going to want players. I don't think Toronto is tearing it down to lose. It's too big of a market. It is the New York of Canada. There is a pressure cooker around that franchise. I think it would be more of a retool than a rebuild.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a franchise taking 4 first-round picks. I don't think that's what they're after. So when I sat here and I said, okay, I'm willing to be made fun of, but let me at least bring it up.
I don't think you're crazy. I'll say that. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that you don't know puck, bro. But if their intentions are blowing it up, yeah, I think you absolutely kick the tires.
What I've
it's not a
read
crazy
and heard
idea.
out of
Change the
Toronto,
scenery.
Dude, you got to take a peek at what's going on in Toronto in the media.
Oh yeah,
and they've turned on him.
Because, once again, it's like, okay, well, next year. Okay, well, next year is going to be different. Okay, well, next year is
Rico,
going to be
they were
different.
up 2-0 in this series. They've lost 3 in a row and got dump trucked last night, 6-1.
And he's a year removed from almost scoring 70 goals. Not points, 70 goals, which is bananas. He had 107 points that year. And this past year, he was basically a point-per-game player. Not exactly the kind of guy that, I mean, you worry about his playoff performance, sure. I worry about getting to the playoffs.
Would you include Dylan Larkin in the deal?
Yes. Quickly, yes. You're sacrificing good for great if you don't. Player's elite. No question.
See, I'm
about
a big believer. Look, I'll throw the number out to the hockey elite. And it's okay if you guys want to get angry, slander me, do whatever you like. I don't care. I'm just trying to look at the bigger picture, and we don't have a player like that. And players like that don't come available often. He's 27. He's signed. I think he deeply needs a change of scenery. I think that much is clear. He crushed the Leafs organization at the deadline, wanting more. He's not playing well. And when you've lost the will of the people in places like New York in a baseball sense or Toronto in a hockey sense, sometimes it's time to go. I'm a big believer in change of scenery. Would you dare make a run at Austin Matthews if the deal starts with Larkin? Have you taken it as far as you can go with Larkin? Larkin's at odds with Yzerman.
And I was about to say right there, I think Yzerman may be like, you know what? You want to speak out against me again? You know what? Pack your bags.
Look, I don't think Larkin's ever going to be a 100-point guy. I don't think Larkin's ever going to be a 40-goal guy. He's a very nice player, but I don't think he's a first-line guy in a Stanley Cup team. So what do you do? And if you just want to, make fun of us, that's fine too. But I'm telling you, that's a mess up there. And he might be the guy who goes.
Not a bad thought. Yeah, I mean, because I thought they were going to do something last year, but they made it seem like, well, this won't happen again. And they were up 2-0. I was like, maybe they're right. And then, like you said, they went full Toronto Leafs.
Full. Now, listen, if they come back to win the series and he's the hero and it all changes, but just where it sits today, you have a lot of people saying, you know what? And I mean, I've got quotes from Toronto media and stuff. We don't need to go that granular. I can if people want. Clearly, they're into this. But my point is,
I was about to say, you don't have to do that. You can just ask Jeff Rieger. He lives for this for some reason.
Yeah, Kenny.
And also, I was just about my knowledge about Toronto's team. They need center depth. That's one of their weak spots. So that means if they insert Dylan Larkin into that lineup, it bumps everybody down one. That's exactly what they're looking for.
Would open up some cash, too.
Yep.
Cash that they could use to maybe keep a Mitch Marner. Yep. I just wanted to ask. Clearly nobody cares, and I'd like to apologize. 248-539-9797. Glad I really went down that rabbit hole last night. That broadcasting school's really paying off. All right, Northville Lumber. Anybody want to talk Trex decking? They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. If it continues this way, Austin Matthews might be working at Northville Lumber. Look, They have got what you need at the prices you want. Plan it, build it, buy it. Northville Lumber. Best thing to do, stop by the showroom, take home some samples. Northville Lumber, they are Michigan's Trek Superstore today, or you can go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Do you want to be the envy of your subdivision, of your neighborhood? You need to give my guys at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. As you can see, gorgeous weather out there. You're going to be having all types of activities in your backyard. You want your lawn to be looking the best. You need to call 888-GET-GREEN right now. Purchase a full lawn program. And if you mention my name, Rico from 97.1, they'll hook you up with free grub control as well. The warm weather, it's booming. It's here, but so are the weeds. Dandelions will rob your lawn of the water and nutrients it needs. You can stop the dandelions before they go to seed. Plus, it's still not too late to treat for the crabgrass. Natural Way will come out there and tailor-made a specific solution for your lawn, but you got to give them that call. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
I'd like to apologize to Metro Detroit for this topic, but we can do the ticket text. We've got a couple calls. Look, I'm just telling you. In the world of sports, what happened last night with the Maple Leafs, they've turned on Austin Matthews. There's a lot of talk in the Toronto media. He might be the guy that gets traded. Okay. To me, you make the call. I'm tired of the Wings as currently constituted. And frankly, Dylan Larkin popped off. Yzerman body bagged him. There's $8.5 million. You're well on your way to a $13 million AAV and acquiring the true unicorn goal scorer this team sorely lacks. And frankly, it's pretty exciting to put a guy like this and maybe a Lucas Raymond on the same line. I don't know. That could be sensational. But whatever. You know what? What's your favorite pickle? David, the ticket text, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to read these consecutively because there's a name that keeps coming up in a number of these that I want Kenny to address if he's willing to do it.
All right, hold on. Kenny is screening a call.
I'll read some others, and then I'll get to those.
Okay, because I want Kenny to participate.
I think the Leafs would be scared to take Larkin because he's American. They don't want an American captain. That's a real thing for Canadian teams, isn't it?
Okay.
Huh.
Danielson, Casper, and Kosa in a first-round pick. Yes. Joey from South Lyon. The problem is that they're going to want a lot in addition to Larkin, probably something along the lines of Larkin and Raymond, probably a couple draft picks.
Well, listen, I'm not doing that. They can have Larkin plus prospects. I'm not giving up Pellica.
So you're not going to blow up the team.
No.
But Larkin, yeah.
I think Larkin is the centerpiece of it, is interesting. That's all.
That's why I was asking Kenny, like, are you talking about just blowing this thing up and kind of hitting the reset button, or you're going to prospects, the guys that we're still waiting on?
Now, let me get to these. Kenny, listen, okay? Give me Matthews and give them a choice on what they want, Larkin or Seider. Larkin doesn't start it. The deal would be Seider. Detroit good, overrated. Give them Seider and Larkin from Matthews. Another one. If I think the deal will work if it's Larkin and Seider.
By the way, David, one thing, I thought this was the case, but I made sure to Google. Like, Austin Matthews is from Scottsdale. So, pretty sure that's in America.
But he's there, pseudo-Canadian.
I'm just making a point.
He's grandfathered.
Before David gets assassinated by the hockey elite.
I'm reading the ticket text.
Okay, all right.
So, the question for you, because it keeps coming across, Seider, would you trade him?
Our decor is already bad enough. No, there's no shot.
He's wearing the T-shirt jersey. You can't ask this guy that.
Even if I didn't wear the T-shirt jersey today, I would still say no.
Okay.
He's your best defenseman by a large margin, and he's playing a ton of the hardest minutes.
And he's always stuck
league.
in his own zone, David. We don't even get to see the best of Mo Seider because he has so many responsibilities, namely playing with, a Lieutenant Dan level pairing back there. I mean, I'm going to defend Kenny in this regard. I don't think you can do that. You can't make a problem you have worse.
And not just a little worse, a lot worse.
A lot of worse.
A lot worse. Maybe too much worse.
Possibly the worst ever.
The absolute worst.
Let's go to the people. We'll knock out a couple of calls. It is a bleep show in Toronto, and if this guy hits the market, I wanted to just know if Kenny would laugh at me or go, you know what? Not terrible. Go to Luca, 97.1. Luca, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, guys? First time, long time. How are you doing?
Good. Hey. Welcome.
So I don't think the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to trade Austin Matthews. I personally think they're just going to let Mitch Marner walk, and they're not going to blow up their first-line potential franchise player. He's a huge, marketable superstar to the league. As you mentioned, Mike, he's from Scottsdale. Boca Raton Gary loves to put hockey in markets that you wouldn't normally want to put hockey in. I personally don't think they're going to get rid of Matthews. And I heard a couple of ticket texts saying trade Larkin and Seider. No shot. If
That's
you're going to
ridiculous.
trade for him, you trade for one of the other.
And look, my whole point, Luca, was if they decide to do it, and the temperature there, it's always emotional, especially when the Leafs are leafing and they're down 3-2 in the series. It felt like kind of a turning of the tide against Matthews. And there's some scathing stuff from media up there. And you're like, all right, I'm with you. I don't know if the guy would be available. And Lord knows, Yzerman ain't got the chops to do it. But I just had to bring it up to Kenny and ask the question because, Luca, here's mine to you. Were you offended when I brought up the Dylan Larkin portion of it?
Not really with his, like you said, he's kind of souring on Yzerman. And you never really, especially in hockey, I mean, that's kind of some NFL, NBA type stuff where the star player and the GM are going back and forth. So that's not really great, even though Larkin is the hometown king, if you want to say that. But like you said, he's a good player. He's a great player. Both of them could use a change of scenery. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, I just want to make sure it wasn't the dumbest thing you've heard all week. That's all.
No, not the dumbest, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Luca. That means a lot to me. It's a low bar to clear. But when you say something no one else has said, it's either interesting or really stupid. Possibly both. Let's go over to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call today.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jeff.
I completely disagree with going after Matthews. the guy's a loser. He can't get it done in the playoffs. Both him and Marner, great regular season guys, but no thanks. And I'm a little bit biased. I'm a Windsor Red Wings fan. Obviously a little anti-Toronto. But those guys just can't get it done in the postseason. Why would I want them?
Well, the problem is, so like 2 of the last 3 years, 11 games, 11 points. I mean, I understand he's been bad this series. There is a murmur he's hurt. But, I mean, they've only had 2. Look, they haven't had runs, Jeff. They're not. They're the Toronto Maple Leafs. But in the 2 years they've won a series, a guy who's a point a game in the playoffs, how can I say he didn't bring it?
Yeah, Marner maybe, but not Austin.
Austin Matthews, 11 games, 11 points. 11.
This year?
Yes. I know. He was great against Tampa. Look, he's terrible against Florida. I know that. And Jeff, I'm fine if you don't want to do it. It's an idea because here's the bottom line, Jeff. We can't continue down this path with the Detroit Red Wings. Something seismic has to happen.
And I get you.
Has to.
I figured people would say he's not big in big games, but I would counter that and say, when was the last time you were in a big game?
Yeah, I guess I would figure out the problem of not performing in the playoffs if I actually made the playoffs.
Right. It's like planning for that third Super Bowl before you win your first. Like you want to win some big games first before you criticize somebody who's in those games.
Like if their summer, like Kenny, if their summer is signing Ekblad, full stop. I mean, where does that put you?
If that's it, then that's not enough.
You see what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
Like all the people, if you want to laugh at these ideas, all right, well, what's yours? Now, if you're one of these, Falwellian supporters of Yzerman and you're just like, no, this is great. Year 7. We'll get it right eventually. You're right. Then the idea doesn't make sense.
If we're talking Ekblad and Sam Bennett, now we're talking about
but see, that's plus.
Right.
I still feel like a trade is your best way to acquire this type of player.
It is.
The free agency market does scare me. I mean, look, if you told me they signed Mitch Marner, you think I'm upset? No.
But the problem with the free agency market is I don't love the pending UFAs, but also players are smart now. They know that the cap is going up, and so do their agents. So they're going to have these contracts structured in such a way, like that's why I say the Sider deal was awesome, the Raymond deal was awesome, because in 3-4 years from now, those are going to be bargains. That's not going to happen with the free. You're going to overpay.
No, but when a guy's already made his money, you wonder if you can reverse engineer it where no, Austin Matthews won't be cheap. The deal will hurt, but I don't think it's going to be this aircraft carrier return for Toronto, because again, you're going to have to take back some money, and you're. Look, I just thought if they're going to do this, if they're turning on this guy, why wouldn't we pick up the phone? Because you know what I don't want to see? I don't want to see a Carolina get the guy. I'm so sick of the same teams making the same bold moves, and they're always in the playoffs, and they're always competing. And then there's us, live from the world headquarters with Steve dressed as a librarian.
Falling asleep. What?
Oh, sorry, I was daydreaming. Goulet.
And it also cracks me up that these people say, well, he fails in the playoffs. Well, the guy that they love so much in Steve Yzerman also took a long time and failed in the playoffs until it actually worked.
How dare you?
So, come on now.
David from the top row.
How dare you? That series,
that's about makeup for Austin Matthews.
That series against the Sharks in 93 didn't happen, okay?
Oh, sure.
All right, 248-539-9797. When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Whether it's personal income tax or business payroll, you need experience, and Maurice and Jerry have it. Jerry used to work for the IRS, knows them inside and out. They are going to get to work for you. 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lions assistant coaches were back at the podium today as OTAs continue. New defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard had the following to say about Marcus Davenport. Quote, his body looks different right now. I firmly believe in speaking with him. His mindset is different, end quote. He noted that's his only obstacle remains his health and availability at this point. Davenport has had a checkered injury past, played just 2 games last year before suffering a season-ending injury once again. The NFL sent an internal memo to each team about a resolution of players competing in flag football as a part of the 28 Olympics set to be played in L.A. Will be up for a vote by the owners now. The memo talked about the potential internal reach benefits it would have for the league. The first round of the PGA Championship underway at Quail Hollow. It's been a good day so far for Ryan Gerard. He stands as the leader at a 5 under. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, we'll knock down a couple of these calls. And, of course, Lions schedule Palooza, Odyssey.com Rewind. We did over 2 hours of it. We'll get back into it at 5. Wanted to bring this up. It was a big story in sports last night. No, it wasn't the very odd clip during Celtics-Knicks of Jaylen Brown grabbing Josh Hart's garden hose mid-game as a tactic. I don't know that I've seen that
other
before.
way around.
Huh?
It was Hart grabbing Brown. You said the other.
Sorry. The point is, bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out. But Austin Matthews, the Leafs be leafing. You got people in Toronto and the media and the fans they're done. And I read a couple things of people just basically saying, look, they have to explore this. Marner's going to walk. You may as well, how hard is it to rebuild a sandcastle? This isn't real. It isn't working. The core 4 didn't work. All I said is, why not pick up the phone if you're the Wings? The guy needs a change of scenery. Maybe Dylan Larkin needs one too. And of course, you're going to have to put some stuff with Larkin. I don't care. It's an idea of something seismic has to happen this summer.
Right.
So that's all. And again, if you vehemently disagree and you're like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, what's your idea? Go ahead, Spank.
No, it's a good idea. I mean,
because I want the Wings to operate with some urgency.
Well, just especially after Stevie's last press conference where you could see it was a rift between him and Larkin, maybe this is the best for both parties. You know what? We don't want you here. They don't want Matthews there. We just swap players along with some prospects and we move on.
Let's go to the people. Go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, pal?
So let me start off by saying that I am a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, and I have been all my life.
Okay, sir.
Second thing, we don't want Larkin. We don't want anything to do with him. Nobody in Toronto wants him. To get Matthews, you're going to have to give up what is probably Sider and Raymond to start. You're not getting him for Larkin.
And that's okay. I would respectfully just say we're not doing that. And that's okay. And you have every right, Jeff. I know it would be Larkin plus. I can't give up Sider and Raymond. I can't.
And I understand that, but you guys can have Marner.
I would love it. I would be fine with that.
Well, here's the thing. If you think he's going to have the production in Detroit like he is in Toronto, you guys are out of your mind. You have a Larkin. You don't have a Nylander. You don't have a Tavares, and you don't have Matthews to pass to. He's not the one that makes them better. They make him better.
Right. The problem is, Jeff, and again, you're a level up from where the Wings are. You make the playoffs every year, and you have entertaining hockey. You just haven't broken through. The Wings can't even make the playoffs. So they're on a treadmill of mediocrity. No, I don't think Marner is going to somehow come here and take it up a notch. But the Wings are faced with 2 options, Jeff. Try or don't try. So I don't know what you want me to tell my listeners of can't go get that guy because we don't have good enough pieces. Jeff, this team is in the longest drought of its existence. This is longer than the dead things.
Oh, I agree. But now that the bad thing was the last 6 years we had Sheldon Keefe as a coach, and you've already seen what he did to New Jersey. He's not a good coach. We brought in Bure. I like him. I would love to do him for one more year and see what happens with the core 4.
Yeah, and look, Jeff, I base this on, and I know what you're going to tell me. If you're a diehard Leafs fan, you well know what the media in Toronto's like with this hockey team. They're probably going too far. But with the blast radius after last night's game, I said, you know what? Let me bring it up for 5 minutes on the show. Just see. Because people here get all bent out of shape the minute you want to trade anybody. And I'm like, look, if any of our players were any good, we would have made the playoffs at some point in a decade.
Right.
So, yeah, that was all. And you're right. And look, Matthews likely doesn't go anywhere. But if he's available, I don't see how you don't make the call. Because a lot of teams can't make the call. If you're a team that's in Stanley Cup contention, how do you give up what it takes to get this guy? That's the whole thing.
That's actually a great point.
Go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's up, pal?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Joe, we're just we need a little break from Lions' schedule, so I wanted to at least act as a human pinata for everybody here for 20 minutes.
Yeah, you got to talk to Cookies before Cash the Ticket comes back. He's going to be spouting 15 wins all year.
Joe, I know.
To the end.
Joe, the kid needs rehab. I gotta get him to Passages Malibu with the way this kid talks about the Lions. Go ahead.
Hey, so totally agree. Got to do a big splash. I like the idea. Never went down that rabbit hole myself, but I like where your head's at. The other thing I told Kenny was Shanahan's under the microscope now, too, even more. This isn't just a core four thing. Shanny's got the heat coming down on him as well. He's got to do something big, shake things up. I get it. It's going to be Larkin plus. I'm with you on that. Definitely not Larkin insider, but my thoughts are Larkin, Hossa, and if you want a prospect defenseman or something or a forward, there's your plus. But to me, if Kosa was ready, he'd be up here. You know, we signed Mrazek, who God love him. But if that's our plan moving forward, Kosa clearly isn't ready to move up and take a starting spot. But he could challenge Justin Wall for a backup spot.
Look, I know
it's free up GR for Augie.
I know it's highly unlikely. It's just I think the point I'm trying to make with it, and Joe, I'm not yelling and screaming or pounding the desk. We were just trying to have a conversation. It's like, at some point, all jokes aside about, hey, Kenny, that's what the money's for. Like, your job as the CEO of an NHL franchise, any sports franchise, you have to make the hard decisions. You have to trade a fan favorite. Or you have to do something that everyone impugns, and you go, oh, my God, have you lost your mind? Like, you have to decide, I have these three highly paid players. Which one am I getting rid of? Or I have these three prospects. Which two am I willing to part with? Because
that's what the money is for.
And at a certain point, like, I want to see Yzerman in
such enthusiasm.
No, but Kenny, you understand what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you're saying, and you do have to do things that people are going to view as scummy, like offer sheets or things. You know what Vegas did? Once they won, they turned their entire roster over, and they're back being a cup contender again. They turned basically their entire roster on its head. They just shook out the jar. And they're like, all right, let's bring in a bunch of new people. And it worked. You know why? Because that's what the money's for.
I want to see a level of urgency. So don't get hung up in the names or act like I'm screaming and yelling about it. I'm not. But
you need to see a move.
There's got to be something. Okay, we'll get back to business. It is MLB Rivalry Weekend. You can score bigger winnings for big games on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Bragging rights are on the line. FanDuel gives customers profit boosts for Tigers Blue Jays all weekend long. Take advantage of it. Rivalry week in MLB. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Claim your profit boost for tonight's game and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're going to do this fact or fiction style, gentlemen.
Sure.
All right. Last 2 years, we've seen a rookie quarterback lead their team to the playoffs. Fact or fiction, this year, a rookie quarterback will lead their team to the playoffs.
Oh, fiction. I mean, Tennessee might win 4 games. The Giants might win 5. Who else? Who am I missing there?
It ain't be Dylan Gabriel or company, but that's not happening.
I can't do it.
No?
The class wasn't good enough versus last year. It was a great quarterback class. I'm going to say fiction.
Okay.
Yeah, fiction as well. Jalen Merrill can't do it, so no.
He might take Darnold's job. That's my dream.
Yeah.
Fact or fiction? The Dolphins will tank again in December. At the end of the season, they have road games at the Jets, at Pittsburgh, and at New England in the cold weather.
I'm going to say it's just tank overall. I don't think they're very good. They've got drama with Hill, shaky with Tua. You got a coach on the hot seat. You got an impetuous owner in Stephen Ross. I'm going to say fact. I'll agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think they start strong. So is it wrong to think that McDaniels doesn't make it through the season?
I don't think you're crazy to say that.
'Cause I don't think he makes it through the season, so December will look horrible then.
Okay. Fact or fiction, the running back position is on the comeback. We will pay running backs.
I personally don't agree with this, but that's not the question he asked. I will say fact. I think you're right. I think you are seeing this kind of reversal back to run the ball to win. I think it's been part of the Lions' success, the Eagles' success, even the Chiefs lately. They're not the Air Coryell stuff. They run the football. The Bills with James Cook. Lamar Jackson can't throw it. So, yeah, I'm going to say fact. It's a bit of a renaissance, including Derrick Henry yesterday.
Right.
2 years, $30 million. He's 50 years old.
Yeah, I disagree with signing him, but overall, yeah, the running back position is coming back. It hasn't having a resurgence. So, fact.
Why do you say it like that?
I just throw the ball up and down the field. That's all I care about.
You know what, David?
That's really what I want to see. Throw it up and down the field.
Just for you, an amendment to this. Fact or fiction, you guys will start the season with a quarterback other than Mason Rudolph.
All right,
say it with your chest.
Wow.
Fact.
Fiction.
Ugh.
I can't believe that this will happen. I just got to believe Aaron Rodgers wants his vacation. He wants to throw olive oil everywhere in the woods or do whatever he does in these retreats. I don't know. What was that called?
Ayahuasca?
Oh, yeah.
No, that's the tree bark. The thing Rico was...
Nirvana or something.
Yeah, Rico was talking about the colonics or whatever it was. Look, bottom line, Aaron just wants some time off. I think he'll be with you this summer.
All right. We all know that TV runs the NFL. Fact or fiction, the Cowboys do not deserve the amount of primetime games that they are getting.
Factual. But the networks don't care. They're America's team. Do you know the third most popular team in the Northeast, in the New York regional area? The Dallas Cowboys. It's Jets, Giants, Cowboys. The Cowboys are like this de facto thing. They're like the Lakers. So it's factual, but in the mind of the networks, it's fictional.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. I've been in Dallas where people were flying out after a game on a Monday, and you saw people flying home to L.A., out east, to Oklahoma, all over the country.
David, I said
Florida. I was like, what is going on here?
In the Southwest, it's the Cowboys, it's the Raiders, then it's the Cardinals. So that's the hierarchy. Fact or fiction, the Eagles got too many primetime games.
Fiction. Defending champ. They deserve that.
Defending champ, huge market, star power. Plus, you got to get Big Dom on the big screen.
Okay.
He needs his airtime.
Well, he's got a real position now.
Yeah, wartime consigliere. I'm not messing with that guy.
Fact or fiction, the San Francisco 49ers will become this year's worst to first team in their division.
Fiction. I refuse to believe in this, namely based on your joy. I actually think the Rams are just good. I don't think it's not me being negative about the Niners. I think they can both make the playoffs. The Rams' young defense is one of the stories that not a lot of people talk about.
Okay.
And they're really, really good.
But every year it seems like there's a worst to first. So it's New England, Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Tennessee.
Yeah, I know.
Las Vegas Raiders, New York Giants, Chicago Bears, New Orleans Saints, San Francisco 49ers.
Bears.
Oh, you are a hater.
No, I'm not.
You
I'm
just don't
saying
want me to have
no,
joy?
if you're demanding I pick one,
it's the Bears.
I would say number one overall pick, a generational talent, right? People viewed Caleb that way. The best offensive mind in football, a spending spree, weaponry, year two. I'm not predicting it. I'm saying if you forced me to pick a worst to first,
Bears.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I see Bears finishing second. I can't say first right now, but the 49ers is the only other choice.
Right. So between the Bears or Niners, who do you have more faith in?
Niners.
See, I think McCaffrey will be dead by August 15th.
Okay,
again.
see, I think he stays healthy, so that's the
Okay,
difference.
well, there you go.
Yeah, that would
No
be the
problem.
difference.
Apologies.
Fact or fiction, football related, the movie about John Madden will actually be pretty good.
No, fiction. No, I saw it yesterday. Nicolas Cage as John Madden. Won't be able to unsee that. Will not watch. No, can't.
Just because of him?
That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
I think Christian Bale was worse.
As Al Davis, those power alleys. No, this whole thing looks like a bad SNL skit.
See, I think Christian Bale will be a good Al Davis because he just immerses himself into that role. Yeah, I can see him trying to buy and sell the Raiders, like him actually walking on the sideline. All right, in the tracksuit. Fact or fiction? The NFL should actually start holding a draft lottery.
No, fiction. The draft is perfect as it is. I don't want any ping pong balls. I don't want any frozen envelopes. We're good. Do not mess with this. I say fiction.
Yeah, I know the big talk is because of what the no. Why would you make it worse?
Because some say it allows for tanking.
But tanking hasn't worked in the NBA with this lottery. You can be bad and tank to be bad and fall to fifth. So no, thank you. No, thank you.
Sounds like a guy who knows he's getting Arch Manning next year.
I don't. That's another.
Maybe he needs a lottery because the Steelers going to the playoffs again. Keep that streak alive.
David would be furious.
I know.
Sure, you'd be furious.
Fact or fiction? Dylan Gabriel will become this new version of Kirk Cousins, of two quarterbacks getting drafted to the same team at the same time, but all the hype went to a certain quarterback and not the other one.
I can't do it. He's painfully small. He played in he's been the benefactor of a catered offense, both with Oklahoma and with Oregon. I'm going to say no. Okay. I didn't like that pick. I didn't like the Shedeur pick. I didn't like anything in Browns. Just leave me out of it.
I don't think he starts a game this season. Okay. I think they go with Flacco and they go with Pickett. And I think they will put Shedeur in late in the season. I don't think he gets a start.
Go with Shedeur over
late in the season, yes.
Okay. Last one, gentlemen. Fact or fiction? Jared Goff will be the third best quarterback in the NFC North. Yeah, I ended it with a bang.
No, that's a really good one. You know what? I'll tell you what. I don't want to be hypocritical. You know what I think, that if Jordan Love's healthy, he's top 5 potential. So whether it was him or Goff, it doesn't matter. If I'm as big of a believer in Ben Johnson as I am, Caleb has physical gifts Goff does not have. So, yeah, okay, sure. I'll go with it.
Okay.
I'm going to say fiction because I just don't believe in Caleb and Ben Johnson yet. I have to see it. And it's not necessarily them, it's the offensive line. I have to see the protection in front of him before I believe he takes that step forward.
Okay. And that
was really good.
Thank you.
That last one was a ball breaker. And I think I still like Goff a lot. And guess what? If he was the third best in the division, there's still a very reasonable case he'd still be a top 8 QB in the league.
That's what I say. Think of what the division regular season was last year.
Exactly.
With the 3 teams.
I'm flipping Minnesota and the Bears.
It's not slanderous, but it's when you really look at it.
What if JJ's good? He's a wild card.
No,
if
that's what I'm saying.
JJ's good, this division's a nightmare.
So is he the third best? We'll see.
That's a great question.
Fact or fiction, 97.1. All right, we're going to do this fact or fiction style, gentlemen.
Sure.
All right. Last 2 years, we've seen a rookie quarterback lead their team to the playoffs. Fact or fiction?
Brought to you by
This
Mastercraft
year, a
Heating and
rookie
Cooling. The
quarterback-
Tigers have the day off as they get ready for a 3-game series with the Blue Jays tomorrow. Flaherty, Olsen, and Jobe are slated to get the starts in that order. The Jays wrapping up their series with the Rays right now. They've won 5 of their last 6 games. Lions special teams coordinator Dave Phipps says the new kickoff rules will significantly increase the amount of returns this year. The Ohio State Legislature has introduced a new bill that would fine Fox $10 million if the Buckeyes play certain opponents before 3:30 p.m. The Colts have taken down their schedule-release video that poked fun at Dolphins wideout Tyreek Hill's arrest from last season. They apologized as well for what they called an insensitive reference. The Thunder had the chance to close out their series with the Nuggets tonight. Denver has a late addition to the injury report as Jamal Murray has come up as questionable with an illness. Murray averaging 22 points and 5 assists so far this season. Update brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, David, that's your quarterback potentially. 5 o'clock. Great to have you guys with us. We're going to get back into the Lions, and I do want to sprinkle something new in. So we will start with the schedule, but I have a side note. And the side note is something anyone who participates in the scheduling thing can comment on, or if you have no interest in talking about the schedule and you're a fan, you still should have an opinion on this. It's a question, and again, I'd never get crazy about this. When teams win, they charge you more money for your tickets. They have a business to run. It's not illegal, it's not immoral, it's not unethical. Now, how much you increase ticket prices or how often, then it just becomes an issue of palatability. Well, the Lions have had 2 of the most aggressive price increases each of the last 2 seasons. Now, I understand they have won games. 2 years ago, you make the NFC title game, you bet your ass you had to expect you were going to pay more for your tickets. Last year, 15-2, don't win a playoff game. Uh-oh, we're going up again. And you've read the stories and heard from fans, hey, my tickets used to cost $3,000, they're $12,000 now, or $5,000 and they're $15,000. Here, I wanted to baseline just what it costs to get into the building for your Detroit Lions. We're talking about the schedule, right? Well, part of that is, geez, you want to go to a game or 12. I was floored. People, Rico and Evan were kind enough to dig up some of these numbers. David was messing around with it. Do you know what it costs for a standing room only ticket to get into Ford Field? Standing room only. $309 for a standing room ticket. If you want an actual seat, well, if you're already spending $309 to stand on your potatoes, you may as well spend $358. That is the single cheapest ticket. This is a very basic question, and only you, the people, can answer it. And look, the answer's probably no, because there's still a waiting list for season tickets. But has it gone too far? I don't know how you justify taking your kid to a game, standing room only, $618 for a pair, to stand there. I just don't. And I mean, it's not cliche to just say fact. They've priced people out. But on the other hand, and the team has a right to say it, we have a waiting list. My question is, how long does it stay this way? I was blown away by those prices. For standing room?
Mike, right. And then you got to get there early if you want to at least get to the front of the line for standing room. If not, you're in a mosh pit. You just paid money to basically walk the Concord and watch the game on the monitors and on the Jumbotron, but you got the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're paying for is atmosphere right now.
But have they priced you out as a fan? It's just a very basic question. You love this team. You want to support this team. You enjoyed, past tense, going to Ford Field. Now they've priced you out. And again, it's not criminal. It's not unethical. But there comes a point where you go, we've gone a little far for a team that's never been to a Super Bowl, doesn't have, as I like to put it, not rings, rangs. Like when you're the Patriots and you have a library of Lombardi trophies, rangs with a Z at the end. Right. You can get away with certain things.
You're the Chiefs, right.
Even the Eagles, they've been to 3 Super Bowls, won 2 of them in a decade, not a lifetime.
I will say this, you're probably about 3-4 years away, Mike, because Lions games are still an event. They're a place to be. It's a place for the casual fan to go hang out and say, I was at the Lions game, or I scored seats to the Lions game. I was there for this game because they're winning. It's the bandwagon effect. Now, in about 3-4 years, if you don't win, it'll go away. Same like back in the day, even though they did win the NBA title, think about the Pistons, 20 years ago. Like everybody was trying to get to the Palace. You know, the Palace. When the Tigers were good, they were packing the park when they were making the World Series. You probably have a shelf life of a couple of years. So long as people are paying it, I think people want to be a part of something, and you feel like, man, if I go to this game and what if this team wins the Super Bowl, I could say I was there. So
cool story. So yeah, I think those people need lives. The bottom line in all of it,
well, they're paying $300 to stand.
Are they? Because we're going to find out. I think this is egregious. There's no reason for it. You already got the money from the seats. You already got the money from the season ticket increases that in some cases are 90% higher than they were 3 years ago. Do you really need $309 for an SRO?
Yeah, because you may be at a game and witness a team that wins the Super Bowl at the end of the year.
You're not listening. Does the team need it?
Oh, no.
That's my point. Like, you don't need 100 cents on the dollar. Take 90. Leave an effing crumb for the average guy. How do you that's all I'm saying. It irks me. Like, I grew up, I couldn't afford to go to Giants games. The best I could hope for is once every other year, a friend of the family would hand us preseason tickets. Like, it's not right.
No, they don't need it, Mike, but it's business. And if I can get it, I'm going to take it.
So the question, people, where are you at on that as we talk schedule? Because standing room only, I mean, can you imagine paying $300 for a ticket and you don't get a seat? No thanks. But schedule.
Regular season game.
Rico, if you told me it's the NFC title game and they want to get $300 for standing room only, I now sit on your side of the table and I give you a hearty handshake. The cheapest SRO for a regular season game? I must have missed the parade.
No, is it over the top? Yes, but it's business, not personal. If they want to give me the money, I'll take it.
I'm interested to see if people will. All right, the other angle, the schedule. We actually had it yesterday. Got very fortunate. Rico got his Inspector Clouseau outfit on. This is the second hardest schedule in the league. It's the hardest road schedule in the history of the NFL by win percentage. The over-under in Vegas is 10.5. Now, morning show had 14 wins, 13 wins. I can't help those guys. I mean, it's just, they're high in their own supply. I want to know if you'd sign a piece of paper right now if this team won 11 games. Because I would.
Well, it's funny that you said that because just watching that NFL show in the break, the Chiefs and the Eagles, they did the win-loss game.
Yeah.
Both teams came up at 11 wins.
Oh, they didn't come with 17-0?
No.
16-1?
No.
15-2?
No.
Oh.
I just thought that was funny. Like the defending champions, and they said, probably 11-6. They did the whole win-loss thing. And I was like,
if we were on the air on our sister station, WIP in Philly, I would say the same damn thing about the defending Super Bowl champions. 11-6, I'd sign the piece of paper right now. I don't even know the Eagles' schedule. The fact the Lions are 10.5, you have them under. Kenny has them under. David and I'm trying to be positive, 11-6. But would I be shocked at 10-7? I wouldn't, because the thing fans refuse to acknowledge is the loss of both coordinators, high-level guys. This staff got gutted.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very difficult to replace one really good coordinator, but both.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? We talked about it earlier. You're underdogs in 5 games. You're favored by less than 2 in 3 games. Yeah. The margins are not big. So where are you at with it? And if you want, when we come back, because I want to keep it timely, you can breeze through the schedule.
Okay.
You've got it memorized by now. You've read the damn thing 30 times the last 2 days. But yeah, it's just, where are you guys at with it? So if you want to comment on the ticket price thing, go ahead. Schedule, 10.5 is the number. Would you sign a piece of paper at 11?
Well, I didn't feel as quite like a hater once I saw the so-called experts saying, yeah, Kansas City and Philly, they're both probably win 11 games.
Only labeled a hater by the Rory Hour in the morning. Here's Heather with the news. 248-539.
Baby's head falls off.
Right. I mean, it's just the idea. I mean,
I'm going to check my cameras.
Okay. Please step to the right side. There's a baby's head in the middle lane. Okay. If you're injured in an auto accident, you might be drowning in medical bills or dealing with an insurance company who doesn't care about you. You need David Femininio. These insurance companies, you think they're on your side? Absolutely not. David will fight for you. Get what you deserve. Get David. Get paid. It's more than a phrase. It's a promise. So if someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope things get better. Call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. Multitude of Lions topics.
Okay.
Here, go ahead, Rico. By the way, that's on one of the TVs in the office.
We should put it on in here.
Oh, I don't think that's a good idea for radio. Let's go to Cliff, 97.1. What's up, Cliff?
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, yes, Cliff. Sir.
I've got some bad news about JJ McCarthy.
Okay.
The guy is good. He's got a good arm. He's smart, and he's mobile. That's why they let Sam Arnold go. It wasn't due to Sam Arnold. It's due to JJ. Remember who called and told you how good this kid is.
You did, Cliff.
Cliff, I think he's one of the wild cards of the 2025 NFL season. If he is good like you're saying, the Vikings roster is Super Bowl good.
He's got all the toys. He just has to produce.
Indeed. Hey, thanks, guys, and go Lions, go Tigers, go Pistons, and go Red Wings.
All right. You didn't say go blue. It means I can still like you. Excellent. Let's go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going, fellas? Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. What's on your mind?
So, speaking of Lions ticket prices, I can't even take my kids to the game. I mean, you're talking $300 for standing room only.
Yeah.
My 6-year-old's been begging me for 2 years to go to a game, and I got to look him in the face and go, sorry, buddy, it's just too expensive. Getting gifted tickets is cool, but, you got to think with food, parking, and the ticket prices, you're pricing out the average fan. The people that go that make the crowd loud and what it is, you're pricing them out. You got these old people that sit there and not getting loud. It's ridiculous.
And Andrew, I guess the kid is too young to be like, hey, there's Christmas or you can go to the game. You can only have one.
Well, he's 6. You can't have Andrew act like me. Wait a second. Andrew's got to be a little more delicate.
He's too young for that.
But Andrew, let me ask you a question. And I don't want to. I just felt like it was way different between the Tampa and LA game in 23 than the Washington game last year. Didn't it seem a lot more wine and cheese? It didn't seem like the same type of fan, the same it just felt different. And I'm telling you, Andrew, when teams do this, it does change. Kenny, go ahead. You hop in and I'll get to Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just I'm afraid that this turns into like the Toronto Maple Leafs where it's all wine and cheese, or it turns into the New York Yankees. Where
Very
it's all
corporate.
Very corporate, very wine and cheese. That terrifies me because this fan base has been so good for these last couple of years, not even just in Fort Field.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, and I agree, and I did kind of notice that as well. I mean, the run that they had a couple years ago where they beat, LA and Tampa to go to the NFC Championship game, I mean, the crowd was unbelievable. I mean, everyone was pumped. And then you go 15-2, and then you get into the playoffs, and you're playing Washington. It seemed like there wasn't enough passion, and people were just settled for, we won our 2 playoff games last year, we're cool. Yeah, we finished 15-2, but it is what it is, but it's just ridiculous on the ticket prices, and I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Of course, man. You got it, Andrew. And look, they got a business to run, but I think there's a cost, and I do think the cost is a lot of your most passionate fans just simply get priced out.
Yeah, you're right, Mike, because look, the fans don't play on the field, but you didn't have the real fans for that playoff game. You had some, but a lot of the real hardcore fans couldn't afford that seat.
Let's go to Paul. He's up next, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? First, I got a little request for you. If you could find the clip of Pat Caputo going, talking about family jewels and, how he's a stupid, idiotic sports reporter, I'd be forever grateful for that. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
I don't. I'll put you on hold when the call's over, and I'm sure you can tell Kenny a little more detail. Maybe we can find it. I don't, though, Paul.
Yeah, that would be great. And then, listen, with the Lions, man, look, first of all, I'm not paying, $350 for standing room tickets. That's just not going to happen. And second of all, they're going to take a pretty big step back this year. And it's not because they're not a good team. It's because they have such a difficult schedule. And, I mean, I hate to say it, and I hate to be this guy, but they blew their best chance in 2024, man, when they were up 17 at the half in the NFC Championship game. Last year, you can say what you want about last year. A lot of things went their way. And
You're not being that guy. You're being
sucks.
Paul. You're being realistic. You will never. The odds will suggest you will never be up 17 in an NFC title game ever. You were. It was right there, and you had the football with a chance to get points, and you went for it instead. So no, Paul, you're not that guy. You're being real. They may never have a better chance than that ever.
I don't think they will, just because it was a golden opportunity, Mike. And I think if they would have gone to the Super Bowl, they would have hit the Chiefs over the head with a trash can.
Last year, agree.
Injuries, nothing really you can do about it. They had Rico and David playing in the secondary for that game.
And Paul, here's the other one too. Like if we were doing a show in Buffalo, it's the same thing with the 13-second game. You're in Arrowhead. You're up. You handed the Chiefs the ball with 13 seconds to go, and you lost your chance for the Super Bowl. Like, Paul, that organization, I argue, has never gotten over that moment. So, no, you're not a bad guy for that at all, dude.
Good point.
You know what I'm saying? Like, certain times, it's just a moment in time. I'll never be over Game 7, Celtics-Lakers 2010. Kendrick Perkins doesn't play. The Lakers kill us on the glass. If Ray Allen hits a singular three, we win the game. Ray Allen went 1 for 50. It was like Kenny pickup lines at the bar. It's just 1 for 50. Never get over it.
Yeah, the 13. No, because I remember the 13-second game. Josh Allen is pointing to the crowd.
Yeah,
he's looking for the hat. Like, come on, give me that hat. We're going to the Super Bowl,
and
right?
Mahomes.
This is about the cider shirt. That's why I'm taking all these strays.
It is because I made fun of it yesterday, and of all the things, you went into that closet and you chose violence.
I saw it sitting on a shelf, and I was like, that's what I'm going to do today.
That's what I'm rocking today. Let's go over to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, what's up,
I'm
man?
enjoying the show, so thanks. I got online last night right at 8:30 when they get tickets, and I'll tell you what, it was sickening because I've been taking my son since he was 4 or 5 years old to, I don't know why, I thought I taught him better, but he's a Dallas fan. So we've been to several Dallas games around the country, down in Dallas here, but haven't been to one in a long time. So we saw the opponent. We didn't know what day it was going to be, and all of a sudden they announced it last night. So I jump online, and you guys got your tickets cheaper than I found, because I found standing room. They were over $400 with the fees and thing, more than that. And then so finally I bid. I'm in the 300 section, and my tickets with fees over $900. By the time you go down to parking and the all that dinner and all that stuff, it's going to be a $1,400 day. And there's no way. I mean, it was hard when I saw that number to push that button to accept it. But like I said, it's been a big deal for us for a long, long time. And holy shit, though. My wife is not going to be happy with
Oh, boy. Yeah, no, well, yeah, you're going to need to, you're going to have to make some reparations on that one, Jimmy. Spend the summer, earn your honey points. I don't know what to say there. Look, the only thing I'll tell you is at the end of it, Rico's going to win out because, look, I mean, it's things changed for me when once you hit 40, I don't know, at least me, I started looking at things a little different. I viewed my parents as getting old for the first time, even though they're not old, but I know they're old by number. The whole point is you're chasing memories. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, you're not going to be in your deathbed and checking your bank statement. So you do that, and that's your thing, and you're taking your kid, you do it. And it's the weapon teams can use against you. I know that. At a certain point, though, they're taking away the choice to do it. Mm-hmm. Look, he can do it. He knows his wife's going to be pissed when she sees the credit card bill. You figure it out.
I'm in trouble, but it's supply and demand.
It's like if we got Trey Hendrickson, the capologist would be angry, and Brad has to go, look, we'll figure it out, honey. We'll be okay.
Right. How are we supposed to pay him, man? Pay off golf.
We'll figure it out.
Go get a drink.
Take a HELOC. Up next, the Lions take a HELOC on Ford Field to get Trey Hendrickson. Could you imagine that headline?
Right. They default on the payment, and Ishbia buys the loan.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a good time for me to just say summer's heating up. It is going to be damn near 90 degrees tomorrow. What are you going to do? Wait for the power to go out, and then you call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical? Upgrade your system now. Save up to $1,000. New AC? Save up to $1,000. New generator? Save up to $1,000. Guys, you catch the theme here? Call for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate. Mastercraft, honest work, great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com.
That's right. We got 10 issues here. The first one, I'm not really going to get into because there's a lot of minutia with this one, and it's the House settlement regarding walk-ons. We're just going to skip that. There's a lot of things there.
No. Here's what this one is about.
Right. You can't ask Thanos not to comment. Come on.
The House settlement will basically cap teams at 105, period. That's it. That's including walk-ons, which means you have to set aside a certain amount of spots. A lot of teams carry about 30 to 40 walk-ons. You're going to have to cut scholarships to make sure that you get under number if you want to keep the walk-ons on there. And you're seeing a lot of teams
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Minnesota Twins maybe in fourth place in the AL Central, but they just won their 11th straight game today. The bad news, Byron Buxton and Carlos Correa collided today for a ball in the outfield. Both are now being evaluated for a concussion.
Next one on the agenda is can Lincoln Riley and Mike Gundy bounce back? If you remember, 4 years ago, they were facing off top 10 Bedlam. Both of those guys, top programs, doing great. Well, Riley left for USC, not doing so well. Gundy, still at Oklahoma State, not doing so well. Can they bounce back?
I think Lincoln Riley can. He's going to have all the resources at USC to get this thing done. It's high profile enough. You're in the Big Ten. You saw what Oregon can do. I believe in Lincoln Riley more than I do in Gundy.
Let me defend Gundy in one sense. Last year didn't make any sense. So the year prior, they tried to change the offense. And by like week 4, he went into the OC's room and went, here's the deal. We're running power. Get rid of all the zone crap. That was the genesis of Ollie Gordon.
Yeah.
So last year, they bring back the whole offensive line. They bring back Ollie Gordon. One problem. They had no quarterback play. The quarterback play was abysmal. I want to give him one more shot here.
I'm trying to think, did they bring in a new coordinator? I want to say they did, but yeah. Lincoln Riley has all the advantages in California. Now, here's the thing.
It's time. He's got to do something.
It's high pressure. You don't get it done this year, I don't think he's going to be their coach next year.
So let's talk about the Diego Pavia situation and his fight for eligibility.
Year 30.
If you remember, the federal court determined that his junior college football year did not count towards his 4 year of eligibility. So they believe that this could affect, and now there could be a surge of players going to junior college.
David, it will absolutely affect. This is going to be the thing that one of the things that Mike will hate about it, but you will end up with grown-ass men playing boys because I know I'm not ready, but I'll go to junior college, play for 2 years, and then still have 4 to 5 years of eligibility at whatever university I want to go to. So now you're looking at 25-year-old grown men going up against 18-year-olds.
It's basically going to turn everything into BYU minus soaking and a trip to Fiji. It's ridiculous.
You know what? How he summed it up.
It's ridiculous, and thank you that you agree with me, because I've had enough of these COVID babies. Oh, yeah, Johnny's 27 years old. COVID.
I thought that was over.
No, it's absurd.
But yeah.
Get a job.
Now, here's what's going to happen.
You're Frank the Tank. You can't be at school.
Here's the flip side to that. You're a fringe player. You ball out of the junior college, and now you become the hottest commodity, and now top teams want you because of what you did somewhere out in Kansas.
Miami had a tight end last year in his 9th year of college football. McLaughlin or whatever his name was. Okay?
The man liked education, Mike.
Sure. David, go ahead.
Next on the list, is this NIL's last big hurrah? This is why they mentioned that, because of the distribution that will happen of $20.8 million in revenue sharing. Will this be the last big hurrah for teams like Texas Tech, who is spending $40 million because it says because of the allocated money, they will have the NCAA will enforce NIL?
And I'm going to answer this question. Turn his mic off.
It's off. It's off.
No.
It's booming.
It's not. It's not the last thing.
You're a liar.
Here's what's going to happen.
Turn my mic on.
Turn his mic on. Go ahead.
Where's the drop before he explains it? The Francesa. Turn my mic on. Go ahead. Explain it.
Here's what's going to happen. It's not because you're going to just flat out have some private organization sponsor a team where it's going to be like you see in the NBA. And they're going to have a logo of whatever team, and that company is going to be like, we're going to give you $40 million a year. We're sponsoring your team, but you got to put our logo on the jersey.
Next on the list will be coaching.
I know you're going to love that.
Will be coaching.
I stayed silent.
Okay.
You asked me to stay silent.
No, what do you think about it?
I don't even need to tell you.
Okay.
Someone should alert MSU it's the final hurrah. They just took a transfer from Dave & Buster's. We're paying them in drink tickets.
Or you get Dave & Buster's to sponsor you.
Let's get to the next one, which is coaching encores. They give an example of what Mike Norvell did. 1 year, and then the next year we know what he did last year.
Yeah.
They're comparing that with Ryan Day. What does he do in his encore? Does Norvell recover? And then you also have West Virginia, Rich Rodriguez going back to West Virginia, and then Scott Frost going back to UCF. I'm sorry.
For Scott Frost, I mean, I think it's so far under the radar that he probably could have success because there would be very little pressure. Ryan Day, everything about you is one game this year. You've already won the title, but it was tainted. And it wasn't tainted because you cheated. It was tainted because you didn't beat the team up north, as they like to say. He has to win that game, David. I think it's sad to say the national title bought him a year because they're not going to sit here and lose to Michigan again.
I love Rich Rod back to West Virginia.
It might be the right place for him.
It sounds stupid, I know, but like Neil Brown and that power offense they were running. Look, what Rich Rod did at Jacksonville State, I'm a loser. I watched it. Man, his system works. It still plays. And I know he won't have Pat White and Steve Slayton, but damn it, it plays.
I'll go to my grave saying, if Michigan had backed him and let him brought his own defensive coordinator, he would have been ahead of the curve.
Was that Tony Gibson or Chuck Castile? The DC they wouldn't let him bring?
I think it was Castile.
Oh, well.
But they didn't. They said, no, you're going to take our guy, and it didn't work. But
nobody I'm telling you
he was
right now,
ahead of the curve with the spread offense and all of that. Michigan would have been getting all the recruits that Ohio State that they did get under Urban Meyer.
It's a power spread. It's power option. It's wild.
Florida State, I don't know.
I quit. I got nothing.
Florida State has to just stop going to the bargain bin of transfer quarterbacks.
Their O-line's worse than State's, and that's saying something.
Well, speaking of transfer quarterbacks, the dominoes of Nico, Joey Aguilar goes to Tennessee, and Nico goes to UCLA, but he still hasn't officially enrolled there.
His career's over. Go ahead. No, I just think Heupel's going to be able to make something out of Aguilar. Aguilar's a winner, and Heupel is a really good offensive mind. Nico went from a system that would have probably helped get him drafted, and you go to UCLA and die. What's he going to do out there?
I think he has nothing. He won't. He's going to go out there, and it's going to be buyer's remorse. I think by the middle of the year, they're going to pull him. The crowd will boo all 10 people who show up to UCLA games and get upset. David, I think he hasn't finished his classes in Tennessee, so technically he can't enroll
yet. You're right.
Why even go to class? This isn't school anymore. We're not here to play school.
Well, it goes back to the other thing. Once you're sponsored, then you don't have to worry about school. You're an employee. I don't know how you would classify it. Independent contractors. Maybe that's what you call them.
What a stupid
And
sport.
the last two quickly would be Dion without Hunter and Shador in Colorado.
You want to hit the share drop?
Sure.
And
I was
DeBoer,
thinking more like this.
And Kalen DeBoer, year 2 at Alabama.
That's one of the most fascinating storylines of the year to me. I leave it to Rico. DeBoer's got 1 year to get this right.
I was about to say, just like Ryan Day, all eyes are going to be on him, David. His honeymoon period is over. It did not end well. Losing to Michigan, he lost all credibility, and now people are sitting there with their arms folded, just like you are right now, saying, you better win. You better beat all of our rivals, and we better be in the playoffs. And I'm not talking about one of these 12 seed playoff. No. We want to buy, or else we made a big mistake.
And that is your college football blitz.
Our weather's got people thinking about road trips, getting out, getting going. Moran Buick GMC has got you covered. 25 Buick Encore GX, $199 a month. The 25 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $211 a month. And everyone gets employee pricing on both vehicles. Both 24-month leases, by the way. MoranExpress.com, they'll have what you need. Check stock and inventory. You can also get your certified service and the free loaner vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, David on the ticket text, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? A lot of schedule talk today, even a wild trade idea for the Wings. It's all there if you want it. David, what do you got?
Yeah, regarding the pricing, someone says 100% ridiculous for tickets to all sporting events. I haven't been able to attend one in years.
Okay, this is going to sound terrible, but I'm partially trying to make you feel better, and I'm partially just shooting straight. You're not missing anything. The at-home experience has never been better. I mean, we 15 years ago, we lived in a time where it's like, hey, Bob, want to come over and check out my plasma TV? It cost $8,000. Like, now, great TVs are cheap.
Now, and if the game is broadcasted in 4K.
Exactly. It's your home.
If you hook it up to your surround sound, you can get that feel. Now, the only thing you can't get is just the atmosphere.
That guy called in earlier. All right, that guy called in about taking his kid for standing room only or whatever. He could call Paulson's and get a Sonos soundbar for less.
I know.
Crank that puppy up and relax.
Right, but as you said, the kid's going to remember that game.
I know. Yeah. No, that I know. I'm saying in general.
Yeah.
You're not missing anything, man, and especially at the college level. See, those stadiums, most of them, I'm not going to make this about what you think I am. Most of those stadiums are not nice enough for the price they're charging you.
Well, I was about to say, most of the stadiums aren't filled that you could just buy your tickets day of game.
He's not
for
wrong.
About, it'll cost you more to park than to get 2 tickets. So, no, I'm with you on that. And the funny thing is, I guess it is the greed because even last year and the year before when the teams were good, like the dog crap games, like the Carolina Panthers, the seats were nothing. And it was like, okay, if you want to take your kid, this is the equivalent of a preseason game.
Go to week they play the Giants. Nobody will be there.
So now you got to hope that.
It was funny. I had a friend ask me, he goes, hey, you're going to go to that Giants game, right? I go, who dis? You must be kidding me. I go, you got the wrong number?
I was wondering if – no, here's why. Once again, memories, you, Big G, at Ford Field.
He don't really like going.
Okay.
No.
It's like I imagine David and do any of your kids like the Steelers?
No, they don't, but they like football, so I'll take them.
Right.
But it's also hard to justify if I show up and it's like, Giants are going to get bodied. Like, if my team was good, maybe. But, we're terrible.
So, I mean,
Plus, here's the other problem for me is I got to watch all the games because of the football show and the pod and all. I can't. I don't know how these guys are doing these games and doing the play-by-play and they're watching anything.
It's called a lot of recording. If you want to be honest about it, you just record.
Rico just got a TiVo. It's 2002.
TiVo, Jesus.
No,
it ain't TiVo. You just record.
You remember when
that first came out?
You're like, oh my God, I can record games.
Or when Sling TV came out and you could actually watch it on your phone or on a tablet or on your laptop. No, I just thought maybe you and Big G. I know Dave. Look, I'm trying to go to one of the Monday night games.
I love how Rico does this. When we did the topic last year, I go, yeah, what a son I am. I got him Sunday tickets so he could watch the G-Men. I should have shown up, ding dong, punched him in the face and walked away. Hey, Dad, we're going to follow that one up. Here's seats on the 50 for the Giants and Lions. And second quarter. Dead.
Trick play.
Right. Here's half the money. I'm going to punch you in the face. And I'm going to leave.
National Lampoons. Kick you in the junk. All right, David, go ahead.
Someone did make your point on Ticket Text. They're saying, I'm not going to spend $300. I'll just drop $600 on a 70-inch TV and everything I need to watch the game. That is Jerry in South Lyon.
You just get to a point with it where, and honestly, with the NFL, the ability to flip channels, yes, Red Zone, you can put it on mute if you don't want to listen to that boner jam, Scott Hansen. It's just, I can't break. Hey, if you love it, God bless, go do it. But for me, I'm all set.
Yeah, family of 4 to go to the Lions game is greater than my mortgage. No, thank you.
You just lost cabin pressure. All right, here's Rieger. Are you okay?
Yeah, why?
You look flush. You get done playing golf or something?
He always just gets done playing golf.
Yeah. Well, listen, the
Did you
kid
shower?
I did.
Okay,
The kid isn't. You want to smell?
No, you already gave us enough of that scent. That one time you decided
I felt
not
pretty guilty about that.
Go ahead.
No, the kid is in school. So as long as she's in school, I can golf during the day. As soon as she gets out of school, like mid-June, then the golfing is pretty much done because I'm with her, So I'm getting my rounds in now.
I'm not judging you. Go do your thing, man.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Great. We're haters because I got the Lions winning 11 football games.
What do you got, Rico?
I think I'm at 9.
Okay. I got 10. So we're pretty much right in the middle. It's funny. I put this out on social media. I know Mike's a big fan of social media.
Yeah, let me help you with that.
The responses I got for 10 and 7, now mind you, that is a playoff team that could win the division. And by the way, you had home field last year and you didn't take advantage of it. So as long as you get in the tournament, who the hell cares? But the responses I got, I'm gonna go over them at 6. It's wild. Why is that such an insult?
Okay, I'm gonna say this and then I'm leaving. Ready?
Tell me.
Because where we are in 2025, sports mirrors politics. Partisanship has rotted people's brains. Now, how does that work with sports? Simple. 99% of media aren't interested in actually doing their job. They're interested in being liked. Heart emojis and thumbs up.
Pats on the back.
Also, fans now have the power to curate a choose-your-own-adventure universe, meaning I don't want to live in the world as it is. I want to live in the world as I want it to be. So then you curate your social media experience to be a bunch of kiss-asses, lemmings, and bought and paid-for idiots feeding you a message that everything's awesome all the time, and anyone who tells you otherwise is a bad, bad man. That's how we arrive here. When you say 10-7 and you say, guys, you lost both coordinators, Ali McNeil's out at least the first 8 weeks, it's the second hardest schedule in the league, the hardest road slate in league history. Those are facts. Facts don't have feelings. Facts are facts. But when people create a world based on feelings, you end up here.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and it's well said. I guess what I would give me facts and reasoning the other way. So if you think 10 or 11 or 9,
I think 11. That's where I'm
if you think that's way too low and that's almost borderline disrespectful, well, what do you got on your side? Just what? They were injured last year, so this year they're going to get it right because defensively.
Buddy, I got news for you. It's more like what they got in their hand. Because you're thinking with the wrong head if you're out here predicting back-to-back 15-2.
And Jaden Daniels will be hurt when they play the Lions.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, the first 6 weeks, and I was talking to Rico about this, what's better? Getting Lamar and Baltimore early, so the weather is gorgeous, right?
I don't think there's any good time
you
to
got
face
those
them.
7 new coaches. You got 2 new
11-7 could win the
season.
division, make the playoffs, win a Super Bowl. It's not being a hater. It's just saying 15-2 was never real.
And we were also having some fun with the early prop bet casino.
Yeah, I have the spreads for all the games. They're
No. We were saying Lamar 10 times the amount of rushing yards over Goff.
Okay. Mobile golf season. All right, we're out of here. Rieger's next, 97.1.